Did you know? The comment from Link's uncle when he says, "Save the princess, Zelda is your," has caused a lot of confusion among Western gamers. This is because it seems to imply Princess Zelda has some sort of family relation to Link. However, the line is likely a misinterpretation by the game's English translators. The original Japanese dialogue states, "Save Princess Zelda, you are the princess's," as if Link's uncle was about to say something along the lines of, "You are the princess's only hope." Development of A Link to the Past started long before the Super Nintendo released and took about 3 years to complete. This included a year of experimentation, a year of planning, and a year of actual production. Similar to how the original Legend of Zelda was developed alongside Super Mario Bros., A Link to the Past was purposefully developed alongside Super Mario World and was intended to come out near the Super Nintendo's launch. The idea to return to a top-down perspective was something Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto had been planning for years. In fact, he decided the third Zelda would be top-down even before work began on Zelda 2: Adventure of Link. Miyamoto also planned to include a party of characters in A Link to the Past: an elf fighter hybrid, a magical fairy, and a girl. This fairy character would have done reconnaissance instead of fighting, but the fairy was ultimately brought forward and used in Zelda 2 instead. In some cases, there's concept art for elements that were left out of Link to the Past. Some concept art for Zelda shows her in futuristic attire. When the original Legend of Zelda was being developed, it was planned for the fragments of the Triforce to be electronic chips, and the entire game overworld would have existed in both the past and the future, with Link being the link between the two times. This concept art could be an indication that Nintendo wanted to revisit the idea and explain why A Link to the Past has multiple worlds. Speaking of which, early in production, the team toyed with the idea of having 3 overworlds in the game instead of 2. However, they feared that 3 worlds might overcomplicate the gameplay and be difficult to implement. There was another story element planned for the game. At one point, the story would have involved the world ending when a large egg cracked at the top of a mountain. Sound familiar? This idea was later used in Link's Awakening for the windfish and its egg at Tall Tall Heights. There were several other elements planned for Link to the Past. One new addition to the series was that Link could walk diagonally. The team originally had Link swinging his sword while facing these diagonal directions as well, but sword swinging didn't feel right at an angle. Diagonal sword attacks were removed, and the team came up with the spin attack to fill their place. The team also planned for wildfires to sweep across a patch of grass if the player lit them with the lantern, an idea that was eventually used in 4 Sword Adventures. The team also wanted to add the ability to dig a ditch with a shovel and bomb the edge of a body of water to expand it. At one point, the player also had to go around testing walls to see if they were destructible. If the player hit a wall with their sword and heard a hollow sound, the wall could be brought down with a bomb. By itself, this mechanic proved to be too cryptic, and small cracks were added to indicate that walls could be broken. Link to the Past is famous for its incredible music, but surprisingly enough, that music gave the development team a lot of trouble. The music originally took a whole megabit of data, an eighth of the entire cartridge. This was a huge amount of music for games at the time, and programmers struggled to compress it all to make room for other data. In fact, the size of the music meant some elements had to be left out of the game entirely. A lack of space on the cartridge, as well as time constraints, are 2 often cited reasons as to why ideas were left out of the game. There are a few complete elements in the game's data that, for whatever reason, weren't implemented in the final version. There's a fully programmed but unused enemy in the game that holds a cannon. This cannon soldier will fire in the general direction of the player and, when knocked back after taking a hit, will walk to the position they started in. Unlike other blue soldiers, they take 2 hits to kill instead of 3. There's also an unused skull statue that was intended to appear in the Skull Woods dungeon but can only be viewed by glitching or hacking the game. Interestingly, the statue's design seems to have been reused in the background of Yarna Desert in Link's Awakening. When A Link to the Past was re-released for the Game Boy Advance, the graphic appeared in a new bonus dungeon called Palace of the Four Sword. Although many of Link to the Past's secrets are behind the scenes, some of its secrets can be found in-game. If the player solves the puzzle inside of the swamp ruins, the water will begin to flow and drain the swamp outside. This will cause a fish to appear, flopping around on the ground. If the player brings the fish to the street merchant in Kakariko Village, he'll give the player 21 rupees, 10 arrows, 8 bombs, and a magic jar. If the player goes north of Kakariko Village, they'll see 2 lumberjacks. The Japanese word for lumberjack is kikori, and the name of the childlike race in Ocarina of Time is Kokiri, an anagram of Kikori. Considering the name and that the lumberjacks wear similar green outfits, this may be where the idea for the Kokiri race originated. If the player enters the Waterfall of Wishing, they'll be asked if they want to throw an item into the pond. If the player throws in an item, then responds to the fairy honestly, she'll upgrade whatever item was thrown in. This is likely a reference to the Aesop fable, The Honest Woodsman. In the story, a man accidentally throws his regular old axe into a lake. Then he starts weeping, having lost his only means of livelihood. The god Hermes takes pity on him and goes to retrieve his axe. Hermes emerges from the lake with a golden axe and asks the man if it's his. The man says that it isn't. Hermes then finds a silver axe and asks the man again. The man says that it isn't his axe either. Because of the man's honesty, Hermes lets him take all 3 axes. A Link to the Past has received a lot of praise over the years, some of which came from within Nintendo itself. During a question and answer session on Nintendo of America's official Twitter account, CEO Reggie Fils-Aimé revealed that A Link to the Past is his all-time favorite game.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In this episode, we'll be exploring trivia for a variety of titles from the 16-bit worldwide hit, the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System, or Super Famicom, was the follow-up to Nintendo's first major delve into the gaming hardware market. Coming after the NES, the Super Nintendo had a lot to live up to, and it certainly had its fair share of hype leading up to its release. Nintendo's competition had begun to pave the way for the next generation in Japan, with Sega's Mega Drive and NEC's PC Engine having already been released. Launching on November 21st, 1990, Nintendo seemed almost held back with the approach to launching the SNES on their home turf. Despite the popularity of the Super Nintendo's predecessor, the company shipped only 300,000 SNES units to retail, an incredibly small figure considering the audience waiting in anticipation. Being a shock to literally no one, all 300,000 units had sold within hours of the system's launch. To give more gravity to this small figure, at the end of its life cycle, the SNES sold 50 million units. The original NES had sold around 30 million units in the US alone by 1991, a figure which demonstrates Nintendo's strong insight into how much they knew their consoles can sell. The SNES, at the time of release in Japan, had 1.5 million pre-orders, and Nintendo had made the decision to inform the public of the scarcity of the much sought-after console, shipping only 20% of consoles that people had already paid for, leading to major panic amongst consumers. The day of release, November 21st, was a Wednesday, leading to a significant number of people opting to ditch work to get their hands on this rare item. With so many consumers rushing to the streets of Tokyo to get their hands on the system, the city became overcrowded and cost the Japanese economy millions of dollars. Looking at this, it's hard to deny that the system was extremely popular. One of the most popular titles on the system was Super Mario World. The game became so loved that it actually had its own anime adaptation, titled Mario to Yoshi no Bokenland, meaning Mario and Yoshi's Adventureland. Released exclusively for Japanese audiences in 1992, the 28-minute animation was created for Bandai's VHS system called the Terabiko. The Terabiko was a sort of interactive VHS device, released in the US as See and Say Videophone. The device had a similar appearance to that of a telephone and was connected directly to a TV or VCR and had 4 color-coded buttons. Tapes for the system would send out encoded audio signals which would be picked up by the phone to recognize the user's response, providing outcomes for both correct and incorrect answers. The animation's events differ from those of the game and have Mario asking the viewer to answer several simple questions aimed towards young children. Other Mario games on the Super Nintendo also have interesting tidbits, such as Mario World's sequel, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Nintendo's North American advertisements in this era were known to be edgy and crude, but this style was arguably taken too far for Yoshi's Island. One commercial for the original Super Nintendo game featured a man at a restaurant eating enough food until he literally explodes. Besides being disgusting, it's also believed that this is a reference to the Mr. Creosote sketch from the 1983 movie Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Another Mario game for the SNES is Super Mario All-Stars, which was an enhanced compilation of Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, and The Lost Levels. In the Mario 2 portion of the game, the final boss was originally going to be slightly different. The Wart boss fight was originally going to have the player throw tomato projectiles like in Super Mario Bros. 2. However, these were replaced with peppers in the final game, with the tomato sprite still being present but unused in the game's data. Another huge Nintendo franchise that dominated the Super Nintendo was Donkey Kong with the Donkey Kong Country sub-series. According to Country's director Greg Mayles in a discussion with Gerard the completionist Khalil, Cranky's infamous line, "I did this using one life and I took less than an hour," during the credits sequence was the last remnant of a scrapped mode. In this mode, the player would be able to play as Cranky Kong, who would be much slower and perform poorly in general compared to Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong. This makes it all the more fitting that Cranky Kong eventually became playable himself in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for the Nintendo Wii U and Switch. Several animated features were adapted into games, such as Disney's The Lion King. This game was very popular with gamers, selling over 1 million units in the United States alone. The original film score had been composed by Hans Zimmer, which was adapted to the SNES audio chips by Frank Klepacki. Hans Zimmer's studio was actually so impressed with the game's audio that they sent a letter to Klepacki, complimenting him on the soundtrack for the SNES release. One Super Nintendo game didn't receive the same positive response from Pixar, however. Uniracers, released as Unirally in PAL territories, was published by Nintendo. and created by DMA Design, who would later go on to become Rockstar Games. The game has players race riderless unicycles on a 2D side-scrolling track, performing stunts in order to gain speed. It wasn't long after the game's release that DMA Design was sued by Pixar for allegedly copying Pixar's designs for the game's unicycle and their concept from the 1987 short Red's Dream. DMA Design lost their lawsuit to the animation firm, forcing Nintendo to halt production of future Uniracer cartridges, meaning that only the game's initial run was ever sold, totaling just 300,000 units. Commenting on the matter with Nintendo Life, developer Mike Daly stated, "We modeled the unicycle exactly based on a real-life unicycle. The problem with Pixar was that they seemed to think that any computer-generated unicycle was owned by them. They took footage from Red's Dream and compared it to Unirally, and the unicycles were virtually the same. This isn't a big surprise, as there's not a lot of ways you can bring life to a unicycle without looking like the one Pixar did." The judge, being the moron that he was, agreed. While it was a unicycle and it did look similar, I think he should have looked at the game as a whole. If he had, then he would have noticed that the game was a completely different environment and the character of the unicycle just wasn't the same. From one, what I suppose you could call a sports game, to another, considered one of the best basketball games on the system, NBA Jam actually hides a dirty little secret. Developer Mark Tamel, a self-proclaimed die-hard Detroit Pistons fan, admitted in 2008 to ESPN that he'd actually rigged the game in his beloved team's favor. When asked if Scottie Pippen of the Bulls would have reduced stats when playing against certain teams, Tamel stated, "It's true, but only when the Bulls played the Pistons. If there was a close game and anyone on the Bulls took a last-second shot, we wrote a special code in the game so that they would average out to be bricks. There was a big competition back in the day between the Pistons and the Bulls, and since I was always a big Pistons fan, that was my opportunity to level the playing field." Yet another sports game with a secret within its code is NHL 96, which was developed by Tiburon Entertainment and published by EA. A secret message was included at the beginning of the title's ROM data aimed towards hackers and demo scene coders, reading, "If you're a talented programmer or artist, please fax us your resume to 407-862-4077. Although formal education is a plus, it's not required. This message is directed to all you hackers and demo coders out there who might be looking through our ROMs. We have good benefits and pay competitive wages. We understand that while your resume may not reflect jobs programming, that you may still be very talented and the opportunity may not have been available. In this case, we ask you to mail us your demos or examples of work you have done. Tiburon Entertainment, CO, hey, I'm good and I want a job, 900 Fox Valley Drive, Suite 202, Longwood, Florida." If you grew up with classic games, you will know all too well the pain of progressing deep into a game and finding out it's time to stop playing, only to realize the game has no save files or password system. Save features for cartridge games make use of small batteries on the game's circuit board, and with batteries only having so much juice in their lifespan, the save feature of many games will no longer function without replacing that battery. One player, Wanikun, made use of a different method for keeping their progress, simply not turning off the system for 20 years. The game Wanakun played for so long is Umihara Kawase, released exclusively in Japan for the Super Famicom before releasing on Steam internationally many years later. The cartridge and console were both left on, with the exception of one occasion when Wanakun had to move home. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're going to be looking at a fairly recent Nintendo blockbuster, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The game has some sly secrets of its own, including one in the game's Magicant stage. In the stage, Dungeon Man makes an appearance. By pausing the game and clipping the camera to the inside of his head, it's possible to see Brick Road, the operator of the dungeon from Earthbound.
Did you know? The original Donkey Kong Country was planned to have an opening cutscene. Rare designer Greg Mayles shared some of the game's documents over Twitter, one of which would have told the events of the game's story. A storyboard showed Kremlings putting Diddy in a barrel and stealing the banana horde, with the hole leading to the horde made by a Krusha breaking in. This was explained in the final game through the instruction manual, and the cutscene later made its way into the remake on Game Boy Advance. A document dating back to August 1993 showed a wide range of concepts for the game's animal buddies. Ideas included a flying pig, a mole who'd dig underground, and an owl who'd give out information. A name sheet from March 94 shows the latter two were named Hooter and Miney. Neither made the final cut, though a similar pig design later appeared in Donkey Kong Land with the Hogwash enemy. The sheet also shows Candy Kong had alternate names Blondie Kong and Honey Kong, and that prior to Country, the game was then known as Donkey Kong's Monkey Mayhem. Other design docs showed keys playing a role in unlocking extras. Animal buddies would be locked in cages and could only be freed with a key that resembled the animal, and the same applied for extra lives. They thought about doing this for Diddy Kong, then known as Junior, but decided it was better if he was readily available. Barrels were used in Country, being a carryover from the arcade series that felt appropriate in the new universe. Donkey Kong's Tighe also came from the suggestion of Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto and debuted in Donkey Kong on Game Boy, released several months before Country. Mails also expanded on how a typical level was made. The team would think of ideas for enemies and features and draw them out on post-it notes before putting it all together with items and bonuses. Level concepts shared included Country's first level, Jungle Hijinks, as well as Toxic Tower and Animal Antics from Country 2. The game's music also had a similar process starting off. When composer David Wise was brought on for the soundtrack, he believed it was just a temporary job and someone at Nintendo would eventually do the score. For his demo, he made 3 pieces of music to present to Rare co-founder Tim Stamper. Liking all 3, Tim asked Wise to combine the samples into one track, with that theme becoming DK Island Swing, used in the jungle levels. Contrary to popular belief, Wise wasn't the sole composer for the project. Evelyn Novakovic also helped with the score, and one track was adapted from Robin Beanland, a track originally for Killer Instinct that became the theme for Funky Kong. According to Rare, DKC had the most man-hours put into a single video game at the time, spanning 22 years across the development team. It was also the first Nintendo product launched in the UK before all other regions, released on November 18th, and by 4 PM the following day it already raked in £1 million. To this day, it stands as Rare's best-selling game and the 3rd bestseller for the Super Nintendo, second only to Super Mario All-Stars and Mario World. The game had a marketing budget of $3.76 million, and one product to come from it was a VHS called DKC Exposed, sent to subscribers of Nintendo Power. Featured in the video for a few seconds is Michael Kelbaugh, then product tester for Nintendo, who would later go on to become the current president of Retro Studios, an eventual developer for the Donkey Kong series. In honor of DKC2's 20th anniversary, Mails once again shared early concepts he had for the sequel. One had the character Clubba as boss of the Lost World before being swapped with K. Rool, with some of his attacks being used by the World 2 boss Cudgel in the final game. Another was to find an exclusive cheat code in Cranky's museum to be used for the SNES port of Killer Instinct. The museum still features a KI arcade cabinet, plus a poster of Fighter Chief Thunder. Cranky's tent in the Kremland overworld map also reads KI here, surrounded by several Killer Instinct machines. When the team decided to give Diddy Kong a girlfriend, they were concerned the established DK Candy Kong pairing would clash with it, so the two were stashed away for the sequel, with Candy being completely absent. Dixie Kong was also known as Diddy Ann throughout most of the game's pre-production, and much like when trying to pinpoint a title for the game, there were many potential names for Dixie that Mails referred to as of mixed quality. Names ranged from Didette, Darlene, and Dee Dee to less serious names like Dicky Licky, Demigod, and Dem Girls They All Love Me. Banana animals were another concept Mails drew up, serving as a way to score additional bananas. The banana bird did make its way into DKC3, though they served an entirely different purpose, and the game was handled by another internal team at Rare. Though sold to Microsoft come 2002, Rare was still permitted to make games for Nintendo's handhelds as Microsoft had no stake in that market. As such, they were allowed to remake the Country trilogy on Game Boy Advance starting in 2003. In 2011, an ex-Rare employee under the pseudonym Stampers got in touch with fansite DKVine and talked about the trilogy's development. All 3 games were completely coded from scratch. The original game assets were on floppy disks, though Rare could barely make out the file formats of what they still had. To get the look of the originals on the Advance, the artists used SNES emulators and went through each game frame by frame, taking snapshots along the way. They added extra frames not present in the originals to smooth out certain animations and had redone all backgrounds from the ground up. Another issue was getting the physics to match the SNES counterparts 1-to-1. Stampers expanded on this, saying, "There'd be times where QA reports would come back saying something like, in the original you could do a rolling jump off the edge of this ledge and reach that ledge, but you can't on the GBA one, so we'd adjust it until it worked, then get a bunch of reports saying, you can reach this area by rolling and jumping, and you're not supposed to. They also addressed problems of the original controls, notably with Ellie the Elephant and the toboggan from Country 3, as well as the overall flow of the level design. The handheld team felt like they truly got the hang of it by the release of the third game, and thought about following up with a 2.5D sequel on the Nintendo DS, tentatively titled Donkey Kong Country 4, though Stampers had said it was nothing more than just an idea they threw out there, opting to do a remake of Diddy Kong Racing instead. For Country 3's remake, an entirely new soundtrack was done by David Wise, with the originals done primarily by Novakovic. The team were hoping to have both soundtracks available in the game, but it proved to be too much work and little cartridge space by the end of the project. Amidst the new content, it also features several boat mini-games at Funky's Rentals, all of which are based on levels of Rare's NES game Cobra Triangle. The games Destroy, Disarm, Protect, and Race are closely structured to their inspirations, and debug text even refers to the music track for the games as Cobra Track.
While there's a good number of ways that somebody can describe Nintendo's follow-up to the NES, the Super Nintendo was certainly super, way cool, awesome, and groovy, but it isn't just the console that fits these descriptors. Super Mario World pushed the Mario series to new extremes, not just in gameplay, but even in the language it used. In the Western localization of the game, the names of levels in the Special World made use of typical 90s American surfer lingo, utilizing descriptive words like gnarly, tubular, way cool, awesome, groovy, mondo, outrageous, and funky. It's moments when you acknowledge inherently localized language like this that begs the question, what were the names of these levels in the original Japanese version? Well, bizarrely, a bunch of these levels actually all share the same name. The first two are both called Fun Course, while the third and fourth are called Even the Mario Staff is Shocked Course, Fourth Wall Be Damned. Levels 5 and 6 are both Specialists Course, while the 7th and 8th courses are both called Championship Course. None of the shared names are even differentiated through numbers like Fun Course 1 or Fun Course 2. Every now and then, Nintendo will grant interviews to a lucky few journalists. And every now and then, these interviews won't just be fluff to promote a new game. In 2020, journalist Stephen Totillo got to interview some key developers of Luigi's Mansion 3, but also ended up getting some insight into A Link to the Past's production as well. At E3 2019, it was implied that Luigi's Mansion 3's hotel setting would allow for multiple floor puzzles, since the layout of the hotel would be easy to visualize. However, this idea was scaled down to multi-room puzzles due to the difficulty of designing challenges across several floors. One developer who was a part of the Totillo interview was Luigi's Mansion 3 producer Kensuke Tanabe, who also happened to be the scenario writer on A Link to the Past. And when the topic of the multi-floor puzzles being cut was brought up in the interview, Tanabe compared it to content being cut from A Link to the Past. Tanabe stated, "When that happens, I try not to cling to that initial idea too much. For example, this is when I was working on The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. At first, we were thinking about structuring the game with numerous parallel worlds. However, in order to establish the gameplay in the end, we decided that it would be much better to narrow it down to two worlds, light and dark. I think game development involves much work where you never know unless you actually test it out. So it seems like A Link to the Past was at one time a much more complicated game." These early stages of a game's development are definitely one of the more interesting things to reflect on after a game's release, especially when the final product ends up being very different. Donkey Kong Country has an interesting history in this regard, with its origins leading back to a pitch made by Rare to Nintendo during the mid-90s titled Donkey Kong vs. Super Wario. The game's original premise was that Mario had invented a time machine, but Wario managed to sneak into his laboratory and used it to acquire a futuristic beam gun that he then used to turn Mario into stone. Wario then proclaims that he'll use his new weapon to rule all of, quote, Nintendo Land, but, unbeknownst to him, a parrot in the corner of the room witnessed everything that took place. The parrot goes off to warn Donkey Kong, who immediately decides to stop Wario then and there. In the end, Nintendo rejected this pitch, but they did ask Rare to create an entirely new collection of enemies for the game, rather than falling back onto Wario. The result of which was the creation of the Kremlings, and the development of a new pitch title, Donkey Kong
and the Golden Bananas. This second pitch had a different plot, this time revolving around a golden banana stolen whilst under Donkey Kong's protection, after he fell asleep during guard duty. The Golden Banana was a relic sacred to his homeland, now stolen by Corporal Crizzle, an early prototype Kremling prior to the creation of King K. Rool. Grandpa Kong, an early prototype version of Cranky Kong, wakes Donkey Kong from his sleep and tells him to rescue the Golden Banana, as now the entire island was at stake. But before setting off on his adventure, Donkey Kong enlists the help of Junior to retrieve it, an early prototype version of Diddy Kong. This idea would ultimately evolve into Donkey Kong Country. Sometimes developers have grand ideas for their games, but when it comes to the final release, they may have overlooked some important details, leading to bugs and the like. This can range in scope from massively detrimental and game-breaking glitches to perhaps not that big of a deal because the issue is hidden away behind some sort of game mode that most players don't even know is there. Such is the case with Super Mario Kart. In the game, there's actually a secret CPU ghost mode which can be accessed under the time trial menu by simply pressing start on the controller in port 2 while selecting a driver. This triggers a CPU cursor to appear, allowing the player to select a ghost driver to compete against. This is where a unique glitch can come up, as these CPU ghosts are capable of interacting with elements of the track's mechanics, such as the ice blocks found in Vanilla Lake. By selecting a CPU ghost to race against and allowing the CPU to destroy these blocks, if the player then drives over where these blocks were and then saves this new race as a ghost, an oversight will present itself. In this new ghost race, the ghost will vanish when it touches the block that was supposed to have been destroyed and trigger a bizarre visual error in which the player's tires will cycle between 2 frames of animation even while in an idle position. This error only comes up when using the same driver as the ghost, however. The SNES was a bit of a juggernaut when it came to racing games, with Mario Kart being a great example of how the system utilized its pseudo 3D Mode 7 effect to create the illusion of depth by manipulating a 2D plane. The same can't be said for the original NES, unfortunately, with even Nintendo of America being rather scathing about one particular release, Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot Rally. Kazunoubu Shimizu had worked on the game as a designer and revealed that Famicom Grand Prix 2 was the game that inspired him to create what many consider one of the best racing games on the Super Nintendo, as well as one of the best uses of Mode 7, F-Zero. During an interview, Shimizu revealed that he and his team showed Grand Prix 2 to Nintendo of America and they, quote, totally bashed it, and that they told him, this isn't a racing game, racing cars should be cooler, and that it would fail to sell. This awakened a fighting spirit in the would-be director of F-Zero, who thought, well, if that's what you say, then I'll make something really cool. We can all get stuck in a game from time to time, and Super Metroid is one of those titles that can be a nightmare to navigate. Trying to find where you need to go is tricky when you don't have any sort of map to guide you, but there was a map created by one of the game's Japanese developers for their own reference. In 2018, this developer map was scanned by TJ Rappel and uploaded to Metroid database. Some of the details on this map demonstrate changes made to the game during its creation, such as Crocomire being listed as Tokera, derived from the word for melt, Tokeru, and what could be construed as a pun for the name Godzilla. Gojira, Tokeru, Gojira, Tokera, essentially melting lizard. It wouldn't be surprising, since it's already well known that the devs were big fans of the monster movies. Phantoon is another example, with its name on the map being Obaken, derived from the word for ghost or phantom, Obake. So Phantoon is actually a pretty decent way of demonstrating that. This map actually has a deeper history within Nintendo too, having later been used by Nintendo's gameplay counselors in the United States. If a gamer wound up getting stuck, they could call up these counselors for advice on what to do next. While Super Metroid has no difference between its Japanese and US releases, at least when it comes to the room layout, Nintendo was still concerned that if the counselors referenced this map for their guidance, they may wind up giving players misinformation, as those in charge weren't completely sure if there were any differences between the two language versions of the game. However, even with the ban having been put on place on the use of this map, counselors would still use it anyway, just in secret, hiding copies of the map in the backs of their information binders. One game actually did receive a substantial change between regions, and arguably one that ruined the entire experience in the English release, The Legend of the Mystical Ninja featuring Goemon. When porting the game overseas, the team decided to make a cut in Warlock Zone 3. In the original Japanese version of the game, a show would play out on screen, performed by Ebisumaru, known as Dr. Yang in the English version, who would dance around for a little while before dropping trow and letting out a little fart. What's curious about this scene is that while entirely optional, it was referenced in the English release's instruction manual with the name Sammy Rise Circus Sideshow. It was even included in issue number 33 of Nintendo Power, and even in a Prima guide, which means that it was likely removed sometime between having been distributed to media for coverage and its final release. Another show was removed from Warlock Zone 6, where in the original release, it was possible to enter a geisha strip club, and even the option of watching a strip show. Though, sorry to disappoint everyone, there is no explicit pixel nudity to be seen. The biggest insult is removing the fart scene though, because that is definitely peak humor right there. On the subject of comedy, swearing is something that most children find inherently hilarious, regardless of its context. In The Secret of Evermore, it seems that the American team at Squaresoft knew their audience of rebellious gamers would be keen to insert any profanity into the game they can. So, they prepared a special prize for anyone who happens to have entered their name as the F word, specifically with the correct grammar as a proper noun using a capital F. At one stage in the game, the player will be faced with having to cross an alarmingly large desert on foot, with the only option of transportation being a skeleton sand sailor who will transport the player on his boat for the price of just 1 amulet of annihilation. However, if the player has their name set to the F word, he will instead up his price to 3 amulets, citing his distaste for foul language as a justification for his steep price. But this is far from the only secret in the game. There's a reference in the introduction in the town of Podunk, where the store can be seen with the name Dughead Software. This is actually a double-barrel reference, both to the software retail company Egghead Software, who ran from 1984 until 2001, as well as to the game's executive producer and creator of Lode Runner, Doug Smith. Smith may even be the reason that Secret of Evermore exists at all, according to the lead programmer Brian Fedrow, who credits him with the conception of the game, and who explained that Squaresoft hired Smith based on his proposal for an RPG with an American motif. The Japanese RPG giant loved this idea, and so they set the team to work on creating a game like Secret of Mana with Western themes. And what could be more American than a small boy traveling through time, making references to American pop culture, all while dressed as Marty McFly from Back to the Future. When it comes to Japanese games though, sometimes the region doesn't quite get the full experience we do over in the West. Mortal Kombat 2 is a game that many will know for its early gory details, with characters being torn limb from limb and bleeding profusely all over the place. For this game's Japanese release, however, much of the gore has been censored, with all of the blood having been recolored to green, while all of the game's iconic fatality moves, with the exception of the stage fatalities, causing the game to become temporarily monochrome. Mortal Kombat is of course a Western developed game, so at least Japan was lucky enough to even receive a release, a privilege we often didn't have over here when it came to games created over there. While Squaresoft has created and released a number of popular JRPGs and had them ported to the West, like the monumentous Final Fantasy franchise, this wasn't always a given when it came to their standalone titles. Live Alive is one of these games, a title that mostly received recognition outside of Japan from die-hard JRPG enthusiasts, partly thanks to fan translations released during the early days of the budding fan community. Many moons later, it would be given a full English localization with its remake for the Nintendo Switch. Those who have played the game will know that it birthed a fairly unique concept in the JRPG genre, with gameplay taking place across a variety of short stories with their own environments and characters, rather than one extensive continuous plot that can rack up tens of hours to complete. Takashi Takita, the game's director, was asked in a 1994 interview for Famicom Sushin magazine what it was that made him want to create the game. He responded that his main idea spawned from Square's work on previous franchises like Final Fantasy and Hanjuku Hero, and now he wanted to change the formula to something fresh. From here, his concept of a world select screen was born, with the hope that he could breathe some fresh air into a genre that had been mostly stretched to its conceptual limit at this point. This would also provide a lease of new life for the team's development process, with the possibility that it may even enlarge the scope of the gameplay. Many would agree that, in the end, his concept worked rather well in its execution. Before they were bought out by Square, Quest were the development team behind Ogre Battle, a tactical RPG series that saw its initial publication on the NES. While a Japanese developed game, its world feels far more encompassing than just the East. In fact, many of the game's locations are not actually inspired by Japanese cities, but rather Brazilian states. This includes the state of Acre, found in the Amazon rainforest, and Para, while others were renamed. Goiás was based on Goiás, Matgro based on Mato Grosso, Lolaimia based on Roraima, Melanion based on Maranhão, Rodnia based on Rodonia, Alagoas based on Alagoas, and Selgip based on Sergipe. Apologies to our Portuguese speakers out there. While these names were kept across the game's different localization, the American release of the game had the name Selgip changed to Vir. But as a result of this, there's an oversight in the game when an NPC will still mention this location by its original name. Changing gears a bit, the horror genre didn't really kick off until the next generation of games, with the more realistic graphics of the PlayStation being able to truly make players feel a deeper sense of dread. But the Super Nintendo was a bit of an early adopter of the genre, touting titles like La Place Normale and of course Clock Tower. Clock Tower's most recognized fright is the game's murdering psychopath, Scissorman. But according to Hifumi Kuno, the game's director, Scissorman may not have been as unique to the franchise as some people might think. His appearance and signature blades were hugely inspired by another horrifying figure found in the film The Burning. Kuno stated, "The idea of Scissorman's blades comes from watching the movie The Burning when I was a child. A scary backlit silhouette of a murderous demon with his garden shears sent shivers down my spine. At least he wasn't inspired by Edward Scissorhands." There's no faulting someone for taking inspiration from something striking, but sometimes inspiration might just be straight up taking. In the case of Demon's Crest, the game's official soundtrack was included as part of a collection containing the music for the various games in the Ghosts and Goblins franchise, with it having been a spin-off. However, none of the game's music had official titles prior to this release, and it seems that some of the titles chosen weren't originally from an official source either. The music's track names were all created by a user of SNESmusic.org named SquareTex, and it appears that Capcom just took the unofficial fan names for this official physical release. Whether or not the company was aware that these names were made up by the fans is another matter, but one can assume that they just believed that they were the original names created by the game's composer. Speaking of the game's composer, the musician was actually unknown for a long time due to the lack of a credit sequence. Many had assumed that the game was composed by Yuki Iwai, who worked on the previous game in the series, Gargoyle's Quest II. She'd also composed music for Mega Man X alongside Toshihiko Horiyama and wound up being the sole composer for Mega Man X2. However, the veil of confusion was lifted when this musical collection was released, with Ippo Yamada, the game's sound designer, confirming that it was in fact Toshihiko Horiyama who composed the game's score, and had previously worked on a number of games in the Mega Man series. There was a time when the Mega Man series was considered a Nintendo console staple, before the character's expansion into the wider gaming market. In Mega Man 7 on the SNES, it seems the devs at Capcom wanted to pay respects to the system's predecessor in Japan, the Famicom. At the very beginning of Junkman stage, it's possible to see what looks like a Famicom hanging from the ceiling, though not quite matching the same design as its real-world counterpart. Early versions of the game reveal that this design was altered at some stage, however, with the original version looking significantly more like the original system, with the final retail release having been rounded off at the corners and slightly disguised. This bizarre Mega Man version of the Famicom even appears multiple times in the background of this stage, but was likely overlooked by many fans at the time. It wouldn't just be Nintendo's home console that wound up getting some love in a mysterious place in this game though, as commanding Rush to search in a spot that doesn't have anything in it has a chance of him actually digging up the original Game Boy handheld. Some things in games need time before they're fully recognized, whether the developers wanted them to be acknowledged or not. Star Trek: The Next Generation was perhaps one of the most quintessential 90s sci-fi TV shows, so the fact that there'd be a collection of games for the series is no shocker, like with the SNES title Futures Past. Over the years, it became much easier to acknowledge the fact that lots of the still images from the game are actually digitized screens taken from a wide array of episodes from the TV series. This includes scenes like the still frame of Captain Picard in his ready room, which appears in the episode Lonely Among Us, while an image of Dr. Crusher providing aid to an injured crew member is from The Battle. Sometimes the show might just have a shot worth using for the game, but with the cast's appearance changing over the show's story, some alterations had to be made for certain scenes, like this still frame of the crew hanging out in the observation lounge, which comes from a scene in Season 1, episode The Neutral Zone, requiring the artist to make changes to both Troy and Worf's uniforms, as well as painting the iconic gruff beard on Riker's face. While these shots all show crew members iconic to the next generation, the game also features a number of crewmates who were original characters just for this title. These characters were all named and modelled around the likeness of the team behind the game's creation. There was even a character based on the editor of the Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine, Ed Shemrad, either as a form of appreciation for his work, or perhaps as a way of trying to convince him to give the game a solid presence in the magazine. Who knows? Checking back to the EGM issue of the game's release reveals that there is an extensive article covering the game, but without any mention of Ed Shemrad's appearance in the game at all. Curious. It's possible, of course, that the team at EGM wanted to keep this cameo a secret, as some secrets can remain undiscovered in a game for some time.
Did you know? There wasn't just one F-Zero game on the Super Nintendo, there were 3. As you all know, the first game was a launch title on the Super Famicom, but the other 2 didn't see release until the mid to late 90s. If you've watched this channel before, you'll no doubt remember the Satellaview, a Japanese exclusive add-on that connected the Super Famicom to a satellite radio service. Between 1996 and 1997, 2 F-Zero games were broadcast via Satellaview, containing all new racing tracks, live commentary, and CD quality music. Both games, BS F-Zero Grand Prix 1 and 2, were distributed as weekly broadcasts, with each show pushing exclusive new tracks. Thankfully, the ROM data for all 4 weeks of Grand Prix 1 have been preserved. Grand Prix 2, on the other hand, is a different story. As of the writing of this video, the 2 main broadcasts of Grand Prix 2 have yet to be found. There's no evidence that any collector or archivist has them. And after this many years, any surviving carts could have been overwritten, or even have succumbed to bit rot. And it's not that nobody's searching for them. The F-Zero community has gone so far as to put out an active prize bounty of $5,000 total for the 2 broadcasts. Now, let's make ourselves clear, we don't have these broadcasts. Disappointing, we know, but we do have something. See, while the ROMs are still missing, footage of the broadcasts have made its way onto the internet. All Grand Prix broadcasts were recorded during their original airings and uploaded online by a Japanese YouTuber. Using this grainy VHS footage, members of the F-Zero community have done the impossible. They restored the game frame by frame, creating a near one-to-one ROM hack. With pinpoint accuracy, they rebuilt a game without ever touching it. Today we're going to tell you exactly how they did it, why it was made, and how you can play this lost piece of F-Zero media for yourself right now. Sit down for this one though, it's a real doozy. Our story starts January 1993. Nintendo just became the largest shareholder in Saint Giga, a Japanese satellite company founded 3 years prior that made a name for itself as the world's first digital broadcast station. Saint Giga initially aired free radio transmissions via an online network service, but they later changed direction and start charging a subscription fee. This caused a significant drop in ratings, and Saint Giga nearly fell into bankruptcy, so Nintendo couldn't have moved in at a better time. Nintendo's investment in Saint Giga happened in the early 90s, when the internet was finally somewhat accessible to the average household. Network gaming was a hot topic in the industry, as folks no longer needed expensive link-ups and mods to play a multiplayer match of, say, Doom. For the first time, gamers could virtually duke it out miles apart and from the comfort of their own homes, and companies wanted to invest. In late 1993, Sega began testing its Sega Channel add-on for the Genesis. The following year, a company in Silicon Valley released the online X-Band modem for the Genesis and SNES. And as the largest shareholder in Saint Giga, Nintendo was deeply invested in providing a network service for its home consoles. With the 2 companies now hand in hand, work began on a Super Famicom add-on that could connect the system to satellite radio. The Satellaview was born. Nintendo officially announced the Satellaview in December 1994 and launched it the next year for 14,000 yen. It plugged into the underside of the Super Famicom, adding more ROM and RAM and connecting it to the internet. But you'd need 2 cartridges to actually play games. A small 1 MB memory pack that users could repeatedly overwrite that slotted into a BSX cartridge, essentially an interactive hub that sits in the Super Famicom cartridge slot. The Satellaview service aired regular radio programming, as well as software broadcasts, which were games that could be saved onto the memory packs for later use. Some software combined both mediums into SoundLink events. SoundLinks were games synchronized with live radio broadcasts, where Japanese personalities would commentate over gameplay, adding stories and jokes to otherwise plotless games. These games were meant to be played alongside the scheduled radio broadcast, so even if you kept them downloaded, they'd lack the replay value since you'd be playing them without the radio broadcast audio. One example of these SoundLink events was a remake of Super Mario USA, which originally aired alongside Japanese comedians performing an audio drama over the game, giving out hints and leading the player to the end of each level. And F-Zero did something similar. Between December 29, 1996 and January 24, 1997, BS F-Zero Grand Prix aired on the Satellaview. The game was distributed as 4 broadcasts with 1 airing per week. Japanese talking heads would give live commentary while CD-quality remixes of F-Zero soundtrack played behind them. Very little is known about the production of this game. Both Grand Prix titles are modified from the original F-Zero source code. Nintendo's internal software department who designed the actual Satellaview hardware, R&D2, is credited for most of Grand Prix's design. Many of its staff were unassociated with the original F-Zero, though some staff would go on to make other popular titles like Super Mario Bros. Deluxe and Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Of its 3 radio presenters, the only recurring host is Tsuyoshi Bakikoba, a longtime voiceover artist with credits on things like Kamen Rider and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Each week of Grand Prix followed the same format, 5 timed races with 4 new racers, with the 5th race being a brand new course. In order, the weeks, or leagues, were Knight, Queen, King, and Ace, and some of the new racers included the Blue Thunder and the Fire Scorpion. The new race tracks were sequels to Big Blue and Silence from the first game, as well as an exclusive 2-parter, a windy desert called Sandstorm. In March 1997, Nintendo planned to release a localized version of GP1 for European and North American markets. It seems Nintendo was going to use them as a stopgap of sorts, as the Nintendo 64 game F-Zero X was only about 20% complete and wouldn't see a release until late 1998. That said, it's unknown if work on a localization ever started, with reports from Nintendo Power implying it could have been nothing more than a consideration. The sequel aired between June 1st, 1997 and August 27th and came in 3 installments rather than 4. A standalone BS F-Zero 2 practice aired in June, which prepared players for half of the 10 courses. In August, 2 weeks of Soundlink broadcasts aired, including the other 5 tracks, all brand new. There were 2 tracks for Metal Fort, a purple pink Cyber City, and 3 tracks for Forest, a level that's kind of self-explanatory. F-Zero Grand Prix 2 aired close to the end of the Satellaview's life. Just 1 year later, in August 1998, Nintendo announced they were no longer supplying games to St. Giga, as St. Giga failed to apply for a satellite broadcasting license and refused to let Nintendo reduce the company's capital to address its losses. Nintendo submitted its last piece of original software in March 1998, and the final Soundlink broadcast aired 1 month later to an empty audience. The Satellaview service bid farewell in June of 2000, and the St. Giga name disappeared 3 years later in a merger. It was a quiet end to one of the strangest, forgotten pieces of Nintendo lore. And that brings us to today, where members of the F-Zero community are hard at work searching for copies of Grand Prix 2. In 2018, when videos of GP2 spread around the internet, a veteran ROM hacker called Guy Perfect quickly took notice. Guy is, to put it lightly, an F-Zero superfan with years of experience dissecting the games. The franchise's lost content always haunted him, and he felt compelled to help preserve the series' defunct content by any means necessary. In 2006, he released a level editor for F-Zero X. In 2020, he finished a GP Legend mod with all the Japanese e-reader content added in. Rebuilding Grand Prix 2 was the perfect project for him. Guy's process for preserving GP2 came from an unlikely source. In 2021, an engineer named Flibbity Dibbity began work on what he called a living leaderboard. Flibbity was a big fan of the Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning community and wanted to see what happened if all the best speedruns were played simultaneously. Imagine dozens of plumbers on the same stage at the same time. Mario 35 before Mario 35. For a time, Flibbity's project was being made with machine learning. Speedrun.com recordings were used to train an AI model in the hopes that it'd be able to determine where Mario was at any given time. It ultimately didn't pan out, and they started using humans instead. The tool Flibbity made for that, which he called Graphite, was instrumental in getting the project off the ground. Graphite was a tassing tool with an emulator on one side and a video player on the other, which allowed users to seek frames back and forth and pin down the exact button inputs, causing the emulator to produce the same frame sequence as the recording. This would create an identical frame-by-frame recreation of any given run. Runs could be recreated pixel perfect without the original player ever touching the controller. Graphite gave Guy an idea. If something like this could be done with Mario, maybe it could be done with F-Zero. In 2018, a Japanese YouTuber named Cocoon Kun uploaded footage of all 6 GP Soundlink broadcasts, recorded during the original airing nearly 25 years prior. A lot of the footage you've seen in this video comes from these uploads. Since their release, Guy had been brainstorming a way to identify and reintegrate what was in these recordings. According to Guy, Flibbity's insights was the key to this whole thing. The machine engine settings for Grand Prix 2 are known because they all appeared in Grand Prix 1, as well as the practice game. If I could reproduce the input sequence the player used, I'd know the player's exact location and viewing angle on every frame. And then, knowing that, I'd be able to determine where in the course each pixel came from. The footage you're watching now is one of Guy's earliest prototypes, created using a similar tool he made called Wax. That's Cocoon Coon's footage on the left, resized to the aspect ratio of an SNES game. On the right is a frame-accurate reproduction of their 25-year-old button inputs. Below that, a live updating course map using colors from Cocoon Coon's video and the position data from Guy's reproduction. After 3 laps, here's the recreated map of Metal Fort 2. Although much of the process was automatic, Guy still had to put in many hours of manual labor to get things pixel perfect. One of the most challenging parts of the process was recreating the original art. As you can see from this rebuilt footage of Forest, the sky graphics in the horizon are unfinished and represented by white splotches. Most of GP2's graphics are lifted from previous games, but these backgrounds are 100% original. Recreating artwork from a grainy VHS tape, especially art that's constantly moving around, is not easy. Guy spent months searching for artists to recreate the tracks, but no one was up to the task. That was until September 2023 when a Discord user named Power Panda sent his team a cold call. Earlier that month, data miners discovered a series of unused tracks within the files of F-Zero 99, including one codenamed Forest. Speculation ran rampant, as fans thought Nintendo was reviving the long-lost Forest tracks from GP2. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. It was a reskin of Mute City 1 with different graphics. Power Panda reached out to Porther, a prominent member of the F-Zero community, in response to the data mining, looking to assist with his mod in any way possible. Porther was the user behind the $5,000 bounty for GP2 and was also assisting Guy with the upcoming mod. Porther put the two in touch. Guy told us, Panda didn't want to be hyped up and then let down again, so he figured he'd reach out and see if he could help make it happen. The 3 of us formed the entire creative team behind the mod. Power Panda saved the day with the sky graphics, Porther assisted with course and graphics recovery, and I mainly focused on programming and course recovery. By October, Power Panda managed to restore the graphics in Metal Fort. Forest was finished in January 2024, the month we completed the script. After countless hours of work, Guy and his team finished their goal. The F-Zero game that went missing 25 years ago is now playable in the form of a mod. Even better, you can play it now. We have spent the past couple of months working alongside Guy's team in preparation for this release, and we can't thank them enough for their efforts. All credit goes to Guy and company for this release. We are simply spreading the word. The download link for this mod can be found in the description. We hope you all can enjoy this reanimated piece of Nintendo history. But the story isn't over yet. Although we have a nearly one-to-one recreation of F-Zero Grand Prix 2, there's still the issue of the real ROM. We have yet to locate either broadcast, and though we have no evidence that any copies still exist, there's no need to end the search after this release. Again, surviving BSX cartridges are hard to come across and are often rewritten with other games. And it's not just GP2 that's lost. Dozens of Satellaview broadcasts, hundreds upon hundreds of hours, have been lost to time and, at best, only exist as grainy VHS recordings from nearly 3 decades ago. There's still time though. Preservation groups have begun digitizing these old forgotten cartridges, with new broadcasts being discovered yearly. Who knows, maybe one day a Grand Prix cartridge will fall into the right hands and make its way online. For now, all we can do is wait. And remember, there's still that $5,000 on the table.
Ah, the Super Nintendo. An amazing step forward for the world of gaming. Coming after Nintendo's first home console, many of the core fundamentals of what a home console was had already been established. But the SNES was able to offer more power and more opportunities to progress those fundamentals even further. Everything about the console saw improvements over the NES, with more buttons, more graphical variety, better music, and with that, arguably, better games. Platformers like Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island and Donkey Kong Country 2, fighting games like Primal Rage, and awesome RPGs like Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Super Mario RPG. But first, we're going to take a look at one of our favourite titles on the system, Mega Man X. Many new designs and characters were introduced to the Mega Man franchise with this next generation of games. Mega Man X took the original formula and gave it just a little bit of modern spice. Some of that spice included new characters like Vile, a Reploid war machine, who many have compared to other pop culture icons such as Star Wars bounty hunter Boba Fett. Vile's original Japanese name was Vava, which some argued was changed to Vile in international releases out of the fear that Lucasfilm would sue Capcom as a result of Vava being just a touch too close to Boba, with V's and B's sometimes being used interchangeably in Japanese. However, in an interview conducted in 2012, Capcom character designer Tom Pon stated that Vile's design was inspired by another character in pop culture, but not Boba Fett. The true inspiration was Bubba Zanetti from the 1979 George Miller film Mad Max. with Vava being similar to the transliterated name of the character Baba Zanetti. It would only be later in the Mega Man X series, with the release of Mega Man X8, that Vile's colours were changed from purple to green as a sort of nod to the similarities the character had with Boba Fett. Next up, we're talking about another favourite of ours. Yoshi's Island was a sequel to Super Mario World, with Mario taking on a younger appearance as a baby. But it doesn't seem as though the game was always intended to be a Mario title. With the infamous Giga Leak event, in which many of Nintendo's early assets were leaked online for all to dissect, assets pertaining to Yoshi's Island stood out to many, particularly when it came to its graphics. This includes an early sprite sheet for Yoshi, which didn't even have Mario present. Instead, Mario's role is taken by what appears to be a young wizard. This could lead you to believe that the original plot of the game wouldn't have involved Yoshi saving Mario, but rather Yoshi saving a wizard. Not only does this character have graphics for the main gameplay sections of the game, but even the game's opening, suggesting that this may not have been just a simple generic placeholder character, but rather one that would have had some considerations made. Other unused concepts can be found deep into these archives too, which back up claims made by Miyamoto in a 1995 interview. A sprite sheet for Mario can be found which shows him in his adult state, which, according to Miyamoto, was the original plan for when Yoshi obtained an invincibility star. Instead of baby Mario being given extra power, Mario would have quickly aged to his adult state. The concept was dropped because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The interviewer mentioned that from a sales point of view, a game where you control Mario rather than Yoshi would probably sell more, to which Miyamoto responded with, "Yes, and that's why we added the ability to transform into Super Baby Mario when you pick up a star. In fact, our first idea was that the baby would transform into fully grown, mustachioed Mario when you got the star. But another staff member pointed out how that would be weird with the story, so we kept him as Super Baby Mario. Personally, I still think the idea of adult Mario running around is better." Speaking of mustachioed Mario, Baby Mario's appearance was also altered during development, with graphics existing for the character in a bonnet as a baby, still donning his iconic facial hair. Frankly, it's just a bit unsettling. This next game wouldn't be seen in stores 2 years after it released, all thanks to complaints in the United States. In 1996, a mother from Gilbert, Arizona, started a grassroots campaign to have the SNES port of Primal Rage pulled from store shelves, despite the game having been on the market for 2 years at that point. The campaign had a limited amount of success, with the initial controversy coming about as a result of her 11-year-old son executing Chaos's fatality, the Golden Shower, a move in which the beast finishes off his opponent by urinating on them. A shocking and grotesque finisher for those without a sense of humor. Time Warner Interactive, who published the title, dismissed the claim because the mother decided to go straight to the media as a first port of call, rather than approaching either themselves or the game's developer, Atari. The company managed to prove their point when they decided to resubmit the game for a rating from the ESRB to get a second opinion, where the board decided to give the game a T14 rating, the same rating that the board had concluded the game should be released with already. Having not changed the rating of their game, Time Warner made a point of chastising the mother for criticizing the game for its content when she willfully ignored the age rating given for the game and let her 11-year-old play a game that was given a rating above his age. Next up, we're talking about the SNES exclusive Uniracers, or Unirally in PAL regions. The game's developers, DMA Design, once had a strong relationship with Nintendo and planned to reference this connection in an earlier version of the game. As seen in pre-release footage from a Nintendo Power Previews commercial, the game's tours were once planned to be named after Nintendo franchises, including The Legend of Zelda, Super Mario, Kirby, Metroid, Donkey Kong, Yoshi, Wario, Star Fox, and one tour was named after the Ultra 64, which was the original name for the Nintendo 64. But this is far from the game's only interesting tidbit. There are 16 different races in the game, each functioning as a save file that you can name. However, some names just won't work. If the player enters a common swear word or a word that's generally taboo, the game will say, "not cool enough," and you'll have to enter a different name. But the devs at DMA went one step further, having a dig at Nintendo's rivals. If the words Sonic or Sega are entered as names, the "not cool enough" prompt will also be triggered. Cheeky boys. This next piece of trivia reveals that Donkey Kong Country and Phil Collins actually had more in common than just gorillas. According to the game's composer, David Wise, he had actually been attempting to make the SNES emulate the sound of a Roland CR-78 drum machine, the same machine utilized by Phil Collins for the song In the Air Tonight. The similarities between Donkey Kong Country soundtrack and Collins' song can be heard quite strikingly at the beginning of the game's track, Bayou Boogie. Interestingly, one fan of the game, who was musically inclined, had actually noticed this connection before David Wise even made this statement, a whole 5 years prior, when he made a mashup of the two songs to demonstrate their similarities. Talking about his Super Mario RPG, which also happens to have a ton of references within it, though notably far more in the Japanese version of the game. There was some excellent research done a few years ago by video game translator Clyde Mandelin, where he compared the English dialogue of many enemies to their Japanese counterparts, revealing that the English localization cut out many references to media. But there were a few other things lost in translations as well, direct references to Nintendo games and characters. In the English versions of Mario RPG, the Magic Koopa enemies will say, "That's my child," when a battle starts. This is a bit odd, and seems to be a bare-bones translation of the text that pops up in the Japanese game. Here, the Magic Koopa says, "Kiuki, you're that baby from that one time." This is clearly a reference to Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, where a Magic Koopa kidnaps baby Mario and Luigi, but drops Mario and tries to recapture him. It seems that the localization staff on Mario RPG didn't get the reference at all, and changed it to something similar, but generic without the original meaning. Another enemy in the game is Gorilla, not to be confused with Donkey Kong, of course. In the English version, this foe's opening text says, "Don't confuse me with someone else," a nod to the fact that this ape has a striking resemblance to DK. However, this is a toned-down version of the original Japanese text, which opens with, "This character has no relation to any persons living or dead. Any resemblance is purely coincidental." The intro text is worded as a legal disclaimer from the developers, rather than a statement from the character, which frankly is far funnier. Though to be fair, the legal disclaimer joke was probably dropped due to text character limitations. The enemy's name was also changed, with the Japanese name being Dosuke Yongu, which sounds like a bootleg version of how Donkey Kong is pronounced in Japanese. Donkey Kongu. The Super Nintendo. Home of some of the best, or rather most super, RPGs, platformers, and adventure games ever made. It took us from 8 bits to 16, and it axed bleeps and bloops so that we could hear sweet, bit-crushed samples of actual instruments. Titles such as Earthbound, Super Mario Allstars, and even games like The Lion King all gave us something memorable to see, hear, and play. And we'll be covering all these games and more in this video. But what truly made the SNES stand out against the competition back in the day was highly polished and super fun titles, like, I don't know, Kirby Superstar, for example. Kirby Superstar, despite being intended for an SNES release from the get-go, actually began development on the original NES. This unreleased NES prototype was used for internal purposes only, as a way of finalizing all of the ideas that would go into the end product before the team had an actual SNES development kit. This process can be seen with the NES sprites for the yo-yo and cutter abilities, which were released to the public over 20 years later in an issue of Famitsu. The sprites shown look nearly identical to their counterparts in the finished product, with the main exception being the lack of Superstar's signature ability hats. Director Masahiro Sakurai stated that this type of development style style is beneficial to him, as the starting step of finalizing all of a game's ideas via an internal prototype makes the rest of development significantly easier, with many of the original ideas having already been partially fleshed out before development of the final product begins to take shape. Speaking of early design stages of a game, The Lion King actually includes a number of levels and characters that don't have any obvious connection to its source material, The Lion King movie. This is because several levels and characters that appear throughout the game come from deleted scenes of The Lion King. During the film's production, the original intention for the transition from young Simba to adult Simba was considerably longer and featured a number of the events that occur within the game. Because the game was being produced alongside the film, these levels were being created during the point when it was decided to have these scenes removed from the film. It was decided to keep these levels and characters in the game, even though they never appear in the film's theatrical release. This means that the game actually includes a more complete series of events than the film, arguably making it a more comprehensive look at the film's planned story. While the SNES had many great platformers, we shouldn't forget its more experimental titles, such as the much-beloved Mario Paint. The game was more of an art tool than a game, but even the game's original release wasn't the most experimental version. The title actually had an updated release distributed exclusively through the Japan-exclusive Satellaview service. This new release introduces support for standard controllers alongside the original's usage of the Super NES mouse, something that, as a kid, would have been a huge benefit considering many people bought the game second-hand without a mouse, myself included, rendering it impossible to play. But this Yushao Naizoban version of the game introduces an additional picture for the player to color in, titled Dreaming of the Moon, created by Mizota Hiroko of Tokyo, the winner of a contest associated with Mario Paint BS Ban. But the game had some secrets that everyone could enjoy. The original release of Mario Paint held a secret message that was rarely seen by painters. When creating any image or animation, if the images are sufficiently large enough and highly detailed, it's possible that the game will be unable to implement compression on them, pushing them beyond the cartridge's 32 kilobytes of SRAM. If this happens, when the player attempts to save their creation, the save robot will display the rare error message of data overflow, including a unique animation that cannot be seen otherwise, which has the robot puff out smoke from its quote-unquote ears with a looping explosion sound effect. Speaking of alterations made for specific markets, the classic RPG Breath of Fire was actually changed for its localization in the West. The most notable change is that the original Japanese release of the game included a stereotypical and racist depiction of a black person. Khan, known as Dank in the Japanese version, had his race altered for overseas markets. Originally, Khan had a tan but desaturated ashy complexion, with a set of full lips and curly hair. This was changed in the West to make him Arabian-esque, with smaller lips and straight hair instead. Why this was changed was pretty much a no-brainer, but this isn't the only 16-bit Breath of Fire title to be censored. Breath of Fire 2 was also censored, though this was done long after the game's first release on the SNES. For the game's digital release on the Wii U Virtual Console, 2 instances of text changes were made. The first being a very simple change of the word damn being changed into dawn, while the second change is a bit more involved. One of the game's mini-games was changed, specifically in how it is described. Originally, the translation described the game as being kind of like Othello, with the issue being that Othello is actually a registered trademark and one which had encountered some legal disputes in the years running up to Breath of Fire 2's Virtual Console release. It was likely the easiest option to simply remove this text entirely, which is exactly what happens. The line, "It's kind of like Othello," was simply removed entirely. Another popular JRPG for the Super Nintendo was the last 16-bit Final Fantasy VI. In the game, when the party encounters Cyan, it's possible to find the Book of Secrets, an item located at Mount Zozo in the World of Ruin. Along with guides for understanding and operating machinery, the player finds the book in Cyan's trunk. The English release of the game sheds no light on the nature of its contents, but the original Japanese version gives a small clue as to what's inside the pages. Here, it's referred to as Choto Echi no Hon, which means a little naughty book. In the later Game Boy Advance release of the game, the book was called Bushido in the Bedroom, with the more obvious implication that the book was of a sexual nature. Okay, so look, we know it's a bit of a meme at this point that the original version of Super Mario Bros. 2, which we in the West saw on the NES, was actually a reskin of a Japanese game called Doki Doki Panic. We know it's a meme, but we got to explain it every time, because it's a very basic piece of information that needs to have context as to what we're talking about, so I'm sorry. What isn't as well known is that the original Super Mario 2 from Japan, which plays more like the original Super Mario Bros. And went on to be known as The Lost Levels in America and Europe, almost saw a standalone release in the West via Nintendo Power magazine. In an interview with writer John Irwin for his 2014 book on the game, former marketing manager at Nintendo of America and founding editor of Nintendo Power, Gail Tilden, stated, "We weren't doing anything with it, so I worked up with my Nintendo Power agency a campaign called The Lost Levels." According to Tilden, a single NES cartridge containing the original Super Mario Bros. 2 was made, but Nintendo worried the title would confuse the market, and thus they scrapped the idea. The Lost Levels rebranding would eventually make its way to the SNES title Super Mario All-Stars, alongside Super Mario Bros. 1, 3, and the Western reskinned version of 2. As of this video, the current whereabouts of the NES prototype are not known, but it could be a great find someday. Keep your eyes out, perhaps. Earthbound may also have been a sequel to a Japanese exclusive NES title, Mother, but instead of playing it safe, this sequel went far more in depth. During the game's opening, the player must investigate a meteorite that has struck the Earth just a short walk from their house. Along with their friend Porky, the player comes face to face with the falling star, but this scene actually has a unique aspect to it, unlike any other in the game, at least as far as we know. Despite Earthbound being a single-player adventure, by plugging in a second controller during this scene, it's possible to control the light that shines from the meteorite. This wasn't discovered for at least a good 20 years after the game's release. But there is actually more interesting information that comes from the first hour of the game. After encountering the Celestial Rock, the player is joined by the stout Buzz, though his time in the player's journey doesn't last long, as when returning Porky home to his mum, he is immediately dispatched and taken out. Usually, this scene will have Ness take the Soundstone from Buzz, but there is an opportunity to change this by having a full inventory. If the player has no space on their person to take the Soundstone from Buzz, he will notice this and not give it to you. Instead, he will transport it to Tracy, meaning that you don't have to hold the Soundstone in your inventory for the entire game, and it will still record the melodies of the Your Sanctuary locations even in Tracy's possession. Normally, the Soundstone remains in your inventory for the whole game and cannot be sent to Escargo Express. If you do wish to have the Soundstone back from Tracy, you must talk to her in person, though there's of course a benefit in leaving it in storage, as it opens an additional inventory slot that would otherwise be occupied permanently. Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today's episode is going to be all about games that were released for Nintendo's 16-bit machine of dreams, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. The SNES was the birthplace of many development companies and franchises that continue to thrive in the gaming market to this day. Without the opportunities development teams had with the SNES at the time of its release, it's likely that many of the series that gamers still know and love would have never existed, or at the very least, would have not been developed into what they are today. One hot title for the SNES that pushed one of Nintendo's franchises further than it had ever reached before was The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. The game's subtitle, A Link to the Past, is of course an incredibly clever nod to the game's plot and hero, Link, but this wasn't always going to be the final name for the game. During an interview with Electric Brain magazine back in 1992, Miyamoto provided insights into the game's development, sharing a few names that were juggled around the staff. Some of the titles even sounded like modern takes on Nintendo titles. To avoid the game sharing its name with the original NES Legend of Zelda, one idea was to call the game The New Legend of Zelda, a trend in naming habits that we wouldn't actually see until New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. Another title that was considered was Ganon Strikes Back, which was almost certainly a sly reference to Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back. In this same interview, Miyamoto mentioned that the increased power offered by the Super Nintendo allowed their developers to increase the size of Link's adventure, and as a result, it was possible for them to include any leftover ideas they had from the original Legend of Zelda into the new title that the original NES simply couldn't handle. New concepts were considered, but dropped, as despite the Super Nintendo offering more memory, it still wouldn't be enough to fulfill every idea the team created. One such idea was to have fire spread on its own throughout the fields of grass found across Hyrule, a concept that wouldn't truly be implemented until Breath of the Wild, but which has also appeared in a limited fashion in what many consider to be a spiritual successor to A Link to the Past, Four Swords Adventures. Another idea was to be able to use the shovel to dig into the ground, but rather than just uncover items, Link would have been able to dig out a canal and introduce it to a body of water to seep water into the man-made canal. Miyamoto also makes a brief mention when asked of any game similar to Zelda that they plan to release. He says, "How about Link's Adventure on the Super Famicom?" This was likely in reference to Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, a remake Nintendo was said to have been experimenting with using the Super FX chip. Another franchise that came into its own during the era of the Super Nintendo was Shin Megami Tensei, the original series that would go on to spawn Persona. The third entry in the Megami Tensei series saw players finding themselves in Tokyo Destiny Land, a pretty clear parody of Tokyo Disneyland. What the player didn't find, however, was two NPCs which wound up being cut from the game, though they can still be found within its data. These demons depict a mouse and duck wielding swords and a chainsaw respectively. These monsters were likely cut for looking almost exactly like Disney's Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Even though the intent was to parody the characters, which could be argued as fair use in a court of law, they may not have wanted to risk any legal action from Disney. That said, the two demonic parodies do appear in the PC Engine release of the game, though they've been reworked to distance themselves in appearance from their Super Famicom counterparts. Their names in the game are still a bit on the nose, being referred to as Zombie Mouse and Demon Duck. Speaking of game series with strong cult followings, Star Fox 2 is a pretty fascinating example of a cancelled game that had a continued presence throughout the years, with a post-console digital exclusive release from Nintendo. But some of the game's most interesting elements can't be seen without ripping off the hood and taking a peek at the innards. Argonaut Software did the bulk of the work on Star Fox 2, and were led at the time by Dylan Cuthbert. Cuthbert created many of the tools which were used to make the game, and he also took on the role of lead programmer. This would be pretty evident in the game's data, as it's possible to find a hidden credit within the game's files in the form of a 64-character wide ASCII art that spells out Cuthbert's full name. Another point of interest is a different line of unused text which reads Starglider 01 November 1991. This text is most likely a leftover from the prototype build of the original Star Fox. The early development version of Star Fox, which went under the name Starglider, leaked online in 2020, revealing an interesting stage of the game's creation. The prototype had no title screen or menus. In fact, it doesn't even feature any of the regular Star Fox crew in any form. All that is really available is a version of the game's map, which is pretty different from what would be featured in the final build, and an almost completely different version of the game's soundtrack, with more of an emphasis on a rock style of music. Of course, stages were also very dissimilar from what would be seen in the final game, and several smaller elements would be changed, like the player's R-Wing, which originally had extremely thin wings and a rear composed of just 3 polygons. But Star Fox wasn't the only Nintendo franchise that would experiment with 3D visuals. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars is another top-tier game for the SNES, which was noteworthy for its graphics back in the day. The game has many secrets, and we've covered a few of them before, such as the title's regional differences. But since our video on the game a few years ago, many more Japan-only Easter eggs have come to light thanks to Clyde Mandelin's work over at Legends of Localization. The original Super Famicom release has quite a few sly nods to anime hidden within the thoughts of Mario's foe. Mallow, one of the characters that joins the player's party, has the ability to read the minds of enemies in battle, but their thoughts are different between regions. In the English game, the Terrapin enemy is pondering, "Yo, what's going on?" A basic translation that actually removes a reference to Dragon Ball. In the Japanese game, the enemy thinks, "Yo, I'm Nokohei. Are you watching, Grandpa?" With Nokohei being its Japanese name. This not only references the line, "Yo, I'm Goku," which plays at the end of every Dragon Ball episode in the Japanese dub, but the second half of the line alludes to Goku's grandpa, Gohan. The Crook enemy also references a very popular anime, but not in the English game. If the player scans their mind in the Western release, it'll say, "You can't run away, ha!" But the Japanese version says, "Mustn't run away, mustn't run away." This is a reference to Neon Genesis Evangelion's very first episode, where Shinji mutters to himself, "I mustn't run away," over and over again. Even Mario RPG's Hammer Brothers reference anime in their noggins. In the English game, they simply think, "I love my hammer." But in the Japanese game, their minds read, "My hammer tonight is a little bit different, turtle turtle." This is a nod to Lapan III's Goemon, who will say, "My Zantetsuken tonight is a little bit different." Zantetsuken, by the way, is a kind of sword that's either rumoured or believed to be able to cut through steel or iron. And we'll continue the trend of obscure references with this episode's random piece of trivia, where we'll be looking at Assassin's Creed Valhalla. The game features a huge number of secrets and Easter eggs, but one stands out to us as being particularly nice to see. Taking the form of an entire side quest, The Prodigy is an optional mission that, as a whole, pays tribute to the English electropunk band The Prodigy. The quest revolves around a bard who is named and designed after Prodigy frontman Keith Flint. Keith is found in the Kingdom of Essex, the same county in which the real Flint was born. He explains that the Bishop of Ruins has condemned his music as being immoral, similar to the controversial response some people in the UK had to the Prodigy's music. Keith believes that the player's appearance is surely an omen, referencing the band's 2009 single, Omen. During the ensuing fistfight between the Bishop of Ruins and the player, Keith will sing the line, "Smack my bishop," a similar line from one of the Prodigy's biggest hits, the 1997 single, "Smack My Bitch Up." One of the game's writers, Kristen McGorry, confirmed the references were intentional on Twitter, stating that they were added as a tribute to Flint, who sadly passed away just a year before the game was released.
Welcome back to your regularly broadcast sleepy trivia session. Who can resist the cozy comforts that nostalgia brings, reminding us of a simpler time brimming with innocent youth? The Super Nintendo conjures the coziest memories of all. So we've gathered a whole hour of SNES facts for you all to enjoy that should get you dozing off in no time. You could call it the SNES, because we're about to take you down to Sleep Town. You know, when the Super Nintendo first released in Japan, known of course as the Super Famicom over there, it was actually a rare object, thanks to the meager supply that was available on the market. It was so hard to get hold of, in fact, the Nintendo had to implement a lottery system for their own employees to try and create some reasonable manner in which the console would be distributed to its own staff. You'd imagine that the more revered higher-ups at the company would be granted an immediate win, but Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of the little-known Nintendo series Super Mario, and Yuji Horii, the creator of the Dragon Quest franchise, were only able to secure one system each. The prospect of Nintendo entering the 16-bit generation was tantalizing, and gamers were excited to see how Nintendo would reinvent their existing franchises for the new, beefy system. One prospect that excited many was getting a new installment in the massively popular Legend of Zelda series. A Link to the Past certainly made use of what the SNES had to offer, introducing tons of new gameplay mechanics, story elements, and items such as the Master Sword. Demand for the game was high, and Nintendo made sure as many fans could get their hands on it as possible by translating the game into several languages, which brings us back to the Master Sword. The sword would have its name slightly altered across the various languages. Most versions still resembled the Master Sword name, but one localization decided to forge its own path. In France, the sword is named after perhaps one of the most legendary swords of all time, King Arthur's Excalibur. The sword's name would be changed in Ocarina of Time to remove the reference, now being called Épée de Légende, or Sword of Legend. The Excalibur name wasn't gone entirely, however, as the name somehow found its way back into future French releases of The Wind Waker and even Twilight Princess. As a mistake, perhaps? Who knows? But from Skyward Sword onwards, the iconic weapon would go on to just be known as the Sword of Legend in the French releases. Nintendo's other SNES big hitter, on the other hand, Super Mario World, had one issue that wasn't about language variations or creative license, but a programming faux pas. The game is of course continually referenced for its incredible gameplay, but one element that's often overlooked, perhaps because it isn't really all that important in the grand scheme of things, is the player's score that appears on screen at all times. Because of a staggeringly inefficient coding method, this score uses up a huge volume of the console's resources just to be displayed. In the case of the player having an, of course, highly unlikely score of 9,999,990, up to 16.5% of the computational power of the Super Nintendo is used to display these digits on every frame rendered. Most digital devices utilize binary to store numeric values, which are then grouped into 4 sets of binary digits for the sake of convenience, resulting in hexadecimal digits. When the device then displays a decimal number, it has to convert the number from its internally stored hexadecimal value into decimal form so that it can easily be read by humans. In most cases, this is a key step of coding, with strong code optimization being put in place so that it can be computed with supreme ease. The SNES actually has these optimizations built into its internal routines, but they have a top value of 65,536, meaning any number larger than this would have to be manually converted from hexadecimal into decimal and then displayed. This means that the larger score values of Super Mario World cannot rely on the internal optimized routine, and the game must manually convert these scores instead of relying on the SNES hardware to do so, and thus a dedicated algorithm has to be invoked to convert the huge values that a player score can reach. A logical way for somebody to program this operation would be to only calculate the score's display whenever the value changes, and store the individual decimal digits in memory so that if the score is displayed on a frame where it hasn't been changed, it just recalls the data without performing a new calculation. However, instead of doing this, Super Mario World calculates the decimal value of the internal hexadecimal score on every frame, without even trying to determine if the score has changed. This means that the game's programming must compute every digit of the score separately, subtracting powers of 10 from the total, meaning the higher the player's score, the more processing power is used. And if that weren't bad enough, if you happen to be playing as Luigi, there's a huge oversight where the game will continually try to work out Mario's score on every frame as well as Luigi's. The game doesn't even display Mario's score and just discards it in the following frame. The developers failed to remove the code that computes Mario's score during Luigi's turn, and just added an identical routine to calculate Luigi's score on top of it. But it's not all bad. Mario World has an interesting optimization, in a sense, with the blue Koopas that launch themselves off of slopes. While these Koopas appear to demonstrate the game's physics, which allow Mario to crouch on a slope, gain momentum as he slides down, and then fly off a lip at the end, they actually don't do this at all. Visually, the same effect is achieved, but instead, the programming simply has the Koopas fake such physics by jumping whenever they hit an upward slope. This is only the case for the blue Koops that spawn into a level without a shell, while the others that were spawned in a shell will behave as normal. Shellless Koopas appear in a few courses, but only Cookie Mountain and Groovy include the necessary ramps that allow them to demonstrate their jumping behavior. There are some other one-off oddities in Super Mario World, such as Chocolate Island 4 and its starting position. While the player is expected to begin this stage by sliding down the initial slope and heading to the right, if they instead head up the slope and jump into the corner of the small space at the top, they actually take damage instead. This is the only place in the entire game where this behavior occurs, and the reason for why has not yet been explained. Rooms which include horizontally sliding blocks have their own strange behavior too, granting Mario an additional skill with his cape spin. Performing a cape spin while obtaining an item dropped from the player's reserve box will increase the area of effect of the attack, resulting in the ability to hit enemies at a great distance. You may have noticed this has nothing to do with the horizontally sliding blocks, and you'd be right in your assessment. But this glitch only occurs in areas with these blocks in place, and we don't really know why. There's another aspect to Mario World that most people probably haven't noticed either. A unique detail that, despite being clear as day since release, is exceptionally easy to overlook. While underwater, if the player holds down A or B, Mario will actually breathe harder than usual. Clearly, Mario must be exerting more air from performing actions, because the number of air bubbles that escape his mouth are increased, releasing at a faster rate. Let's move on to a Mario title that gave Yoshi a chance to shine, Super Mario World 2. Looking at the development files for this follow-up, it's possible to unearth some very unexpected sprites which can't be seen in the final product, Razor Blades. It appears as though these blades would have been used as some sort of enemy projectile directed towards the player. It's no surprise, of course, that these may have been considered a tad inappropriate. Razor blades don't really fit the light-hearted nature of Yoshi's Island, and could lead to some serious consequences if children were to try and imitate what they saw in the game. One behavior in Yoshi's Island is so unlikely to happen we wouldn't blame you for thinking it was cut content. While bumpties can obviously bump into Yoshi, they don't actually deal any damage, and function more as an annoyance than a hazard. However, if Yoshi is hurt by a different enemy or obstacle and a bumpty is on screen, it will run towards and attempt to snatch Baby Mario in a similar fashion to the bandit enemy. Out of the entire Yoshi series of games, this is the only instance where bumpties are known to behave in this manner. It's also extremely rare to witness this interaction, as there's only a few instances where both bumpties and obstacles that can deal damage are close enough together to trigger the behavior. Strange reactions from enemies are a dime a dozen with this game though, like this particular behavior from a Shy Guy. If a Shy Guy is hit with an egg on the exact same frame as when a falling chomp's sound effect happens to end, rather than the Shy Guy being destroyed as normal, it will instead turn upside down and simply slide away. Yoshi can also get in on the glitch action and cause himself far more grief than any enemy could, though only in the most specific of places. To see it for yourself, simply go to level 5-5 near the helicopter bubble, then let Yoshi get hit and lose Baby Mario. When the timer reaches 0, have Yoshi lick Baby Mario's bubble and then immediately begin transforming into a helicopter. While in his helicopter form, the Goonies will appear and attempt to take Mario away. Now, if you quickly open the start menu and use a 20-star item, Mario's timer will be increased by 20 seconds. This will make Mario return to his bubble and the Goonies will flee the scene. All seems normal at this point, but the bubble is not as it seems. Touching it with Helicopter Yoshi will cause the bubble to pop and place Baby Mario in a significantly smaller bubble that doesn't even manage to cover his whole body. When Yoshi returns to his normal state after the transformation time runs out, Baby Mario will be stuck in this small bubble, and Yoshi will be given the opportunity to eat him. A fate perhaps worse than death, but not just for Mario it turns out, but Yoshi too, as without Baby Mario in tow, the stage cannot be completed, and the only solution left for Yoshi is to take a dive down a pit and lose a life. Speaking of diving down pits, this is something we all must do to witness the tragic tale of the decorative birds found in World 5 Stage 7. 3 decorative birds can be seen on this stage, which can only be witnessed if the player is fast enough in reaching them. They can be seen in the corner of the screen briefly, and their destiny has been programmed. After spawning in, they do nothing but simply hurl themselves downwards towards the bottom of the screen, and then to their own inevitable death. Brutal. Oft-unseen brutality isn't limited to Yoshi's Island, it even comes up in Yoshi's Safari. Early in the game's development, it seems the team weren't all too concerned about violence being on show. A surprising take for a game aimed at children, and involving Mario wielding a gun. During the notorious data leak that Nintendo suffered in 2020, known online as the Giga Leak, unused graphics were found that show Yoshi's nose bleeding in an animation that plays after he takes damage. This was unsurprisingly taken out before release, but let's roll on with Yoshi's vibes a little bit longer, shall we? It's well known these days that Tetris Attack wasn't always a Yoshi title. The game is a reskin of a Japanese puzzler, Panel de Pont, which featured a unique cast of characters. When the game was brought to English audiences, the cutesy graphics were given a Yoshi-themed makeover so it would be more appealing to Westerners. But it seems Nintendo originally wanted something more killer before settling on Yoshi. As reported on a number of occasions by the British outlet Nintendo Magazine System, Nintendo allegedly approached Rare to localize the game for the West, hoping to replace Panel de Pon's characters with those of the Killer Instinct series. But, speaking from experience, old British magazines used to print any old shite if it led to more copies being sold. So, to unearth more details, and see if the rumours are even true, we reached out to Kev Bayliss, character designer, artist, game designer and more for the original Killer Instinct, as well as the producer for Killer Instinct 2 and Gold. We asked Kev if he knew anything about Nintendo's alleged proposal. Kev told us, "I don't remember anything about that, but it could be something that was going on in the background while I was focusing on KI. I imagine it's something we never got involved with after having become Donkey Kong Country focused, and perhaps it may have been too late in the SNES's life to be lucrative. It sounds like it would have been towards the end of that era, and we may have been entering into N64 development." Based on this, it seems like the KI localization may have just been an idea that never bore fruit. Kev was heavily involved in the series' design and art, and he'd most likely be involved or at least know about any other KI projects going on at Rare, so we're fairly confident in saying nothing substantial was ever done on a KI-themed Tetris attack, if it existed at all. Perhaps the game's dialogue would have worked better with the rather more serious tones of Killer Instinct, however, as the final result of the English translation didn't seem to take into account that the dialogue would now be attributed to Yoshi in place of Lip from the original Panel de Pon, resulting in dialogue that does not fit Yoshi's more chilled out and friendly personality. Instead, Yoshi comes across as a stoic, strong fantasy hero with lines like, "Together, we own our world," and "We can't just be strong, we must be the strongest." Regional differences are ever present in Super Nintendo titles, and the classic SNES racer Stunt Race FX has its fair share, along with some interesting references to boot. In Japan, the game was released under the significantly more interesting name Wild Tracks, and with a far cooler logo. But this game is more than a pretty face, or a dull face depending on the region. It has some pretty slick references to another 3D-centric first-party Nintendo title, Star Fox. Throughout the game, billboards can be seen which feature cameo appearances from the likes of Fox McCloud, as well as Kirby, Mario and Luigi. This is cool of course, but it's just the tip of the iceberg for Star Fox cameos. In the Sky Ramp track, it's possible to see R-Wings flying around the stage as if performing an air show for the audience. But there's even more to their cameo in the Night Cruise track. Here, bumping into one of the stage's first 3 Star Fox billboards will summon an R-Wing that will assist the player by dropping a boost power-up in front of them just before the stage's final turn. Going back for a second, we mentioned regional differences, and one of those differences can be seen here. Players from the PAL region might have guessed already that these Star Fox billboards were also changed between localizations. In the PAL region, which includes all of Europe and Oceania, and a good chunk of South America, Africa and Asia, Star Fox was released as Star Wing. This name change was taken into account in Stunt Race FX, and as such, the game's cameo billboards were altered. The European release even added a new acknowledgement to the game's credits, making it the only release of Stunt Race FX that gave proper recognition to Argonaut Software for their assistance with the game, and their contributions to the creation of the graphics chip that made the game possible. We've already dabbled in it, so we might as well dive into Star Fox. During the development of the first game in the series, character designer Takeya Imamura hadn't initially wanted to make the characters anthropomorphic animals, and was pretty much set on making all characters your typical humans or aliens, sort of like F-Zero. But Shigeru Miyamoto convinced him that it would be better to use animal characters for the final game, as he wanted to have the game's aesthetic stand out from all the other science fiction properties popping up at the time. When it comes to other characters from the series, it wasn't until Star Fox 64 that players would see the debut of Star Wolf Team, a rival squad to the Star Fox heroes. This was not always intended to be the case, however. Their original debut was set for Star Fox 2, which wouldn't be seen for 20 years after its original cancellation and its miraculous release on the SNES Classic in 2017. Star Fox 2's official release version revealed a peculiarity with the cast of the Star Wolf Team. While many members of the team were present, such as Wolf O'Donnell, Pigma Dengar, and Leon Pawalski, one member is clearly missing: Andrew Oikoni, Andros' nephew. In place of his position in the team is what appears to be a lemur-based character with the name Algae, described within Star Fox 2's online manual as being rumoured to be the most devious creature in the cosmos. Adding to the character's mystery though, is that Andrew had actually been initially conceived for Star Fox 2, as evidenced by concept art drawn by Imamura, which portrays him alongside Wolf, Leon and Pigma. There's even evidence that Algae was referred to as Andrew within the game's data, even in this final release build, making it even more clear that Andrew was intended to be in the game before being changed out for Algae. With this in mind, it's worth noting that while Takeya Imamura was deeply involved in the development of the first Star Fox and all future games like Star Fox 64, he had very little to do with Star Fox 2 besides the previously mentioned concept art, and a small part in the playtesting of the game and advising on some small aspects of the title towards the end of development. In fact, he's only listed in the game's credits with a special thanks. In Imamura's place, another Nintendo staffer named Masanao Arimoto took over from his previous duties of designing the game's characters and sprites, which leads us to make some comparisons between the game's final sprite work and the original concept art. It's clear that Arimoto took a lot of creative liberty with the designs he was given, with these original concepts looking closer to the Star Wolf characters that would finally be shown in Star Fox 64. It seems as though after Imamura returned to take the helm as art director with Star Fox 64, Algae would wind up being reverted back to his original design for Andrew Oikoni. Let's jump back over to Mario for a bit and take a look at the granddaddy of remakes, Super Mario All-Stars. Both the All-Stars and NES versions of Super Mario Bros. 3 contain a coding oversight that can be triggered without the use of any codes and involving Mario touching both an enemy and a fire flower at the same time. If this happens, he will, for some reason, briefly turn into Frog Mario. For the game's GBA re-release, however, rather than fixing this glitch, here the glitch has merely changed. Now Mario will turn into two small Marios instead. The All-Stars version has another double Mario oversight, this time triggered by the almost impossible action of the player pressing two conflicting buttons at the same time. While controlling Frog Mario, if the player somehow manages to press both left and right at the same time, Mario may turn into what appears to be two small Luigis for a single frame, though in actual fact this is two small Marios coloured green, likely because the sprites are utilising the frog suit palette. Let's go on to Donkey Kong Country now, and some curious instances within. Some players may have noticed that there are some audibly similar instances of music in this game. Of particular note, the opening to Gangplank Galleon theme. This little ditty is actually based on the title and menu theme featured in an earlier Rare title, the NES version of Sid Meier's Pirates. This game was also composed by the wonderfully talented David Wise, go figure. When Rare began their development on DKC, Nintendo had sent them some initial designs to use as guidelines from which they would be required to use as a basis for their own version of Donkey Kong. Within these early documents was one piece of art that showed a design for Donkey Kong that had him wearing a tie with a heart pattern, a design that wouldn't be seen after these initial sketches. The final game has a fair share of odd glitches relating to the deaths of the Kongs. If a Kong happens to be throwing a DK barrel, but at the same time the player exits the stage before the barrel has had a chance to hit the ground, the next time said Kong is hit by an enemy, they won't die. They'll instead freeze in place, maintaining a shocked expression forevermore. Diddy Kong also has quite the opportunity for a rather animated death. The animation in question plays when Diddy Kong loses a minigame, showing him throwing his hat on the ground and stomping on it. In the tanked up trouble level, it's possible to cause this animation to play while standing next to the edge of a ledge, resulting in Diddy Kong throwing his hat into the abyss below, followed by jumping in after it, dying in the process. One of the ideas thought up for Donkey Kong Country was that Donkey Kong would have a stash of bananas that he's hoarding. Now, bananas are quite notorious for their behaviour in spoiling immensely quickly. The idea of a banana hoard such as this is of course highly illogical, as it wouldn't last all too long. But fear not, the logic has all been explained rather succinctly and perfectly by an official 1995 British comic. Here, it is revealed that the banana hoard is in fact insusceptible to spoiling because the banana hoard cave that they're stored in has magical preserving properties, obviously. Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy Kong's Quest, masterfully built upon its predecessor, but it also had some quirky moments that surely weren't intended. One example is that of a clobber enemy who drops into the lava but doesn't actually die. Instead, the enemy is teleported to such a high spot vertically that it takes a full 3 minutes for it to fall back into view. If the player hangs around in the same spot where the clobber fell into the lava, 3 minutes later, a clobber will fall from the sky, usually bonking the player in the process. Another pretty horrendous glitch, to be fair, can occur with Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. If the player boots up the game on the original Super Nintendo hardware, there is a chance, albeit an exceptionally small one, that Donkey Kong Country 3 will accidentally misidentify itself as being an illegitimate copy, resulting in a screen appearing which reads, "An irregularity has been detected. Please turn the power off, wait 10 seconds, and then turn the power on again." This is because DKC3 will run tests on boot up to see if it's a pirated copy or not. However, the RAM in the original SNES hardware will be randomized when booting the game, resulting in a small chance of triggering a false positive and misidentifying itself as an illegitimate copy. The problem is often resolved by doing as the screen says and turning off the console for 10 seconds before booting the game back up. There's another glitch in the game that goes down at the beginning of the Tracker Barrel Trek, but requires a rather precise bit of execution. On a very specific spot, if the player switches from Dixie to Kiddy Kong, Kiddy will immediately fall through the ground and die. Let's dive into another beloved Nintendo title that stood out by using pre-rendered graphics. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars was a smash hit with fans on its original release, and went on to be widely revered as a top-tier RPG, garnering such a strong reputation worldwide despite its lack of release outside of Japan and the United States. At least fans across the globe who didn't have a chance to play it on the SNES would finally get to do so with the game's remake on the Switch, though not all remained the same between the SNES and its Switch counterpart. A number of pop culture references that were inserted into the original English release wound up being removed for the remake. Mallow previously would mention Bruce Lee prior to him and Mario going to fight Bowser. Punchinello no longer references James Bond or The Thing during his boss fight, as well as Mini Goomba's Thought Peak no longer referencing Theodore Roosevelt's aphorism, "Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far." Stinger's Thought Peak was also altered so that it would no longer reference the 1990s Madonna song, Vogue. The password clues found in the sunken ship were also no longer written in such a way that they were credited to real-world famous explorers. While there isn't exact reasons given as to why these were changed, in many instances, it's easy to assume that references to entities such as Bruce Lee were removed to avoid licensing issues, or antiquated references that younger players may not understand. Earthbound was another popular SNES RPG which once again saw popularity across the globe despite having a release limited to Japan and NTSC audiences, never having reached PAL territories on the SNES. There were some key differences between the Japanese and American releases though, with the game's dialogue being reworked for practically every release, even long after the original game's publication. In the Japanese game, when Master Barf challenges the party to combat, he exclaims, "Get covered in puke and die." When this was translated for an English localization, it was adjusted slightly to read, "Drown to death in puke." Still disgusting, of course. The game would be released again further down the road as part of Mother 1+2 on the Game Boy Advance, as well as being featured within Super Mario Bros. Brawl as a demo within the Masterpieces menu. In both versions, the line was softened slightly to take out the notion of death, saying in Japanese, "Suffer until you vomit." Disgusting, but certainly not quite as graphically gross. What makes this change interesting though, is that in the case of Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Masterpiece release, it would have been impossible for the player to even reach this dialogue, as the demo version is limited to a very short timer that wouldn't be anywhere near long enough to reach this point in the adventure. Once more, the line would be changed for the game's release on Virtual Console, meaning the Brawl demo was not the same as the Virtual Console build. A release which changed the line to something that is arguably even worse than what came before. Get covered in me and suffer. This isn't the only part of the game that would be revised. After beating Carpenter, rescuing Paula and returning to Tucson, there is a character who will say, "I heard that you, Paula, beat up the kidnapper. You're my favorite." A pretty encouraging affirmation. In Japan though, this same character actually states, "Paula, I heard you kicked the kidnapper's balls off. You're amazing." No mention of being his favourite in any way.
When released in the double GBA pack and Brawl, the term balls was changed to vital spot, while the Virtual Console release would go for the slightly more broad term crotch. A personal favourite RPG of this channel, unsurprisingly, is Chrono Trigger. It truly represented the best of the best for the Super Nintendo, and for many, it was the best work to come out of the studio that birthed many of the greatest RPGs of all time, Squaresoft. One musical track, despite not even appearing in the game itself, is truly magnificent. Singing Mountain is a musical piece that would only be released on the game's official soundtrack album in 1995, before eventually making its way to the game's DS release. However, some gamers may have heard the song elsewhere before hearing it attributed to Chrono Trigger. The track actually appeared in 2003's Game Boy Advance version of The Hobbit, where it is known as the Magic Music Box, having clearly been plagiarized from Squaresoft's original work. Naughty naughty. Chrono Trigger was widely praised when it initially released, and Game Informer's review of the game was similarly full of appreciation for the game's quality. The magazine was so keen to promote the game that they wished to include it as a full cover spread, featuring exclusive custom artwork from the game's artist Akira Toriyama. Squaresoft had agreed to the deal, but just a week before the magazine issue was set to be published, the company informed Game Informer that Toriyama had decided not to create the work as he feared it would wind up being sold on the black market, as his drawings had become incredibly valuable. As such, the front page spread feature was given to Lunar the Silver Star instead. We've just mentioned a couple of RPGs that never had a PAL release, so how about a game that never received a release in the United States? Terranigma is a game that was released in Japan and PAL territories exclusively, and not in the US. In the game's original Japanese release, players could take part in a quiz with a guy that must be saved from a ghost in Neo Tokyo. After rescuing him and then talking to him in the General Affairs divisions inside the Quintet building, he would ask a series of 18 questions, which, if answered correctly, would reward the player with a Magirock. In all European versions of the game, however, this quiz minigame was removed, and the Magirock prize would instead become completely unobtainable. While the player is unable to take the quiz in the English game, it's actually translated and present within the French, Spanish, and German versions' data, and simply goes unused. These versions changed the quiz substantially, as Robotrek, known in Japan as Slapstick, never had a release in Europe, although plans had been made for it. As a result, the French and German versions of this quiz changed the solution to the questions that reference Robotrek by replacing the entire question with Nintendo-themed queries instead. These replacements are quite funny and outright bizarre. The German quiz would ask the player to confirm true or false statements, like, in Soul Blazer, you build a city with Yoshi, or Mario's best friend is called Bowser. And in the French version, it has its own unique statements too, like, Mario wears pink underwear, and Luigi has hairy knees. In many instances, these questions are considered true when they are most certainly not, like the German translation statement of Princess Zelda is related to Mario's girlfriend Toadstool. Sticking with the RPG trend, Final Fantasy IV seems to have some unusual oversights in its code for how it calculates evasion for some enemies. In the part of the game's data that contains information on enemies' stats for attack power, physical defense, and magical defense, there are 3 values for each stat type: a multiplier for the stat, the base stat itself, and a percentage. When either defense stat is to be calculated, the game takes the percentage value, which appears to be for the chance to evade, and inserts it into the RAM address that is using the defense incorrectly, and then subsequently overwrites this value with the actual defense stat as it should. As a result of this, the game will essentially have guaranteed evasion percentage stat of 0%, and only a character's weapon or magical accuracy, their level, status, and positions within the battle can come into play when determining whether an attack or spell will land.
There are only a few instances when this doesn't come into effect, mostly with monsters that have 254 defense, where they will always have a 99% chance to evade, or as part of an attack sequence that results in evasion being altered. So, all the way back in 1998, a translation group called RPGE released their English fan translation of Final Fantasy V, a project that would shake things up in the fan translation scene and the gaming scene as a whole, being touted as one of the most widely played translations ever, as well as one of the best and most influential. The team released this translation before Squaresoft's own official English translation was released as part of the Final Fantasy anthology in late 1999. Despite the team behind RPG primarily being made up of inexperienced teenagers, the fan translation was still considered to be of higher quality than that of the official publisher of the game. As such, many Western players were introduced to Final Fantasy V through this translation. RPG co-creator, Shadow, was inspired by another incomplete translation effort for Final Fantasy II that was worked on by users Demi and Some2Freak, the latter of whom provided Shadow with a set of tools to start working on translating Final Fantasy V. Shadow began his translation by making flashcards for which hex code corresponded to each Japanese or English character within the game's data. To promote the work he was doing, he would post photoshopped images of the game to represent what the translation might look like, and recruited other users to make the patch, including the other co-creator of RPG, translator David Timko, and a computer engineering major named Hui. Hui even went to work expanding the team by speaking with Japanese instructors at his university to help with translating some of the enemy names. The team's plan focused on directly editing their English script into the text files of a ROM of the Japanese version of the game. Because of the team's overall lack of experience, the work was long, slow, and tedious. They were generally out of touch with the fledgling emulation communities, resulting in a number of technical issues with their text and sprite editing software. English language characters were often displayed poorly under certain conditions, as the game was designed for the larger Japanese characters to take these positions. To top it all off, the group suffered as a result of internal factionalism, with RPG co-founder Shadow feeling the immense pressure of being the public-facing personality behind the team, topped with the attention it drew, both positive and controversial, and the level of seriousness he felt towards the work being undertaken. He saw this translation effort as a vital service towards the Squaresoft fan community. Demi, who had worked on the incomplete Final Fantasy II translation, posted a lengthy parody of Shadow, pushing him to his emotional wit's end, and resulting in his departure from RPG. The remaining founders of RPG would also, one by one, step down from the role, leaving other users to take over their efforts and start their own work. A user by the name of Miria, who had been scathing of RPG's method of hex editing, split from the original team already and had been undertaking the efforts separately. Sharing similar setbacks to the team at RPG, she would arduously pass through the game's code used to handle text files, and modify them so that they would recognize English characters of varying sizes, allowing for more text to be displayed within dialogue boxes. For some time, Some2Freak helped with translating the game's script, but left after the project introduced a new editor, Harmony7, who has been heavily revising Some2Freak's translations, much to his frustration, despite his work having had several issues. One of the most controversial aspects of the translation lay with a simple choice: the main character's name. In Squaresoft's later English translation, the primary hero of the story would be given the name Bartz, but RPG's translation had given the character the name Butts, which, as you might have guessed, was kind of funny because it sounds like butts. Miria claimed that Butts was the most accurate way to translate the name based on documents and official merchandise. For reference, the romanized version of the Japanese name comes out as Batsu. Butz is a real surname in Germany, however, though it has a different pronunciation, meaning that Bartz would be a more logical choice for the name, with the vowels more closely matching the Japanese name than Butz, as well as also being closer to a German first name, with Bartz being a common nickname for people called Bartholomew. The majority of the technical work on the fan translation came to an end, with Miria finishing her efforts in October of 1997, while Harmony7 continued to work on revising the entire script. That was until something unexpected happened. An unfinished early version of the fan translation mysteriously appeared on a GeoCities website, with other users taking credit for the work carried out on it. This prompted the team at RPG to release their work up to that point as an early version of their translation, known as version 0.96, on October 17th, 1997, with the final patch eventually seeing a release in June 1998. In the end, the patch was immensely well received and attained high levels of acclaim for not just the technical aspects that had been carried out, but also the highly professional writing quality that was undertaken with its translation. This translation patch is also considered to have been the starting point for many players in the fan translation scene to get involved, including Clyde Mandelin, who would later go on to be widely recognised for his work on the English fan translation of Mother 3. With everything having been completed, some expected the game's development and publishing company Squaresoft to take notice. However, the company never reached out to contact RPG about the translation, and their own translation would be published officially in 1999, with many believing it to be inferior to that of the fan translation. With that said, Miria would later put forward that she believes Square Enix's 2006 localization of the game Final Fantasy V Advance was better than their own. After their effort on this translation, Miria continued to hack and reverse engineer games, eventually landing themselves with a job at an undisclosed major video game company. Well, that was quite the tale, was it not? How about we give you one more little Final Fantasy tidbit and then we move on. Final Fantasy VI time now, and the character of Ultros. In Japan, this character's name is pronounced Otorusu, and was intended as a reference to Orthos, famed within Greek mythology. When localizing the game, however, it can be presumed that the translator was unaware of this reference and decided in a more literal translation as Ultros. Thanks to this slight oversight, all future entries in the series would alternate the name, calling the creature both Ultros and Orthos. Inspirations for names can come from anywhere: mythology, legends, or even good old classic British rock. Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, took several naming cues from the famed English band Queen, who aren't just popular in their home country, nor just the English-speaking territories, but even in Japan. Their influence on the game isn't just limited to this one SNES game, but the series as a whole, with the name Ogre Battle coming from their 1973 album Queen 2. Specifically, and this may come as a shock to some of you, the song Ogre Battle. Another song from this album inspired the subtitle of this particular game too, The March of the Black Queen, another track off the same album. The references to Queen continued with the series, with the second game in the series, Let Us Cling Together, taken from Queen's 1976 track, Teo Toriate, Let Us Cling Together, a song that was created as an homage specifically to their large Japanese fanbase. Another aspect of the game's first entry lies in the name of one of the game's regions, the Ryan Sea. The name is inspired by the song Seven Seas of Rye, which first appeared as an unfinished instrumental track on Queen's debut self-titled album in 1973, later being completed with lyrics on Queen 2. While Ogre Battle never faced any issues with taking, inspiration from Queen, Mario's Super Picross decided to preempt any potential repercussions from the inclusion of some iconic imagery within their puzzle game, at least many years after its initial release, when ported over to the Virtual Console. In this re-release, the game was modified to replace 3 of the existing puzzles, one of which showed a likeness of Marilyn Monroe, now being a tortoise, a picture of Tetrominos from Tetris being replaced with a hermit crab, and lastly, a recreation of the famous painting The Scream by Edvard Munch, which has been changed into a chameleon. At the time, these items still retained their residual rights, but both The Scream and Monroe's likeness entered public domain in 2015 and 2012 respectively. Despite this, future releases of Mario's Super Picross on the Wii U, new 3DS and the Switch kept these new puzzle designs instead of reverting back to their original versions. We've all played Monopoly, right? It's quite a common practice to settle in with your family and go a few rounds of crippling debt simulator. But Monopoly actually had its own Japanese exclusive Super Famicom release produced by a rather famous individual within the retro gaming scene. It may come as a surprise to hear that leading the game's production was famed copywriter Shigesato Itoi, perhaps best known outside of Japan as the creator of the Earthbound series. A lesser known fact about the writer is that he isn't just extremely talented with his words, but he's also clearly good at handling his money, being a champion Monopoly player for one, but also the leader of the Japanese Monopoly Association. he clearly loved Monopoly so much that he was even brought on for the game's Japanese exclusive sequel, Monopoly Game 2, as a supervisor. Itoe seemed to pop his head in with Nintendo quite a bit in those days. In a promotional interview conducted by Nintendo to hype up the release of the Super NES Classic Edition micro console, Kirby Superstars director Masahiro Sakurai revealed that Itoe was also involved in some small part to Superstars' release, having come up with the game's Japanese title, Kirby of the Stars Super Deluxe. But that's not all. Itoe had come up with the idea for the Japanese box art of the game, designed after Paulownia wood boxes, traditionally used as packaging for luxury alcohol or tableware in the country. Itoe believed that the title and artwork together would convey how rich the game is in content. Kirby wasn't always treated with such dignity though. For its international release, Kirby's Dream Course had to have a fairly substantial chunk of its data cut down so that it could fit onto the 8MB cartridge. For comparison, the Japanese release was on a 10MB cartridge. While some of the data that was removed wouldn't have been used by most players, such as the game's debug menu and a number of test courses that were inaccessible under normal circumstances, the title screen had a complete rework, taking out a short animation sequence of Kirby in which he would pop out of a hole with an accompanying short musical track. Though this track wasn't taken off the cartridge, still accessible in the game's sound test. What was taken out completely, however, was a full-blown introduction story to the game, which wound up only being supplied in the game's instruction manual, along with a music track that would play during this intro, which wound up being cut completely. This isn't the only Kirby game to have been altered between releases, though the next example isn't about regional variations. Kirby's Dream Land 3, besides being a beautifully illustrated adventure, was notably modified when Nintendo published the game on Virtual Console. In particular, the background clouds that appeared in the Boss Butch rematch against Dark Matter, or Zero, in which the SNES version of the game they appear blue and red, while on the Virtual Console they appear orange and green. The reason was never explicitly given for this change, but it is speculated that the reason is because of concerns of epilepsy triggers. With the clouds scrolling rapidly across the screen, the blue and red colours are highly triggering for some who suffer from seizures. This theory is given more credence when we consider another change when Zero makes his appearance, which originally included a rapid white flash on screen, which in the Virtual Console version is replaced with a slower series of grey flashes, again likely to reduce the chances of causing a reaction. Kirby's Dream Land 3 also had a secret screen that many players may have missed, only being accessible at the end of the Boss Butch mode, and even then, unearthing the screen is never explained. After defeating Zero, the player must simply press X, L and R before the screen fades to black. Doing so will cause this screen to appear in the place of the typical credits, reading perfect. NBA Jam stood out at release as a basketball game that, for a start, didn't actually suck. It was pretty good, but you know what makes any fine video game all that much better? Bizarre secret characters. NBA Jam has a number of these, like Al Gore or Bill Clinton among many others, but two characters were once planned for inclusion in the game, as revealed from early video footage from the game's development. Bart Simpson and Godzilla represented the 90s phenomenally well, and their inclusion in the game is heavily suggested, with a video showing reference footage of Bart and Godzilla action figures being filmed against the blue screen. To top it off, within the game's data there are two colored palettes labeled as B and G, which happen to have yellow skin and green scales respectively. From a game with a top-level reputation to one that didn't exactly have a huge crowd of fans waving its freak flag. Bubsy in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Just the sound of Bubsy's name alone can cause some visceral reactions, but a few people took such distaste with the series that they actually made a concerted effort to screw with it. In 2018, Bubsy fandom Amino received a mysterious visitor under the name of Beelzebubsy, who dropped what they alleged to be an unreleased concept art drawn by Ken Macklin, Bubsy's original designer. Fans of the series immediately disputed their claim, noticing that one design in particular, a female Bubsy that was scrapped for what it purports as being too sexualized, had a close resemblance to a fan-made interpretation of the Bubsy character known as Modern Bubsy, an angsty, transgender prostitute created by Squirrely Jack. an artist who made no secret of their hatred towards Bubsy, who gained notoriety for their malicious behaviour towards Bubsy fans. Further connecting this concept art with Squirrely Jack was the presence of one more prototypical design which had been inspired by Michael Jackson, another figure that Squirrely Jack was known to be a fan of, donning the same jacket worn by Jackson in the music video for Beat It, along with another future post from the same user which showed a screenshot of a Bubsy parody in the form of an RPG Maker game. The third concept art provided, however, does have a strong resemblance to a real piece of Bubsy concept art that had been shown in a magazine in the 90s, which many suggested may have been traced. Taking a look at all of the hoax concept art closely, it's fairly plain to see that the creator made a somewhat inaccurate representation of Macklin's signature, not completely matching up with the real deal. Bubsy fandom member Zindictive, who is in a Bubsy-centric Discord server with the late Bubsy creator Michael Berlin, claims that he has stated on occasion that the images were most certainly faked, along with a friend of Squirrely Jack, cementing its reputation of completely fake. With that said, the Discord server where these communications are alleged to have taken place has since closed as a result of being hacked, so confirming this evidence is indeed a tricky task. Michael Berlin had made other revelations about their distaste towards Bubsy before his passing. He claimed that the Bubsy 2 designer, Cindy Kirkpatrick, had a vehement hatred towards Bubsy, to the point of sticking pencils through the heads of rare promotional Bubsy dolls, which would be hanged from nooses and covered in fake blood. Berlin said that this continued hate towards the character ultimately had an effect on the quality of the final game in his view, saying, "The art wasn't quite right, the feeling wasn't quite right, and they did some weird things with secondary characters and the biplanes, nothing really worked for me." Rumours even circulated for a time that Rob Paulson, the voice actor for the titular Bobcat in Bubsy 2, Fractured Furry Tales, and the 1993 cartoon pilot for the series, hated the character as well, and that he held regrets over taking on the gig. Paulson has since stated that that rumour is unfounded and that he doesn't regret the role at all, even saying that he would happily voice the character again in any future Bubsy project if he was paid to do so. Bubsy 2 didn't receive a subtitle, unlike the first game, but there were working titles for the game which wound up going unused. Initial ideas were Bubsy 2 Still No Pants and Bubsy 2 Lost in the Amazatorium. One gaming mascot who gained a touch more fame and reputation than Bubsy was Pac-Man, who had a number of sequels to the standard arcade game which expanded the series into new genres, like Pac in Time. It seems as though this game was perhaps going to be a bit more mature in nature than the final release, where in the SNES version, Pac-Man is cut straight through when hit by a saw blade. What isn't seen, however, is that this graphic is made up of two pieces, so the blade can appear to go through the hero, with the rightmost half having an unseen portion of flesh and bone, suggesting that the animation would have been a more visceral, sword-in-half appearance. Pack Attack was another popular adventure for the pill-popping pizza protagonist, released in late 1993. But the game wasn't always a Pac-Man title, it actually began life as a 1992 arcade game called Cosmo Gang the Puzzle, a title that also had a release on the Super Famicom in Japan. The original game was modified so much as to make it into a Pac-Man-centric game with completely overhauled art, characters, menus, and even modifications to the actual gameplay. Namco held a contest to promote its release in Game Fan magazine, with players contributing scores in order to win prizes, with the grand prize being a gift certificate to the value of $500. When the game was released to European players on the Game Boy, Mega Drive and CDI, it was actually renamed under the title of Pac-Panic. Modifications to the original SNES release were also made when it was bundled into 2022's Pac-Man Museum Plus compilation, where it was available as an unlockable extra. Despite the game being a simple emulated version of the original release, the game was modified to replace the characters of Miss Pac-Man and Baby Pac-Man, who simply appeared on the game's high score tables as cameos. In this re-release, they were removed in favour of Pac-Mom and Pac-Sis, new characters added within this collection. The reason for this change has never been officially stated, but it has been widely assumed that the reason is in relation to ongoing legal battles with Miss Pac-Man and At Games. Pac-Man has 1,000 games under his belt, but one iconic character of the SNES era, at least to us, was Plock. Similar to Pac-Man though, Plock began life in a completely different state, originally being envisaged as a coin-operated arcade game called Flea Pit. Flea Pit would have run off Rare's Raz board, a piece of hardware that would wind up never being used in any commercially released game. Chris Seavey, famed for his role as popular 80s UK comedy character Frank Sidebottom, had initially agreed to portray the voice of Plock in Flea Pit, before the game was ultimately cancelled. The SNES game wound up not having any voice acting in the end, aside from the typical synthesized grunts and laughter. Another cut was made to Plock, with the game initially being set to include an item shop which would have been run by an anime-esque character known as Suki. Plock creators John and Steve Pickford wound up not using the character in Plock, but they did keep her in mind for potential future installments that may have been made, which wound up never being brought to fruition. Steve has claimed that he was actually happy in the end that Suki never made an appearance in the Plock game though, as he felt that any Western attempts to replicate anime style has rarely, if ever, turned out well. Another truly unforgettable NES title was the Tim Allen-centric 2D platformer Home Improvement Power Tool Pursuit. Obviously based on the TV show Home Improvement, Power Tool Pursuit was the second game Disney commissioned Absolute Entertainment to produce, with the first title being 1993's Goofy's Hysterical History Tour for the Sega Genesis. Power Tool Pursuit was apparently also supposed to be released on the Genesis, but that version was canned and only the SNES version ever saw release. And when it did come out, the game had a unique surprise in its manual that threw many gamers through a loop. Power Tool Pursuit's manual is a bit of a bait and switch, being only 6 pages in total, with a giant sticker obscuring informative text on pages 4 and 5, which reads, "Real men don't need instructions." This was intended as a joke in line with the humour of the original TV series, but the manual's been posted online frequently over the years without the additional context that the game actually came with an additional poster stylized as a blueprint which had many hints and tips for the game. The last 2 sentences in the bottom right corner of the manual even reference the poster saying, "Although it's frowned upon by the most macho of the breed, some real men prefer the blueprints for help. If you find yourself in need of, dare we say it, instructions, you'd better refer to the enclosed poster blueprints for hints." Though Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 released on just about every platform it could at the time, the Super Nintendo version has some interesting unused details within its data. This version of the game removed Shiva in an effort to crunch the game down so it would fit on an SNES cartridge. However, the character wasn't removed entirely, as evidenced by a glitch. As noted on the cutting room floor, if the player holds down the L and R buttons on the title screen, then presses start to enter the 8v8 tournament mode, then presses up and start to randomly select a character, there's a chance that they'll randomly select the E icon instead of a character. There's even video footage of YouTube user Thies3403 playing as Shiva, or what's left of her, in an incredibly broken manner. There's still a few bits and pieces of her art in the data, such as when her opponent takes her out with a babality and her baby sprite appears. The character Chameleon was slated for Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, but only exists in the game's data in an unfinished state. Curious players can tease Chameleon out of the data using the Pro Action Replay code, but he'll have Rain's name, Scorpion's appearance and moveset, but absolutely no special moves or fatalities. One truly beautiful game for the Super Nintendo was Squaresoft's 1995 masterpiece, Trials of Mana, which was infamous for the longest time for never being released outside of Japan, where it was titled Seiken Densetsu 3. That was until 2020 when the game received a 3D remake for modern systems and a worldwide release to boot. But we're here to talk about the SNES original, which just so happens to have a fair amount of cut content and odd leftovers from development. By modifying 2 bytes of data in the game's ROM, an entirely new way to play the game is revealed, where instead of just playing with one other person and a CPU companion, they can play with 2 other humans for 3 human players total. The fact that this mode is so easy to re-enable seems to suggest that Square was planning for the 3-player support to return from the previous titles in the series, Secret of Mana. In fact, in December 2006, a patch was released that modified the ROM and let players go through the game in a group of 3 with no CPU companion. The Cutting Room Floor wiki speculates that the mode may have been disabled due to bugs that Square weren't able to resolve before the game's release, but this has yet to be confirmed. Back when Seiken Densetsu 3 released, it was pretty standard procedure for publishers to send out test cartridges to publications so that they could preview the game. And within Seiken Densetsu 3's test cart, an entire unused boss battle can be found. On Buka Island, where the players usually encounter Malokio, or Jagan in the fan translation, there's a squid boss not seen in the final game. The boss is partly submerged underwater, and as you might expect, attacks the players with its tentacles. Now, for our final game of this video. Theme Park was a popular port of the simulation game that brought salty fries and vomit to the masses. The original Theme Park game is quite notorious for the screen that displays if the player falls victim to bankruptcy, where it is alluded that, presumably the player, commits suicide as a result of their financial struggles. A shadowy figure is seen jumping from a windowsill while the funeral march song plays, shown entirely in the reflection of a family photo, before the figure peeks back through the window, suggesting that they may have had second thoughts, or that the jump was not big enough for it to cause their death. The game's manual even suggests as much as the result of the player hitting bankruptcy, where the consequences of bankruptcy are described as: the park has to close, your life's work collapses around you, and there's only one honorable way out. It's a long way down. When the game was ported over to consoles, the cutscene was altered, where it would now be shown as a still image, lacking the tongue-in-cheek conclusion and making it appear even more so as though the character had indeed actually committed suicide. Different ports had a few different variations of this screen, with the SNES version adding in a cartoon crying sound effect.
Did you know there was an official Super Famicom expansion with 2 cartridge slots, and all its games could connect with each other? Similar to Pokemon with a link cable, you could trade and fight with friends, and even steal their characters in battle for keeps. You could also transfer your characters in one game over to its sequels. And every game had a universal currency you could move from cartridge to cartridge to buy the best unlockables at in-game stores. It was one of the most clever add-ons of its time, but unfortunately, time was also its biggest impediment to success. It hit Japanese stores less than a week after the Nintendo 64, and thus was doomed to be overshadowed from the very start. Despite its ambitious goals and potential, the add-on had an incredibly short lifespan. At less than 100 days, it was shorter even than the Virtual Boy. More than half its games ultimately got canned, and nowadays, it's mostly forgotten, even in Japan. Search online in any language, and you'll only find a few paragraphs, and a lot of it's not even accurate. So, we dug up some old Japanese magazines to learn its history, and today we're going to look at the rise, fall, and why things turned out the way they did. This is the full story of the Sufami Turbo. The Sufami Turbo was made by Bandai and officially licensed by Nintendo. In fact, Sufami is short for Super Famicom. The marketing angles that it takes a Famicom that's already Super and kicks it up a notch to Turbo. In our recent videos on the Satellaview, SNES CD drive, and Nintendo Power, we talked about how, in part, all 3 systems were made in response to the skyrocketing manufacturing costs of Super Famicom cartridges. By 1996, $100 games had become the norm, with some retailing for $120, $130, even $150. All those systems were built around alternate methods of delivering software, whether it was beaming games down from satellites, putting them on CDs, or installing kiosks all over Japan for downloading games onto reusable flashcards. The Turbo was designed to tackle the same problem, but with a different solution: mini cartridges. With a 3-pronged strategy, Bandai had figured out how to cut costs in half. For starters, they took some components that are already in normal Super Famicom carts, like the lockout chip, and stuck them in the Turbo instead, along with a 1/4 megabyte of storage that held a text font and other basic data. Now, you might not think that a font would take up a lot of space, but that's over 4,000 Japanese characters stored as sprites, which adds up. By putting all that stuff in the add-on itself, none of it needed to be in each individual minicart. Storage was expensive back then, so the second cost-cutting measure was limiting turbo games to being, at most, only 1 megabyte. That's less than a lot of Super Famicom games coming out in 1996, but still more than enough in the hands of experienced developers. Early generation titles like Super Mario World, Final Fantasy IV, and Zelda: A Link to the Past had all been made with less than a megabyte. In other words, just because storage is low doesn't mean a game has to be small, if you know what you're doing. And third, Bandai dedicated themselves to efficient development cycles. For example, by making quick sequels to their best games instead of building them all from scratch. The most famous example of that strategy is how Ocarina of Time took 4 years to make, while its sequel, Majora's Mask, took only 1 year, with a fraction of the budget. Turbo series would do the same. By combining all these savings, Bandai could sell games for only $40. The Turbo itself also sold for $40. A lot of games you could get bundled with the add-on for the low price of just $68, meaning a Turbo and 2 games cost less than just one normal Super Famicom title. That was the Turbo's promise when it was first teased in early '96. On April 2nd, Bandai threw a big coming out party for the system, where Japanese press got to play a few games and hear some big announcements. Bandai had the rights to major IP, including Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, Ultraman, Gundam, and lots more popular anime and manga franchises. They'd already made dozens of Super Famicom games based on those properties, and now they were bringing a lot of them to the Turbo. Plus some original IP, with a goal of 30 exclusives by the end of the year. The release date was revealed as June 28th, exactly 5 days after the Nintendo 64 hit store shelves. By the way, the N64 only ended up getting 10 games by the end of the year. 16-bit projects were quicker to make though, and Bandai had the development capacity, experience, and the IP rights to make it happen. Japanese magazines were pretty excited, and Famitsu speculated it could spark a new boom for the Super Famicom. To put all this in historical context, the Turbo was sort of a sequel to a Famicom add-on Bandai made 4 years earlier, the Datac joint ROM system, which also used inexpensive mini carts. The two add-ons even had some of the same franchises like Gundam, Ultraman, and Crayon Shin-Chan. Datac's main gimmick was its card scanner for adding content to its games, like a Game Boy Advance e-reader. The Turbo, however, had a different gimmick. 2 cartridge slots that, when combined, allowed for some interesting ideas, some of which felt like Pokemon Link cable shenanigans dialed up to 11. Gimmicks get a bad rap, by the way, but aren't necessarily a bad thing. The DS's dual screens were a gimmick, and you could say the Switch's hybrid format is too. Done right, gimmicks can be awesome, and a lot more interesting than just improving graphics or adding more storage capacity. The SD Gundam Generation games were the Turbo's main attraction, and also made best use of its gimmick. So I'll sum up the series real quick, then explain how they utilized the double cartridge slots. There were 6 Gundam games, each based on a different era of the anime. The first was based on the original Mobile Suit Gundam from 1979, the second on Zeta Gundam from 1985, and so on, with the 6th ending on 1994's G Gundam. They're all grid-based tactics RPGs that play kinda like a mix between Fire Emblem and Advance Wars, where victory is achieved by destroying all your opponent's units or capturing their headquarters. Cities can be captured for money, which you can spend to buy new Gundams. And you can capture enemy units as well, in a prisoner of war system that makes some permanent additions to your army.
Units can level up with experience points, change classes, and all kinds of stuff you'd expect in a tactics game, plus a little more. If you only had one Gundam cartridge, you'd play it like any other game. But if you had two, you could transfer mechs you raised in the first over to the second, kinda like carrying your Gen 1 Pokemon over to Gen 2. You didn't have to play Gundam games in order, by the way. You could skip around if you wanted. Another use of the double slot was two friends could go head-to-head using the armies they'd built in their own campaigns, similar to Pokemon Link battles. And if you destroyed your friends' battleships, you could capture their Gundams as prisoners of war and keep them forever. If that's too cutthroat though, friends could simply trade with each other for the purposes of collecting and battling throughout their adventures. There were also a couple of fighting games available at launch based on Ultraman and Ultra 7. If you had one game and your friend the other, you could combine them to double the fighter roster. And by battling, you could learn each other's special moves that otherwise were version exclusives. Another interesting mechanic was that every Turbo game had an in-game currency, Turbo Coins, which you earned by beating levels, achieving high scores, and so on. Then you could transfer coins from one game to another, which was especially useful since buying the best stuff like Gundams and the most powerful Ultra attacks could get pretty expensive. For some games, it didn't really make sense to have a store, so for those, you couldn't spend Turbo Coins, but you could earn them and send them to games where they could be spent. Like in another launch title, Poi Poi Ninja World, an original IP that played a lot like Bomberman, but supported up to 5 players if you had a multi-tap. You could make custom maps and play on them with your friends, or combine you and your friends' maps into hybrid levels. Poi Poi didn't have a store, but you could rack up cash and transfer it to other games. So basically, all that together's what Turbo was all about. Games at a fraction of the price, with interesting ways to link them together. Although I should mention, there were 4 games that didn't link to anything else, except for coin transfers.
The first was Gegege no Kitaro Yokai Donjara, which featured characters from an iconic 1960s manga of the same name. Here you'll find them playing a board game similar to Mahjong, called Donjara, plus a couple more minigames.
Just like Poi Poi, if you had a multi-tap, 5 friends could play at once. Another was Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger, which is basically the original Japanese version of Power Rangers, adapted here into sort of a Mega Man-like melee side-scroller. All 5 Rangers have different abilities, like double jumps, stronger attacks, and running faster. Sailor Moon Fua Fua Panic 2 is a puzzle game with 3 game modes: Story, Versus, and Puzzle. It's a sequel to the original Fua Fua Panic that had come out as a standard Super Famicom cart the year before. Then there was Crayon Shin-chan Rain Boots Splash,
an action puzzle game based on an irreverent 5-year-old from manga and anime popular in the 90s.
It plays kinda similar to Bomberman as well. These 4 games were all standalone, but could still connect for currency exchange. So for example, you could earn some coins beating levels in a Gundam game, transfer it over and gamble on Donjara, double your money, then send it back and purchase some top-tier Gundams, or over to Ultraman to buy some new special attacks. Bandai did their best to make the Turbo a hit, hosting giveaways for 100 free systems and running magazine and TV ads all over the country.
Sufami Turbo 出現モビルスーツクラスチェック自慢の艦隊で足せユニットを奪え取って取られて熱くなれ SD ガンダムジェネレーションセットでお得
Games were coming out at a rate of 1 a week. Bandai was on track for their goal of 30 exclusives by the end of the year. But, unfortunately, they ran into some problems. For starters, the add-on quickly got a reputation for erasing save data if you weren't careful inserting and removing cartridges. Also, the games felt kinda low budget. Even the Turbo's crown jewel, the Gundam games, were all pretty samey, with their main differences boiling down to just the units and maps.
Sameness was inevitable though, considering how fast Bandai was pumping them out. That was, after all, kind of the point of the system. But even still, releasing 6 Gundam games in only 2 months is kind of a lot. But Ultraman was even more egregious. You could easily reach the end credits in under 20 minutes, and Ultra 7 is basically a copy-paste job of the same game, just with different fighters and stages. Each game only had 3 fighters and 3 stages anyway, so they probably should have just combined them into a single game. Maybe you could argue that, like Pokemon, you weren't supposed to buy both. Your friend was meant to buy one so you could link them together, but even granting that consideration, I mean, yeah, mini-carts were less than half price, but a lot of them felt like less than half a game. The Japanese magazines who were initially excited for Turbo quickly lost enthusiasm after playing its games. The Gundam series fared best, averaging 5.5 out of 10 from Famitsu magazine. In their review, they heaped praise on the inventive link mechanics and some of the tactical innovations like Prisoners of War, but complained that all 6 games were too similar, and the graphics looked last gen. The Ultra games they gave 4 out of 10, saying they were too light on content, the combat too simplistic, and felt they should have been bundled in as free pack-in titles. The rest of the library got 4s and 5s as well, with Famitsu citing subpar graphics, short runtimes, and an overall feeling of cheapness. Now, to be fair, Famitsu is a bit stingier than Western outlets. In their 40-year history reviewing thousands of games, they've only scored a couple dozen as 10 out of 10. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave Super Mario All-Stars a 9, for example, but Famitsu only gave it an 8. IGN heralded Pokemon as a perfect 10, but Famitsu said it's a 7. Point being, a Famitsu 5 doesn't mean a game's horrible, just that it's average. And that sums up how reviewers felt about Turbo games in general, that at best, they were mid. Maybe if the add-on came out a few years earlier, these games might have looked better compared to what else was on the market in, say, 1993. But releasing a week after N64 was just not the best time for budget Super Famicom titles. They were also competing with Nintendo's own add-on, the Satellaview, which also struggled to find a player base in '96. And it didn't help that Pokemon landed a few months before and was currently taking over Japan. By the way, we keep comparing Turbo Link mechanics to Pokemon, but to be clear, Bandai had been working on it before Pokemon even came out. So despite the similarities, they weren't ripping off Game Freak's ideas. Earlier in the year, Bandai spoke about making a linkable RPG series that continued cart to cart, similar to how the Gundam games functioned. It never ended up getting made, but does sound a bit like how Pokemon Generations ended up working years later. Technically speaking, an actual Pokemon game could have been made for Turbo, a 16-bit version where you use the double cartridge slot instead of a link cable. Game Freak was unlikely to ever make that game or license out the rights, but it's interesting to imagine if the Turbo had gone more in that direction. Another fun thought experiment is how things might have gone if they managed to borrow some of Nintendo's IP.
Mario or Zelda launch titles would have been ideal, of course, but thinking more realistically, a smaller series like F-Zero might have been enough to establish a foothold. One of the concepts Bandai teased at launch was a racing game where you can design your own cars and race them against friends with their custom cars. Making an F-Zero Turbo in that style would have attracted some much needed interest in the system. That's just wishful thinking on our part though, because fact is, Turbo just never got any must-have titles to draw in a big enough audience. The Gundam games were decent, but there's only so many Gundam fans who want to play tactics games. The series only appealed to a niche inside a niche, when what the Turbo really needed was something with broader appeal. even the Daytax Dragon Ball Z Fighter made a bigger splash than Gundam, and that add-on was kind of a flop too. If you want to hear more about the Daytac, by the way, check out our recent video covering NES and Famicom expansions. Bandai never released Turbo sales numbers, but we can get a rough idea from Famitsu sales charts. Every week they tracked video games sold across Japan and published the 30 best sellers. When the first two Gundam games came out, they barely made the chart, coming in at 27 and 28. The next week, they disappeared from the top 30 and never returned. The third and fourth Gundams ranked 27 and 30 in their launch week, then fell off too. No other Turbo game ever made the top 30, which means sales had to be pretty poor. Bandai pulled advertising soon after and cancelled all future releases. The last games came out on September 27th, 1996, just 92 days after the Turbo's launch, meaning its entire library only amounted to 13 games. The ones you heard about earlier in this video? That was it. The initial goal was 30 new games by the end of the year, and presumably more were planned into the future. Little is known about what games were supposed to come after those first 13, though Bandai still had Dragon Ball and lots more IP they could have pulled from. Before launch, they'd announced a port of Tetris 2 plus Bombliss, which released as a standard $85 Super Famicom cart a few years before, but now was going to be a $38 mini cart. Bandai had dozens of Super Famicom titles they could have ported over if they wanted to let Turbo fans get them half price. But ports don't appear to have been included in that count of 30, and to be clear, the only one they ever announced was Tetris Bombliss. Japanese websites claim a 7th Gundam entry based on Gundam Wing was in the works, along with 2 more Ultra games.
None of them cite sources though, and 90s magazines like Famitsu and Famimaga never mentioned them.
Searching the Japanese internet doesn't yield any reliable sources either, so we can't say for a fact if those claims are true or not. That said, we wouldn't be surprised if more Gundam and Ultraman were in the cards, since they were the add-ons to main franchises. Now's probably a good time to mention that info about the Turbo is super sparse online, even in Japanese. The Japanese Wikipedia page, for example, is so short it'd fit on a single sheet of paper, and cites 0 sources.
English Wikipedia is even thinner, and doesn't have sources either, and a lot of it's wrong, like most of the game's titles, how linking them worked, and which games were available as pack-ins. It never even mentions Turbo coins.
Pretty much all other coverage online is more or less copy-pasted from those 2 Wikipedia pages. Info and footage for the games is pretty bare bones as well, which is what made us want to dig up old magazines, record some gameplay, and make this video. That, and the fact it's just a super cool premise for a console expansion. 2 slots for competitively priced mini cartridges with games that connect to each other and have a universal currency system. It's an awesome hardware concept. Unfortunately, all that potential was wasted because Bandai half-assed making games for it, then immediately gave up, instead of fighting to get it on the right track. Nowadays, the Turbo's been mostly forgotten, and you can find them on Japanese auction sites selling for even cheaper than they were 30 years ago.
This is the compact disc. It really is compact, smaller than an existing single, and this is how it fits into the player, like so. It's played by a laser, and it's been developed by Philips Corporation of Holland, who are now marketing the system with Sony of Japan.
For some Nintendo fans, they only know Philips for making the CDI, with its infamously bad Zelda trilogy.
Great! I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos!
But Philips is no laughing matter. Together with Sony, they invented CDs in the 1970s, and it was Philips who coined the term compact disc. Then in the 80s, the 2 companies worked hand in hand to improve their invention, thus creating the video game playing CDs we know today. But soon after, they drifted apart and became rivals, making equipment that played CDs in a bid to outdo the other. It was against that backdrop that a few years later, Nintendo played the two rivals off each other to make a CD disk drive for the Super Famicom and its foreign equivalent, the Super Nintendo, and inked contracts with both companies to do just that. This video is about the SNES CD, but there were actually 3 distinct add-ons developed over half a decade. First, there was a 16-bit partnership with Sony, which would have had exclusive Nintendo titles including a Zelda-like by Eiji Aonuma. Then Nintendo betrayed Sony to plan a similar drive with Philips, and finally cancelled that in favor of an upgraded 32-bit drive that Miyamoto said he'd use to expand the idea of what video games could be. But ultimately, Nintendo decided CDs were not the future, and none of those add-ons ever released, resulting in Nintendo skipping the 32-bit home console generation. It was supposed to launch amidst the 32-bit competitors like the 3DO, Saturn, and PlayStation. But Nintendo held on to the SNES longer than planned, till eventually showing up to the next console war a few years late, Nintendo 64 in tow. Today, we'll cover all 3 drives, collectively known as the Super NES CD-ROM system, or SNES CD for short, along with their improvements on the base console, games in development, and why things turned out the way they did. This is the full history of the SNES CD. It begins in the mid-80s. After taking over the family business from his grandfather 40 years earlier, Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi had transformed his little card company into a multi-billion-dollar video game business. Before long, he'd be the richest man in all of Japan. 1 in 4 Japanese homes had a Famicom, and America would soon follow suit. Nintendo would capture the lion's share of the market, with Atari and Sega as little more than annoyances in Yamauchi's eyes. But technology was accelerating quickly, and competitors were ramping up for the next generation. So, despite the Famicom making more money than ever, Yamauchi picked up the phone and set the ball rolling on a next-gen system of his own. Yamauchi is one of 2 main characters in this tale, the other's a much younger man, Ken Kutaragi. One day, he'd be in charge of all Sony computer entertainment, but at this point in time, he was just a Sony engineer. Sitting at home, watching his daughter play her Famicom, Ken was struck by the potential of what video games could be someday. So, behind his boss's back, he started secretly designing an audio chip for Nintendo's next console. Ken was a bit of a maverick, talented and smart by all accounts, but brazen and self-assertive in a manner unusual for Japanese workers. When his bosses discovered what he was up to without their permission, they were furious and almost fired him. But Sony's CEO stuck up for Ken and let him finish his project. What he ultimately came up with was the SPC 700 sound chip, a masterpiece that easily outclassed what anyone had ever made before. Look inside a Super Nintendo today, and you'll see Sony staring back at you. That's his chip. If you like Super Metroid's soundtrack, Donkey Kong Country, or pretty much any music in this video, it's thanks to Ken Kutaragi. Nintendo was impressed with the results, and not only did the chip earn Ken clout at the big N, but also built a bridge between the 2 companies. Sony had long desired to get into the games business, dating back to their making MSX home computers back in '83. MSX was home to the first few Metal Gears and other notable games, but failed to gain popularity outside Japan. When Nintendo unveiled the Game Boy, Sony's head of research and development reportedly chewed out his subordinates, saying Sony should have come up with the idea first as part of their portable Walkman brand. So as the next console generation was heating up, instead of working their way up from the bottom, Sony was keen to partner with Nintendo and gain access to their global customer base. The Famicom got a floppy disk add-on in the last generation, so in 1988, Ken suggested Nintendo incorporate CD technology into their upcoming Super Famicom. A deal was struck, and Ken was appointed one of the primary architects of the SNES CD project. Thanks to their history with Philips, Sony well understood how CDs could revolutionize the gaming industry, seemingly better than Nintendo did. The storage capacity was unprecedented. every Nintendo game ever released up to that point could fit on a single CD. Super Famicom carts would eventually max out at 6 megabytes of storage, but CDs could hold over 600. Having to design smaller worlds, fewer stages, or cutting content because there wasn't enough space would soon be a thing of the past. Let's skip ahead in time a little to show how that played out in practice. People always say Doom runs on everything, so we'll use that as an example. Doom hit PC in 1993, then got ported to Super Nintendo and PlayStation in 95. On the SNES, they had to cut 5 of the 27 levels because they couldn't fit them all on the cart. In the PlayStation version, they not only got levels from Doom and Doom 2, but they included half a dozen additional maps as well, for a total of 59 levels. That's almost triple what Nintendo fans got to play. And they could have fit even more if they wanted. But often, extra disc space got spent on music. Disc Doom had 35 tracks, while the cartridge version only got 19, and they sounded like this. Another good example is Mega Man X3, which also released on SNES and PlayStation. With CDs, you could make more game worlds, fit more music, higher quality audio, and even after all that, there was plenty of space left over for full motion video, if the devs wanted it. Mega Man X3 on CD had cutscenes. The cartridge version didn't. Cheap manufacturing also allowed more games to get made. A CD only cost $1 to make, while carts were closer to 15 or 20. When games are cheaper to make, more get made. It's as simple as that. That's partly why Saturn and PlayStation got so many more games than Nintendo 64. Discs' only real downsides were load times, which cartridges lacked almost entirely. And also that they were read-only, meaning discs couldn't save progress without extra hardware like a memory card. Okay, that's enough getting ahead of the story. Let's head back to the late 80s. The SNES CD used a format called Super Discs, and one often overlooked but hugely important feature was being able to play music. CD players were expensive at the time, and this would be a cheap, competitive alternative. Sony's music division expected the SNES CD would get popular with folks wanting to do karaoke at home, and consumers were largely expected to buy one just for singing karaoke and listening to CDs. Kinda like how years later, a lot of people bought a PS2 just to watch DVDs. More interesting for us gamers, though, were the games in development, the most notable probably being Marvelous: Another Treasure Island. It was directed by Eiji Aonuma, who would later become director for the mainline Zelda franchise. Marvelous was a puzzle-solving action RPG in the style of Zelda: Link to the Past, where you play as 3 kids on a mysterious island searching for pirates' legendary treasure. It was originally supposed to include a bunch of animated shorts, but they got scrapped when, spoiler alert, the SNES CD eventually got cancelled. The game ultimately released on a standard Super Famicom cart, only in Japan, where Famitsu scored it 29 out of 40. Another game was The Seventh Guest, which you might have never heard of, but was a pretty big deal back in the day.
How did I get here? I remember nothing.
The Seventh Guest was a point-and-click semi-horror game set in a creepy mansion full of puzzles, ghosts, and amazing graphics and sound for its time. Nintendo bought the rights to console exclusivity, and preliminary work was done for SNES CD. That version never came out, but on PC it reviewed in the 8s and 9s and sold a couple million units. The way things worked out, the only console it ended up on was Philips CDI, where it's still remembered as one of the system's best games. There was also Secret of Mana, the second in Squaresoft's action RPG series that began as a spin-off of Final Fantasy. It's about a kid who finds a magical sword and has to journey to 8 temples to power it up as he's pursued by the forces of an evil empire. The game was eventually switched over to a standard SNES cartridge, resulting in some content having to get cut. It released to 9 and 10 review scores, but could have fared even better on disc. Other notable projects include some by Sony themselves, like a shoot-'em-up called Fortiza, along with Hook, which was being developed simultaneously with the 1991 film of the same name. Meanwhile, a Star Wars game was being developed by Psygnosis and DMA Design, the studio that later changed their name to Rockstar and made Grand Theft Auto. Digital Pictures was making the first-person rail shooter Sewer Shark, as well as the interactive movie Night Trap. As you'll hear more about in this video's Revenge section, both games eventually got switched over to Sega CD. After release, Night Trap got hauled in front of the US Senate during a violence in video games controversy. During the hearings, Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln said,
"For the record, I want to state that Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo system. This game, which as you've indicated promotes violence against women, simply has no place in our society."
But at that point, he knew Night Trap couldn't come to a Nintendo system because it'd never work on a cartridge. His promise was later broken, by the way, when Night Trap released on Nintendo Switch in 2018. Alright, we're getting ahead of the story again. Last time, we promise. Nintendo and Sony announced their partnership making the SNES drive in 1990, but at the same time, and unknown to the public, Sony was also developing their own console, the PlayStation. Ken was key architect on this project too, though it was Icelandic physicist Olaf Olafsson who was actually in charge. Don't forget about him, because later on, he's going to be important. But anyway, this PlayStation was completely different than the PlayStation we know today. It was only 16 bits, and for all intents and purposes, just a Super Famicom and SNES CD combined into one machine, and thus played Super Discs and Super Famicom carts. It might sound strange that Nintendo would let Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong onto someone else's console, but actually, it was pretty standard back then. In the generation before, Sharp Corporation made the Twin Famicom with Nintendo's permission as a combined Famicom and Famicom disk system. PlayStation was just the next generation of that same idea, a Super Famicom and CD drive stapled together. Nintendo was fine with other companies making these consoles, so long as the contract had favorable terms. Unfortunately, it seems Yamauchi didn't realize the Sony contract didn't have favorable terms. Not for Nintendo, anyway. For one thing, it made Sony the sole worldwide licenser of the Super Disc format. In other words, licensing power over all its CD games. But what does being licenser mean exactly? Well, it grants some extraordinary privileges. For one thing, licensors get to approve or reject any game they want. When Nintendo was licensor over Famicom games, they often used that power for quality control to ensure their consoles weren't flooded with shovelware. Like limiting publishers to only making 5 games a year, Nintendo could also force content changes to up the quality, censor out vulgarity, remove religious symbols, whatever they wanted really. As licensor, Nintendo could also demand that games released on their consoles remained exclusive to their hardware, and demand a cut of every game's sales. Making money on hardware and first-party games was great and all, but taking a cut of everyone else's games too was even better. For example, Enix sold over 10 million Dragon Quest games on Famicom, which is even more than Zelda. That made Nintendo hundreds of millions of dollars. But if Enix put future Dragon Quests on CD instead of cartridge, it'd be Sony making all that money, because they had the licensing rights. Being licensor granted other privileges as well, but you get the idea. It was a guaranteed means of huge profits and lots of power. In the contract they signed, Sony was the licensor for CD games, so in effect, Nintendo would only own the top half of the Super Famicom, while Sony would have control of the bottom. Same goes for the PlayStation, and it was beginning to look like the bottom half was gonna be more important than Yamauchi initially thought. From a strategic point of view, Sony also had a back door to screwing over Nintendo if they wanted, the SPC 700 chip. Sony was sole rights holder and manufacturer, meaning Nintendo had grown dependent on Sony for making their own consoles. And Yamauchi didn't like being dependent. Another problem was that, as we mentioned earlier, Sony started making their own Super Disc games, which infuriated Yamauchi, as it meant Sony would be tapping into his player base. He'd expected Sony to mostly just make the hardware and non-gaming software, like karaoke. But after a while, Yamauchi realized the precarious pit he'd let himself fall into. Sony wasn't an ally, they were a rival, and he'd signed a horrific deal with them. Sony was going to be in a position to win over their customers, take all their licensees, and become the industry's new top dog. Just as Nintendo overthrew Atari in the last generation, now Sony was using Nintendo as a stepping stone to take the crown for themselves. Yamauchi refused to let that happen, so he secretly canned the SNES CD without telling Sony, and sent Nintendo of America's Howard Lincoln and Minoru Arakawa, he was Yamauchi's son-in-law by the way, to the Netherlands to negotiate a new deal with Philips. They basically had the same technological know-how as Sony with CDs, and unlike Sony, Philips wasn't on a warpath to inherit the gaming industry. They were making CDIs, but it wasn't really a games console, more like a multimedia hub for playing music, watching movies, and learning from interactive encyclopedias that just happened to also play video games.
Wann war Kennedy in Berlin?
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Was war Klimt?
Der Maler Gustav Klimt.
Wie klingt Mozarts Don Giovanni? Das Bertelsmann-Lexikon auf Philips CD.
We'll talk more about the CDI later, but point is, Philips wasn't a threat, and they were willing to give Nintendo the licensing rights they now coveted so fiercely. So Yamauchi made a deal with them to be the new SNES CD suppliers. Letting Sony slip through their fingers is seen by some as one of Nintendo's biggest mistakes of all time. They awakened a monster when they should have made him an ally. But that was never really an option, as Sony never would have been content as a mere vassal. They were coming for the kingdom either way. It was just a matter if Yamauchi wanted to fight him on the battlefield or open the front door and do battle in his own home. Yamauchi chose the battlefield and prepared to use the element of surprise.
What you want, it's 16-bit, and it's yours only if you get new Super Nintendo. Now you're playing with power.
The summer 1991 Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. Sega revealed new Genesis games, NEC had stuff for the TurboGrafx-16 and SNK2, with the Neo Geo. The Super Nintendo wasn't even out yet, but there it was in all its glory, along with Mario, F-Zero, and more. Sony was waiting in the wings, and on the first day of the expo, they were all set to finally unveil the PlayStation. But a couple days before, Ken, Olaf, and the rest of Sony caught wind of the betrayal. Nintendo was going to announce a new alliance with Philips, embarrassing Sony on the world stage. Sony's CEO called Yamauchi on the phone, trying to talk him out of it, but to no avail. Lawsuits were threatened and other means of payback, but Yamauchi had made up his mind. Howard Lincoln recalls, there were tremendous efforts on a worldwide basis to keep that press conference from happening. They gave up on us, but they kept pressuring Philips. Philips, however, was as stone-faced as Nintendo. There was nothing Sony could do. They mulled over cancelling their big PlayStation reveal, but that would have been a complete surrender, giving Nintendo exactly what they wanted. Yamauchi would have liked nothing better than see them tuck tail and run to let Nintendo continue reigning unopposed. So, Sony continued as planned, and on June 1st announced the PlayStation. The next day, it was Nintendo's turn, with everyone expecting Howard Lincoln to affirm their alliance with Sony. But the audience was surprised to hear him announce it was going to be Philips making the SNES CD, meaning its games would not be compatible with PlayStation. "They stabbed us in the back," said Olaf. Not only had Nintendo jilted them at the altar, they'd done it with the Dutch. By choosing a foreign company over their own kind, Nintendo had knowingly committed a faux pas in Japanese culture. Sony vowed revenge, but before we continue that plot thread, let's catch up with Philips.
This is CDI, Compact Disc Interactive, a new world standard in multimedia home entertainment from Philips Electronics. You might expect to pay over $1,000 for an entertainment system that does this much, but now you can own a Philips CDI player for only $499.
Philips was originally supposed to release their now infamous CDI in '87, but ended up delaying it all the way into 1991. Sony actually co-developed the technology with them, but mostly dropped out of the project along the way. Ironically, so they could partner with Nintendo instead. Though it's worth mentioning, Sony did make some portable CDIs called Intelligent Discmans. They were sorta like gigantic Game Boy Advance SPs that played CDI games and music CDs. We keep saying Philips and Sony are rivals, but frenemies is probably a more accurate term. They compete in a lot of the same markets, but occasionally team up when there's a mutual benefit. Big publishers were initially excited about Philips' system, like EA, who formed a development division solely dedicated to making CDI games. But those 4 years of delays soured their enthusiasm. Even still, CDI was ahead of the curve in terms of compact disc adoption, and its visuals were mind-blowing back in the 16-bit era.
And look after that body, it's my favorite model, built for speed and pleasure.
Don't worry about that. I intend to keep up the maintenance on this model.
But ultimately, the CDI didn't get many good titles. Philips' machine wasn't really designed for playing games, so it couldn't handle even simple stuff like screen scrolling very well. As a result, most CDI games try to skate by with good graphics to make up for the lack of fun factor. As we mentioned earlier, CDI was really more of a multimedia machine. Yeah, there were games, but most of the focus was on interactive encyclopedias, accessing the internet, watching movies, and listening to CDs. Philips themselves weren't a gaming company. They made all kinds of electronics like TVs, VCRs, cassette players, and so on. It wasn't until 1994 when sales were so abysmal that Philips pivoted to marketing CDI as a games console to try and reach a new audience. By then, it was too late though. They finally threw in the towel in '96 after selling just 500,000 systems. Sitting here comfortably in the future, we all know the Philips CDI was a mimetic failure, but all that hadn't happened yet when Yamauchi conspired with them to take over the SNES CD project. And besides, he probably wouldn't have cared much about CDI sales anyway. If anything, CDI flopping was good for Nintendo. He wanted Philips to make a CD drive without usurping Nintendo's dominance, which Philips was willing to do, and really, that's all that mattered. 6 months after the betrayal, Nintendo announced the Philips SNES CD would launch in January '93 at a price of $200, the same cost as the base console. Nintendo boasted of CD games' giant storage capacity, high-quality audio, full-motion video, and cheap manufacturing. Basically, all the stuff the Sony drive was going to do that we talked about earlier, and teased that future games would probably use video cutscenes instead of still image cinema. It'll provide settings of a quality not realized by Super NES cartridges with their limited memory capacities, said Nintendo Power Magazine. The Super NES CD-ROM will open up great new worlds of fun, and it's just around the corner. Nintendo also said CDI games would be playable on SNES CD, though honestly, that seems hard to imagine from a technical standpoint, and some say it's impossible, but we'll just take Nintendo's word that they could pull it off. Which means when the Zelda CDI games came out, we could have played them on our Super Nintendos if all had gone according to plan. How great would that have been? All the new features sounded great, but the drive was still 16 bits. Meaning, aside from FMVs, games were going to look mostly the same as regular SNES titles. With that in mind, in August 92, Nintendo announced the SNES CD was getting delayed and replaced with a new 32-bit drive. That would essentially make it a half-generation upgrade and bring it up to snuff with the upcoming Sega 32X, Saturn, and 3DO. Production was set to commence in August 93, though the actual release date was still up in the air. Yamauchi told Japanese press, "If we don't have games showing off the CD-ROM's capabilities, it'll just end up like the last two companies," seemingly alluding to Sega CD and TurboGrafx CD, neither of which set the world on fire. He went on to say the SNES CD would hit store shelves when they had enough games for a suitable launch lineup. Japanese press expected that day to arrive in Christmas 93, or otherwise sometime in 94. It all came down to the games though, so naturally Miyamoto had his work cut out for him. Nintendo always relied on him for big launch titles to move units back then, and to that point he told Famitsu, "There are games that are games, and those that aren't. Since it's a medium I've nurtured this far, I don't want to disparage games, but I want to widen the scope more. And we need new hardware like the CD-ROM to realize that vision." Argonaut Games, who just finished making Star Fox with Miyamoto, were working on a Wayne's World game that would include footage from the movie and a lot of heavy metal music. Shigesato Itoi announced that HAL Labs was making Mother 3, the sequel to Earthbound, for SNES CD. Nintendo said that the graphic adventure PC game Cosmic Osmo, probably a remake or possibly a sequel, would be one of the add-on's first releases, with a compact universe of planets to explore. The very first Rayman game was in development over at Ubisoft. Spectrum Holobyte was working on a Star Trek Next Generation game, and Sata Corporation was making a new CD version of GD Lean. As the first RPG ever released on Super Famicom, at this point the original GD Lean was looking pretty dated. Some earlier projects were still in the cards as well, like The Seventh Guest, which was promoted heavily by Nintendo. And presumably there were more games in development we don't even know about. Things were looking promising for Nintendo and Philips, and gamers were excited for the leap to 32 bits. Meanwhile, Sony was mulling over what to do next. At first, they tried to get Nintendo to come back to them. Soon after the betrayal, in the press, Olaf publicly told Nintendo, "The door is still open." Others within Sony just wanted to give up, take the loss on the chin, and get out of the games biz and stick to their already successful products. Ultimately, they decided to stay in, and while they were at it, get some payback for Nintendo screwing them over. They considered cutting off the supply of Ken's audio chips to sink the Super Famicom, but ultimately decided not to, since it'd be bad for their reputation. So they did a little tit for tat instead. Nintendo cheated on them with Philips, so in response, Sony wooed Nintendo's rival. Olaf and a few other Sony execs went to Sega of America president Tom Kalinske and said, quote, "Tom, we really don't like Nintendo. You don't like Nintendo." And together they got some games in the works for Sega CD, including some originally meant for the SNES, like the aforementioned Night Trap and Sewer Shark. Tom and Olaf flew to Japan and met up with Ken, and together came up with a plan for a joint Sega-Sony console that'd play CD games, called the Sega Multimedia Entertainment System. But Sega Japan killed it, saying, "That's a stupid idea. Sony doesn't know how to make hardware. They don't know how to make software either. Why would we want to do this?" Then they dumped Sony and went on to make Sega Saturn without them. Truth was, in spite of everything, Sony just couldn't do much to Nintendo. Howard Lincoln had told the press, "It's safe to say that if we release Super Mario 6 on compact disc, it would not play on Sony's system unless Nintendo and Sony resolve their differences." Sony still wanted PlayStation to play SNES carts too, because at the end of the day, they still wanted access to Nintendo's massive player base. But to include that slot, they'd need Nintendo's approval. So, despite their earlier threats, Sony never ended up suing Nintendo for breaking contract. Cooler heads prevailed and a peace was made. In late '92, a new contract was written up, saying Nintendo would let PlayStation have its cartridge slot. But now they were taking the lion's share of licensing and royalties for themselves. Yamauchi had got what he wanted. Sony went on to produce a couple hundred PlayStation prototypes, but Ken was fed up. He didn't want anything to do with Nintendo, so he got back to tinkering in secret again till he was ready to pitch his bosses a new PlayStation, which was 32-bit, 3D graphics, and no cartridge slot. Instead of using old tech in inventive ways like Nintendo, this console was on the cutting edge. And while Nintendo and Sega competed for kids, Ken wanted to make games for adults. Sony leadership mostly opposed the idea, but Ken reminded them of the humiliation they had faced from Nintendo, and ultimately, his proposal was accepted. Sony's CEO turned to Ken and said, "Do it," a moment recently immortalized in Astro's Playroom. Sony cut all ties with Nintendo, and Ken, Olaf, and the rest of the team got to work. At the peak, we stayed up all night for several nights in a row, Ken recalled. We couldn't stop working because our work was so interesting. Finally, in late '93, Sony announced the PlayStation. They called it the PSX to signal this wasn't the same old product with a cartridge slot. This was a new era for Sony and the entire gaming industry. This was the future. Around the same time, Nintendo dropped a bombshell announcement of their own. The SNES CD was cancelled. Instead, they were going to focus on making a 64-bit system that had come out a few years later, codenamed Project Reality. While Sony's SNES CD went out with a bang, Philips went out with a whimper. There was no drama, no vows for revenge. It just kinda happened. Yamauchi said 32 bits would soon be obsolete, and even if Project Reality came out later than the competition, Nintendo would ultimately win because they had twice the bits. But after 3 years of empty promises, some fans were pretty annoyed. They wanted that half-gen upgrade, often daydreaming of Mario, Zelda, and Metroid CD. But with all those prospects off the table, a lot of them jumped ship to other consoles. After years of hyping up CDs in general, and Philips' drive in particular, Nintendo's official stance was now that CDs sucked. The load times were too long, and CDs were too easy to pirate. And besides, now cartridges could achieve 3D graphics without console add-ons, by inserting Super FX chips directly into carts. And the competitors' CD games, Sega and NEC, proved the format wasn't so revolutionary after all. As Nintendo saw it, they were basically just cartridge games with better sound and more storage than you could even make use of. Super Nintendos were selling well enough already, far better than their CD playing competition, so Nintendo decided to stick with their winning formula. A few months later, in October '93, Philips published Zelda, The Wand of Gamelon, and Link, The Faces of Evil on CDI. They'd already been in development a while, and part of the Philips deal was getting to use some Nintendo IPs, which made some amount of sense considering CDI games were meant to be playable on SNES CD. Unfortunately, both games were terrible, and Nintendo had next to no involvement in their development. With CD-quality music and full-motion video, they bested Nintendo's own Zelda games on a technical level, but fell flat in terms of fun. Check out this epic final battle against Ganon.
Join me, Link, and I will make your face the greatest in Korodai, or else you will die. No! Not into the pit! It burns!
Hotel Mario and Zelda's Adventure eventually followed as the last trickle to come out of the aborted SNES CD project. A year later, in December '94, Sony got a head start and launched the PlayStation. It'd go on to outsell the Nintendo 64 by a 3-1 margin, get 20 times more games, and become the first console to ever break 100 million units. Ken Kutaragi, now known as the father of the PlayStation, was promoted to CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment, Sony's gaming division. Under his leadership, the PlayStation 2 would reach even greater heights, becoming the best-selling console of all time and outselling Nintendo's GameCube 7-1. He was widely expected to get promoted to CEO over all Sony, but ended up getting passed over. Then, after some office politics gone wrong, the rocky launch of the PlayStation 3 and some controversial public statements, he stepped down in 2007. The decision wasn't entirely his to make, despite more than 30 years at the company. Olaf suffered a similar fate, but for him, it was for arguing with Sony leadership over the price of the PS1. They wanted to charge more. He wanted to make it cheap.
Join me for a brief presentation. $2.99.
Ultimately, he was forced to resign over it. Then he got a job at the financial firm Advanta and took some Sony souvenirs with him, including one of the original PlayStations. You know, the one that was basically a Super Famicom and SNES CD superglued together. In 2009, Advanta went bankrupt and a lot of their stuff got auctioned off. And it seems Olaf forgot the PS1 in his office cause it found its way onto the auction block. A former Advanta employee, Terry Diebold, bought it for $75. He didn't know what it was though, so he shoved it in his attic for 6 years. Fortunately, his son Dan eventually figured it out on the internet, that hundreds were made a quarter century earlier, but none had ever surfaced until now. As advertised, it could indeed play cartridges, as well as music CDs. They later lent it to computer engineer Ben Heck, who did a public teardown video for all to see in 2016, so it'd be well documented what's inside. No one had any SuperDisc games to test out, of course, so fans made some of their own to prove it worked, like Super Boss Gaiden. In 2020, that same PlayStation got auctioned off again, this time bought by Pets.com founder Greg McLemore, who remains the owner to this day. He paid $360 grand, making it the highest priced video game item of all time. Instead of locking it up in a vault for his eyes alone, he's been cool enough to lend it out to museums, expos, and various events.
Of the Nintendo PlayStation, which is now referred to, because of some talks with Sony, as the PlayStation Zero. You're dropping the Nintendo element because if this was Nintendo's property, you'd all see a cease and desist in here.
Sadly, Terry Diebold passed away mere months after selling it, so he didn't have much time with that $360,000. As for the Philips SNES CD, it doesn't seem any prototypes were ever produced, or if they were, haven't been discovered yet. After it turned to vaporware, Nintendo continued to fight against CDs for years to come, first releasing the Satellaview add-on in 1995 to beam games down to Super Famicoms via satellite. Then in 1997 with the Nintendo Power System for rewriting Super Famicom carts. Novel ideas to be sure, but neither were especially successful. Project Reality became the Nintendo 64, which still used cartridges. Then in '99, they launched the 64DD with floppy disks. It wasn't till GameCube they finally followed suit with the rest of the industry and saw CDs as the future. Well, technically they were mini DVDs, but still. A few months after GameCube launched, Hiroshi Yamauchi retired at the age of 74. Nintendo had been a family business since it was founded by his great-grandfather, Fusajiro Yamauchi, in 1889. When Hiroshi took over post-World War II, Nintendo was just a small card manufacturer, but under his tenure, transformed it into a global video game giant. As Hiroshi rode off into the sunset, instead of his own children or grandchildren, he hand-picked Satoru Iwata as his successor, thus ending over 100 years of Yamauchi's running the company. Hiroshi had personally amassed a fortune of $8 billion, making him Japan's wealthiest man. His wife Michiko passed away in 2012, and he followed the next summer, as old folks so often do. And finally, Philips. After the CDI's failure and the SNES CD's disappearance, they never made a games console ever again. Gamers will forever, for all time, remember them solely for the memes. That said, they're doing alright for themselves. Their stock price is up 1,000% since the CDI days, which is more than can be said for Nintendo and Sony. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just walk away, pick your battles, and live to see another day. Sega could attest to that too. And, well, that's the story of the Super NES CD-ROM system. A promising journey into compact discs and 32 bits that never reached its destination. It began with a Japanese dad watching his little girl play Famicom, and after 5 years of work, only ended up giving us CDI Zelda, Marvelous, and Night Trap, plus a few more games that found their way to other systems. Looked at another way though, you could say, even if it never came out, the SNES CD project ended up shaping the next few console generations, resulting in where we're at today. Something to think about.
空からどんどんゲームが降ってくる。衛星から次々と送られてくるゲームソフトの放送プログラムを家庭で楽しむ。スーパーファミコン専用衛星放送アダプターサテラビュー。
Many of Nintendo's most bizarre innovations launched in the 90s, and lately we've been diving deep into a few of them, like the Nintendo Power cartridge rewrite system and the internet-powered 64DD, two failures that never left Japan. There was also the Super Famicom CD drive, which would have doubled the system's bitage from 16 to 32. But probably Nintendo's most futuristic experiment was the Satellaview, an add-on that beamed games down to Super Famicoms via satellite. It was basically Xbox Game Pass without a subscription fee. In fact, Nintendo made a deal with Microsoft to bring their content to PC, and teased Satellaview continuing into the next console generation. Satellaview got exclusives from some of gaming's biggest franchises, like Mario, Zelda, Kirby, F-Zero, Fire Emblem, and Dragon Quest. A lot of less famous games too. Like this Nintendo gem, where you investigate a bunch of black people for murdering an old white lady, all while listening to some licensed hip-hop from artists like DJ Cash Money and Public Enemy. You'll hear more about all those games later. But Satellaview was more than just games. It was a way of life, a community. Users were officially called Satellaviewers and interacted directly with the service in ways unthinkable today. There was truly nothing else like it, and never has been ever since. Unfortunately, just like Nintendo's other 90s ventures, Satellaview ended in failure. But that's getting ahead of the story. Before we detail the platform's rise, fall, and resurrection, let's go back and start at the very beginning. This is the full history of the Nintendo Satellaview. In the early 90s, cartridge manufacturing costs skyrocketed, forcing customers to pay higher and higher prices for Super Famicom games, from $80 in 1990 gradually up to $100 a couple years later. In some cases, as high as $150. Most of their competitors responded by switching to CDs, but after cancelling the SNES disk drive, Nintendo needed to find a new way of delivering games to its customers. Enter Saint Giga, the first satellite radio company in the world. Founded in Tokyo in 1990, Saint Giga made a name for themselves with their 24-hour Tides of Sound broadcasts, where listeners were treated to ambient music based on the time of day, the weather, and tide cycles. Vibes specially curated for a sunny morning, a rainy afternoon, cold winter night, and so on. Saint Giga's director, Hiroshi Yokoi, said the goal was to relax listeners in waves of sound, quote, like a baby sleeps in the womb. There was no news, no talk, and no commercials. Instead, Saint Giga stayed afloat by charging listeners $6 a month. They had a dedicated cult following, but never grew big enough to become profitable. After a few years, they were broke. Nintendo liked the cut of their jib though, so in 1993, they bought 20% ownership in the company and saved them from bankruptcy. Nintendo was now Saint Giga's largest shareholder, and started planning a way to combine Saint Giga's satellite technology with Nintendo's penchant for game creation. They had the same guys who designed the Super Famicom create an add-on specifically for this purpose, called the Satellaview. No expensive cartridges, no slow-loading CDs. Instead, games would be distributed through satellite broadcasts. There'd also be game-related talk radio, digital magazines, and much, much more. Satellaview launched in April 1995, priced at $180. Pretty expensive for an add-on, but Satellaviewers were not charged a subscription fee, meaning the games themselves were essentially free. I think that's a pretty consumer-friendly arrangement, Miyamoto told Famitsu. In the past, there might have been a game you thought looked interesting, but cost $100, and it could be hard to tell if it's $100 worth of fun just by looking at it. But on Satellaview, once you've bought the hardware, you've already paid for all the games in advance. So again, basically Xbox Game Pass without a monthly fee. Miyamoto went on to say that with Satellaview, you're essentially paying for an empty cartridge, which Nintendo would continuously refill with new games for years to come. So from that perspective, $180 was actually kinda cheap. From the business side, Satellaview was also funded with sponsored ads, which usually appeared after play sessions. We checked archived footage and also talked to some Japanese fans who were there in its heyday, and it seems ads were mostly for SNES games or other broadcasts. So yes, there were ads, but they weren't annoying toothpaste commercials or anything like that. A lot of free game demos were broadcast as well, which were advertisements in their own way and brought in additional revenue. The library was genuinely pretty impressive. Much more so than Nintendo's other 90s experiments. One of the first Satellaview games was BS: The Legend of Zelda, a 16-bit remake of the original Zelda, where you play as your Satellaview avatar with your choice of gender. These were sort of like Nintendo Miis of their era. Your avatar was the player character in a few other games as well, like BS Zelda: Ancient Stone Tablets, a pseudo-sequel to A Link to the Past that took place in the same overworld but set 6 years later with a new story, dungeons, side quests, and minigames. So 16-bit Ura Zelda, basically. Another big one was BS Super Mario USA, a direct sequel to the Super Mario 2 we got in the West. You know, the one that was a reskin of Doki Doki Panic. Then there was BS Super Mario Collection, which was more or less a remix of Super Mario Allstars. BS F-Zero Grand Prix 1 and 2 were kinda like expansions to the original SNES game that added new cars, music, and racetracks. BS Marvelous Camp Arnold and BS Marvelous Time Athletic were alternate versions of Marvelous Another Treasure Island, a Zelda-like RPG released on cartridge and directed by Eiji Aonuma, who'd later become director of the mainline Zelda franchise. BS Famicom Detective Club: The Past That Disappeared in the Snow was the series' usual fare, a graphic novel murder mystery, but this time set in a winter village. BS stands for Broadcast Satellite, by the way. Those are the big first-party highlights, though Nintendo also made some original IP you've probably never heard of, like Mighty Pockets, a detective-themed board game with a lot of black characters, and licensed music from mostly black artists, including DJ Cash Money, Gangstar, Coolio, MC Hammer, Michael Jackson, the Jungle Brothers, and Public Enemy. Hard to believe, but it's true. Nintendo had some Zelda and Mario devs make a board game pretty similar to Clue, except it's animal detectives chasing a bunch of black people for murdering an old white lady. In the first case, the prime suspect is a gang leader whose name is literally just Black. Black the junk dealer. The other suspects are his associates, and you've got to figure out who done it while listening to hip-hop. Not only is this game real, it was also fairly popular with Satellaviewers. Now's probably a good time to mention that unlike cartridges, a lot of Satellaview broadcasts had CD quality sound, which came in clutch for a game like Mighty Pockets. Another memorable first-party title was Satella Q, basically a collection of minigames and quizzes starring Toad as the main character. Satellaview was broadcast about 30 times over 4 years, making it the longest-running game on the system. Nintendo also did a remake of Excitebike, with Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Wario, and Yoshi as playable characters. Second-party studios contributed as well, like BS Fire Emblem Arcania Saga from Intelligent Systems, a 4-level short story taking place in the middle of the original Famicom game's timeline. They also broadcast 4 maps for Super Famicom Wars, though it wouldn't be till later that the full game released through the Nintendo Power rewrite system. HAL Labs made Kirby's Toy Box, a collection of 8 smaller games, including baseball, pinball, and pachinko. And they released DLC for Shigesato Itoi's #1 Bass Fishing, which is pretty much what it sounds like, a fishing game with light RPG elements. Earthbound's creator, Shigesato Itoi, is a bit of an angler in real life, but here he just works at the bait shop. There was also substantial third-party support. Squaresoft invested in Saint Giga 2, and a few months after Chrono Trigger hit Super Famicom, they broadcast some spin-offs like Chrono Trigger Jet Bike Special and Radical Dreamers, a text-based visual novel serving as a side story to the main game. As supplementary material, they also released Chrono Trigger character and music libraries. Square made a few standalone exclusives as well, with the best probably being Treasure Conflicts, an RPG about treasure hunting with a lot of Mode 7 airship exploration and aerial dogfights. Enix made BS Dragon Quest, based on the 16-bit remake of Dragon Quest I that had come out a few years before, but now with extra side quests, NPC encounters, and lots more little changes. Then Marvelous released BS Harvest Moon, a farming simulator and pseudo-sequel to the regular Harvest Moon, which released on Super Famicom not long before. Honestly, there were too many Satella games for us to cover all of them in depth, but just know there were dozens of original titles, plus a back catalogue of older games like Lemmings, Wario's Woods, Link to the Past, and Mario Paint. You know, like how Game Pass doesn't only have new releases, it has a library of old ones too. Some exclusives were known as Soundlink games, and typically broadcast from 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening. What made Soundlink special was the radio component, enabling high-quality sound and voiceover from actors and developers. BS Zelda serves as a good example, as it was the very first.
君は壊れる壁や崖を見つけただろうか。爆弾をうまく使おう。老人や商人の洞窟から考
える。ゲームの映像に合わせて音声が迫り来るこの大迫力。ゲームの世界にアクションロールプレイングという名を知らしめたゼルダの伝説が全く新しい世界初音声連動番組となって君を直撃する BS ゼルダの伝説。しかもこの放送は全国同時放送だから君たちは日本中のプレイヤーを相手に自慢の腕と技術を競い合うんだ。どう？すごいでしょ。
BS Zelda had some new music and plot details voiced by Zelda and Ganon, and the old man serving as the overall narrator. You know who I mean. The guy who says, "It's dangerous to go alone," and gives you his sword. Soon after that was BS Dragon Quest, which had voiceover from series creator Yuji Horii, reminiscing about the game's development and the franchise's evolution since the mid-80s. It also had quite a few characters with voice acting. BS Super Mario USA's characters chatted with each other and occasionally affected gameplay.
少し驚かせてやりましょう。わかりました、ピーチ姫。行くぞ。それ。どうかしら。
BS F-Zero had 3 announcers and some absolutely killer remixes. BS Detective Club had voice acting.
それがね、草野和夫が殺されたの。
And BS Fire Emblem had a lot of still image cinema.
神が来ました。 Most of the add-on's best games were Soundlink, which made them unique experiences not possible on cartridge. They were only possible with satellites, but it was kind of a double-edged sword, and the technology had its downsides. Typically, Soundlink games released as 4 one-hour episodes, spread a week apart, and could not be played outside their time slot. In other words, you couldn't complete them start to finish at your leisure, and you also couldn't replay them later. If you wanted to play, let's say, Ancient Stone tablets, you had to be at your TV from 6 to 7 PM 4 weeks in a row. Soundlink was the very center of the service, and mirrored what TV watchers were accustomed to back then. They knew when their favorite show came on, and made sure to be at their TVs when it started. That's not how things work nowadays, so it sounds kinda crappy from our modern perspective. And even in the 90s, it wasn't super convenient, which is why Nintendo tried to make up for it by rebroadcasting the best games pretty frequently. And to be clear, these weren't regular old games with a tacked-on time limit, they were designed to be played as 1-hour episodes. One benefit of that design was being able to have what were essentially leaderboards. A minute ago, you heard Satella Lady say you compete against other players. What she means is at the end of each episode, you get a completion ranking. In Ancient Stone tablets, for example, you got points for stuff like achieving objectives and collecting rupees, and lost points for taking damage and getting game overs. Rank high enough, and you'd get some prizes in the mail from Nintendo. A lot of broadcasts weren't just games though. Satellaviewers could listen to live talk shows, often focused on games and hosted by celebrities, or read digital magazines, some of which were about games and their developers, while others were just for general entertainment, and sometimes veered into bizarre and R-rated territory. The most famous of which was Lily Frankie Theatre. Maybe you've seen some out-of-context screenshots on Twitter or something. There were also digital versions of print publications, like Famitsu and Nintendo Power, along with newsletters from St. Giga and Nintendo announcing upcoming events, like an Itoi bass fishing competition where players had 1 hour to catch the 5 biggest fish they could find, with the top 100 winners advancing to a final round for special event lures and other real-life rewards. Itoi himself participated, and the contest got so popular that Nintendo held another a few months later. That was pretty common for Satellaview. If events and broadcasts were popular or heavily requested by fans, they'd get reruns. Many other games had competitions too, usually centered on item collecting, speedrunning, and achieving high scores. Free demos, crossword puzzles, quizzes. A lot of broadcasts felt like the kind of stuff you'd see in PlayStation Underground. Remember those? They were discs full of demos, interviews, and whatever miscellaneous content Sony felt like throwing at their fans. You could never do that on cartridge or VHS tapes, but those kind of grab bags worked well with the burgeoning CD format, even more so for Satella broadcasts. Though a lot of it was performed live, which wasn't possible even on CD. A typical day's schedule was 14 hours of broadcasts, with a dozen or so games, a few magazines, demos, and a grab bag of this and that. A new broadcast started every 10 or 20 minutes, so there was always something to catch your interest, and pull you back to your TV again and again and again. That's a rundown of the content. So now let's see what else gamers got for their $180. The Satellaview bundle had the kind of cords and hookups you'd expect, along with 2 cartridges. The first being a small 1 megabyte flash cart for storing games, magazines, and so on. Except SoundLink, most games didn't require you to be present at a precise time. You could schedule the system to download broadcasts at their specified hour, then they'd save to the flash card, so you could play later with no time limit. The idea is you'd be constantly deleting old titles and replacing them with new ones. Like Miyamoto said, getting a Satellaview's like buying an empty cartridge that's constantly refilled with new content. You could also purchase additional flashcards if you wanted to keep old stuff too. They cost $50 each, or you could win them in the leaderboards and competitions we talked about earlier. The flashcard snapped into the bundle's second cartridge, called BSX, The Story of the Town Whose Name Was Stolen. Boot it up, and you'd be in an RPG-style town with a story of its own that's continuously changing and getting updated via satellite. It had about 50 characters caught up in its ongoing drama, and an environment that changed with the seasons. There was an in-game economy where you could earn money, shops that sold stuff like fast travel portals, ponds for fishing, and so on. Satellaview magazine summed it up best. Quote, "The town whose name was stolen is actually a game in itself. Imagine an RPG without an ending, and you'll get the general idea." But it was more than just an RPG. Nowadays, download services are basically menus and thumbnails you scroll through. But on Satellaview, the town was the user interface. Want to play today's broadcast of Treasure Conflicts? Head to the museum. Want to play games saved to your flashcard? You can do that at your house. Want the day's news? Go to the news building. There's even a spot for daily pinups of hot Japanese girls. No joke. The town was also woven into some of the games themselves. Beating a game might give you an item to use in town, or unlocking a game might require you to spend some in-game currency. You could also use phone booths around town to get hints for games you've been playing. BSX was sort of a mix between Earthbound and Animal Crossing, but directly inspired by the early 90s mystery horror TV show Twin Peaks. Despite coming from America, it was super popular in Japan, and Koholint Island in Link's Awakening was also inspired by Twin Peaks. The show's about an FBI agent investigating the murder of a teenage girl in a mysterious small town. Likewise, the town whose name was stolen has a mystery of its own. Not only its name, but part of its history's been deleted. Just as you start investigating what the hell is going on, the townspeople start reporting UFO sightings and other weird phenomena. Every day the town's updated at noon, then again at 7 PM to continue the story. Every second day is a rerun, so if you can't play today, you can catch up tomorrow. The town's producer, Yusuke Akamatsu, said, "I think the ending a couple years from now will surprise Satellaviewers. I hope one day it'll get adapted as a live-action film and become a hot topic like Twin Peaks." Akamatsu was a novelist by trade, so he also wrote a monthly story about a similar city that lost its memory, set in the futuristic year of 2010. The story's title was 2010, as a matter of fact. In case you hadn't noticed, that was kind of the vibe Satellaview in general was going for. We're playing satellite games. We're in the future. 2010 followed a 16-year-old girl who's forgotten her name in a dystopian, half-destroyed city ruled by a mysterious overclass. Every month it was published in Satellaview magazine, which also kept readers up to date on the minute-to-minute broadcast schedule, had lots of interviews and other Satella-specific content like game reviews. One defining aspect of the entire Satellaview culture was direct input from fans. Individual Satellaviewers were featured in the magazine and wrote in to Satellaview's talk shows, where their names and letters were read live on air. They were encouraged to send in suggestions for characters and plot points that could be added in town updates, and asked which games they wanted to see rebroadcast or receive sequels. Fans were even encouraged to make their own games. Since there were no cartridge manufacturing costs, pretty much anyone could make a game and get it into the broadcast lineup, so long as it was good, of course. There are games that students bring us that maybe couldn't sell on cartridge for $80, Miyamoto explained, but they still have a chance for hundreds of thousands of people to play it thanks to Satellaview. Indeed, quite a few smaller games did make it to broadcast. Fans even made their own RPGs with RPG Maker, and their own shoot-em-ups with Dizemon, and some of those got broadcast as well. In a surprising turn, just a year after Satellaview launched, Nintendo made a deal with Microsoft to bring their games to PC, along with St. Giga's broadcast technology. Actually, they used the Japanese word for infotainment rather than games, and details were intentionally left vague because the service wasn't going to launch till a year later in summer '97. One thing they did put on record was that future subscribers would be paying less than $10 a month. Parsing their comments, it seems this might not have been Satellaview coming to PC exactly, though it seemed to be in the same ballpark. Meanwhile, in other interviews, Nintendo kept teasing that Satellaview could continue into the next generation via the 64 disk drive. Satellaviewers didn't know all the details about PC or DD, but regardless, they were excited for whatever came next. So, all this sounds pretty awesome, right? Nintendo president Yamauchi expected 2 million Satellaviews would sell in its first year on the market, then on into the future. There were over 17 million Super Famicom owners in Japan, so in other words, a projection that 10% of them would buy the add-on each year. And while they never provided Satella hardware sales, which is never a good sign by the way, St. Giga did publish active user counts. In early '97, they peaked at 116,000 users and trended downward from there. Needless to say, that was less than Nintendo had hoped for. Never mind 10% a year, as it turned out, only 1% of Super Famicom owners became Satellaviewers. Ever. Third parties pulled support around the same time. Satella magazine ceased publication, and the joint venture with Microsoft fizzled out to nothing. So why did it all fall apart? And how come gamers didn't jump on board? Well, first of all, Satellaviews weren't initially sold in stores. For the first 6 months, they were only available by phone call or mail order, which led to mostly only hardcore Nintendo fans buying one. Casual gamers, holiday shoppers, and normies don't tend to buy stuff if they don't see them in the stores, especially back before modern internet. Another problem was marketing. Nintendo only ran TV commercials for the first month, then limited themselves only to magazine ads. A very limited selection of cartridge games had promotional materials packaged in, like Yoshi's Island and Chrono Trigger. But for the most part, you'd have to already be subscribed to Nintendo-centric magazines to even hear about Satellaview. Then, of course, the competition. Sega and Sony released 32-bit systems in late '94, so by the time Satellaview launched in 1995, its 16-bit graphics looked ancient in comparison. Nintendo had already announced their own 64-bit system as well. At the time, it was due out Christmas 1995, just a few months after Satellaview. Simply put, most gamers were more interested in buying a new console than spending an equivalent amount of money to upgrade an old one. And finally, the price. The add-on itself cost $180, almost as much as the base console, but you also needed a tuner and parabolic antenna to receive satellite signals. Now's probably a good time to mention, the add-on had 2 mascots, Satobo and Parabo, who personified the required equipment. Some Japanese televisions already had antennas and tuners built in, But if you weren't lucky enough to have that kind of TV, you were going to have to shell out another few $100 or rent them month to month. In Satella magazines, some parents said they spent over $800 on all of the hardware, which was more than double the price of a brand new PlayStation. Yeah, the games were free, but that didn't exactly get parents tripping over themselves to spend a week's wages on satellite equipment, just so their kids could play more Nintendo than they already were. Add up all those shortcomings, and the result was that only the most devout fanboys ended up buying one. Nintendo mixed up the broadcast schedule to try and turn things around, but the numbers kept trending south. At this point, St. Giga was profitable, but still saddled with debt from their radio days, to the tune of $88 million. That was big money back then. In early '98, Nintendo presented a financial recovery plan to St. Giga to make sacrifices and get their debt under control, but they refused to accept it. Nintendo was pissed, but owning 1/5 of the company wasn't enough to force it on them. Later that year, relations were further strained when St. Giga failed to apply for a government broadcasting license before the mandatory deadline. That led to Nintendo putting out a statement in August '98, saying they'd been planning to increase their investment in Satellaview, but because of their problems with St. Giga, now they weren't going to do that anymore. Soon after, Nintendo announced they were cancelling all Satella game development, and as of April Fool's Day 1999, they'd be done supplying content entirely. In other words, as far as Nintendo was concerned, Satellaview was now cancelled. St. Giga tried running it on their own for a while, but with only 9 employees, they had very little choice but to reduce broadcast hours and rely on rerunning old games, since they didn't have any new ones. Active users peeled off pretty quick after that, down to under 50,000. That's when the plug got pulled for good, with Satellaview shutting down completely in summer 2000. St. Giga issued a goodbye, saying, "Farewell, Satellaview players. Since April, we've been broadcasting without any sponsors. We tried to get more sponsors to keep the service alive, but now we've decided to terminate broadcasting on June 30th, 2000, as we've determined it'll be difficult to find new sponsors in the coming digital era. Thank you very much for supporting our venture over the past 5 years." Further down in English, they told us, "I plowed of you forever." A year later, they were once again broke. But without Nintendo to bail them out this time, they went full-on bankrupt, and all their equipment, including 200 Tides of Sound cassette tapes, got auctioned off for a pittance. With their beloved add-ons now turned into paperweights, a lot of Satellaviewers fought to keep the community alive by staying in touch online, writing BSX Town fanfiction, and in some cases meeting up in real life. Nowadays, some hang out in dedicated Discord servers, which is where we found a few of them to get info for this video. And actually, after talking to those guys, we came away with a different perspective than we had going in. Nintendo appears to have lost a small fortune on Satellaview, but maybe that's not the right metric to measure its success, as we were originally thinking. Because really, Nintendo didn't care about the money. Not in the short term, anyway. That's why it was the only broadcast service on the market that didn't charge for content, and why its ads were so unobtrusive. It was the world's first video game broadcast system, and Nintendo was more focused on testing it out as a new distribution model, rather than maximizing profits. They wanted to see if it was a viable long-term strategy as an alternative to expensive cartridges and slow-loading CDs. That's why even during the decline from its peak, Nintendo was still planning to invest millions more to upgrade the tech. They were playing the long game, with their eye on continuing it to the next generation. Unfortunately, even viewed through that lens, Satellaview was still a failure. 99% of their own fans didn't buy one. Third parties abandoned them. The deal with Microsoft didn't pan out, and even their own partner, St. Giga, let them down when the going got rough. That's why Nintendo bailed when they did. Not because it was losing money, but because the experiment had run its course. It had proven that broadcasting games wasn't a viable long-term strategy. So they ended the experiment. In the decades since, Nintendo's shown little interest in preserving that chapter of their history, or even acknowledging it. They rarely bring up Satellaview in lookbacks, interviews, or alongside other relics of their past. For example, in 2024, they did a big media blitz for Emio the Smiling Man to promote the new Famicom Detective Club, the fourth in the series. But in all their promotional videos, they pretended like BS Detective Club, which released 27 years ago, never existed.
後ろに立つ少女という2作品を発売したファミリーコンピューターディスクシステムのアドベンチャーゲームシリーズです。2021年に任天堂スイッチでリメイクしたんですけども、それをやってみてね、これは絶対にファミタンの完全新作を作らなあかん。30年越しの新作ですからね、プロット作りから脚本、カットシーンの。
It's weird he'd say that, since it's not the first new game since the disk system. Sakamoto's leaving out the third entry, which released on Satellaview in 1997. He was producer on it, just as he is now for Emio. A few months later, Nintendo updated F-099 by adding 5 tracks from the BS expansions, but glossed over where they came from, instead announcing them as, quote, 5 new tracks. Individual developers, on their personal accounts, proudly celebrated the historic nature of Satella content's return, but Nintendo themselves never mentioned it. We could list more examples, but you get the point. Nintendo routinely goes out of their way to avoid talking about Satellaview, let alone re-releasing any of its games. Some of you might be thinking, oh well, those games only came out in Japan, maybe that's why. But they've acknowledged the history of and re-released Japan exclusives countless times before, like when they made a huge deal of localizing the original Fire Emblem for Switch, and even Nintendo Power exclusives by adding Wrecking Crew 98 and Kirby Superstar Stacker to Worldwide Switch Online. But Satellaview specifically is persona non grata. Why? Without an official statement from Nintendo, we can only speculate. The lack of acknowledgement stems from their falling out with St. Giga, and the absence of re-releases is for the same reason, plus maybe the tinkering it'd take to remove some games' SoundLink features. To be fair, there have been some more rare exceptions over the past quarter century. A few titles got re-released through the Nintendo Power system, including a couple reworked SoundLink games, which, by the way, proves that turning SoundLink into standard format games isn't an impossible task. Around the same time, Nintendo of America openly considered porting games to Super Nintendo, but sadly, that never ended up happening. In 2010, Intelligent Systems recreated BS Fire Emblem's maps for a bonus mode in Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem. Then NCS ported Cyber Citizen Shockman Zero to modern consoles in 2017, and Square localized Radical Dreamers and bundled it in with a Chrono Cross remaster in 2022. Except those few edge cases though, preserving Satella games has mostly been left up to fans. Unfortunately, without Nintendo's help, its games are harder to preserve than probably any other console to ever exist. Satella flashcards were only 1 megabyte, meaning they could usually only store one game at a time, along with some odds and ends like save data and magazines. Which kinda sucked in the 90s, but sucks even more now for preservationists, as it makes finding games a bit of a crapshoot. If flashcards held 10 games, it'd be relatively easy to buy up a bunch of carts from Japanese auction sites and preserve the full Satella library. But with only 1 game per cart, the odds of finding the less popular games are pretty thin. But the difficulties don't end there, because a lot of data for SoundLink games didn't even save to flashcards, how do you preserve something that was never saved or stored? Nintendo's presumably got their broadcasts on a hard drive somewhere, but preservationists are missing a lot of their data, especially audio. For some games, the missing data was integral to the core experience, while other games are still playable, but playing them feels like this. Since they can't be preserved as they once were, in some cases, fans opted to recreate these games instead. We made a video just last year detailing how fans recreated BSF-Zero Grand Prix 2 using archived footage and artificial intelligence tools. But recreating SoundLink games with limited data can be so open to interpretation that some fan projects split down the middle. That's exactly what happened to the BS Zelda project. Half the team wanted a more pure Satella experience, while the other half wanted it to play more like a traditional Zelda game. Ultimately, there was a schism, and they broke up to make two separate BS Zeldas, both of which are pretty distinct. Over the years, fans have made most of the big Satella games playable in one form or another. BS Super Mario USA, BS Fire Emblem, and so on. But they're not the same as they once were, and the less famous games, like Mighty Pockets and Treasure Conflicts, don't have enough skilled fans willing to work countless hours for free to bring them back to life. But even if fan devs could resurrect every single game, Satellaview was a hell of a lot more than just the games themselves. Emulating fan recreations is kinda like watching a movie on Netflix after the last movie theater in the world's gone out of business. Yeah, it's basically the same content, but there's no arcades in the lobby, popcorn at the concession stand, trailers in the run-up, or booming surround sound in front of a 60-foot screen. You're just not getting the same experience. However, Satellaviewer wannabes will be glad to hear that there is something that comes kinda close. In the far reaches of the internet, there's a little place called Satellaview Plus, where users walk around the town whose name was stolen, consult a live broadcast schedule, download Satella games at specific times, read digital magazines, and listen to Tides of Sound, much like it was back in the 90s, except now in English. It's only a few months old, with just a couple hundred users, but the devs are steadily adding more content. When we talked to the three main guys, DDDev, Satellavini, and Riven, they said they've been working double time to get ready for the add-on's 30th anniversary celebrations, coming next April. So if you're trying to recapture what it was like for a Japanese kid back in the day, Satellaview Plus is as close as you're going to get. Though, as much as we applaud those guys, and many more preservationists who have worked tirelessly for years on end, like Halki and Cabusses, much of what made Satellaview what it was just isn't coming back. A lot of the digital magazines, live shows, developer interviews, and other miscellaneous contents being completely lost to time, with next to zero chance it'll ever be found. Even a lot of what was broadcast remains elusive. And I don't just mean getting all that content, I mean history's forgotten what a lot of broadcasts even were. The hard reality is that Satellaview was a time and a place, and only about 100,000 people were there to experience it. And, well, that's the story of the Satellaview. Early on, third parties were excited for what it would make possible, with Square and Enix publicly considering weekly ongoing adventures, broadcasting content that got cut from cartridge releases, and adding brand new DLC. St. Giga planned to branch BSX out into multiple towns and push its story forward. Nintendo was keen to expand with further investment and continue into the next generation with the 64DD, but ultimately a lot of its promise was cut short, much like Nintendo's other failed experiments. It's fun to imagine all the great games we could have got if it had been a success. Sadly though, it wasn't, so we're only left with the scraps, as preservationists struggle to pick up the pieces, since Nintendo doesn't seem interested in doing it themselves. At least, not for the past 25 years. But who knows? Maybe someday they'll drop an all-inclusive, authentic Satella app into NSO, and what I'm saying now will have aged like milk. Did you also know that after Satellaview's failure, Nintendo's next big experiment was installing 7,000 cartridge rewrite systems all over Japan called Nintendo Power? The system ran for just shy of a decade and even got some exclusive games like Mario, Kirby, and Fire Emblem, as well as some original first-party IP like Famicom Bunko. It ended in failure too, unfortunately, but the technology and potential was as exciting as Satellaview.
Hello, and welcome to Region Locked. When many think of Squaresoft, they will immediately jump to the Final Fantasy series, a collection of RPGs with a loose common theme running through them. The company has historically been the masters of RPGs, particularly when it comes to the SNES's library of games, having published several of the best-selling and highest-rated titles on the platform for the genre. However, Square created several standalone games which never saw Western release, with one in particular combining multiple stories. That game is Live Alive. There's no confirmation as to how the game's name is pronounced, so for the sake of this video, we will be calling it Live Alive rather than Live Alive or Live Alive or whatever. Live Alive was published in 1994 for the SNES and features 7 different playable characters with their own aesthetic and stories. Typical of the RPG genre, the game focuses on having the player explore various locations through overworld navigation, talking with a variety of different NPCs, exploring dungeons, and gaining experience points in order to level up. Unlike most RPGs, however, most of the game's battles are plot-driven and fixed, with only one chapter having any form of random encounters. These battles play out similarly to turn-based tactical titles, from a top-down perspective on a 7x7 grid. While the player is able to perform basic attacks, several characters also have their own unique skills. Rather than using magic with a dedicated MP meter, as is standard for many RPGs, skills instead can take multiple turns to charge. During this period, the player cannot move and can be interrupted by enemies, cancelling the attack. Some attacks can alter tiles, causing a variety of effects when a character is standing on them, such as taking fire damage on a burning tile or receiving a status effect. When a character's life reaches 0, they are knocked out rather than being immediately killed. It's possible to revive the downed character by simply healing them. However, if the downed character is attacked, they will be removed from the fight altogether. After the fight is concluded, they are returned to the player with full life. The game's basic premise follows heroes throughout time. During each period of history, there has been a hero who has fought for justice. Each of the game's 7 different protagonists has their own dedicated chapter, which can be chosen in any desired order, with each one working as a sort of standalone game. Chapters take place across a wide span of time, ranging from prehistoric times to modern day and even the distant future. Though the gameplay remains largely the same, each chapter does feature some variation. The Caveman chapter, Contact, with Pogo. During the prehistoric era, a young woman named Belle has escaped from a tribe seeking to sacrifice her to their deity, Odo, a T-Rex. She escapes to the south, hiding amongst another tribe's dwelling. When she is discovered by Pogo, our hero, and his friend, he helps to hide her from his tribe. After being discovered, the 3 are exiled and must fend for themselves alone. In a time before speech, this portion of the game involves no dialogue, instead having characters communicate through visual expressions. The Kung Fu Master chapter, Inheritance, with Jin Shangquan. Set in ancient China, in his old age, a powerful Kung Fu master has decided he needs to pass on his wisdom. He proceeds to gather 3 potential young protégés. The player trains the students through 3 stages, one for endurance, one for agility, and one for strength. Granted 4 training sessions per stage, the player must decide how to split them amongst the 3 trainees. The Ninja chapter, Secret Orders, with Oboro. Set in feudal Japan, a young ninja of the Enma clan, Oboro, is sent to infiltrate the castle of Odo. Ode has assembled a team of powerful evildoers and plans to plunge Japan into chaos. Oboro must free one of Ode's prisoners, said to be the only one capable of stabilizing Japan before facing off against the villains. The player has the option of sneaking through the castle, avoiding the majority of the fights,
or they can simply cut down any opponents that stand in their way. The player can activate a cloak of invisibility to avoid detection from the patrolling guards. However, they are unable to move when in cover. There are numerous possible paths to choose from, some more dangerous than others. The Cowboy Chapter, Wandering with the Sundown Kid. In the American Old West, a lone, quiet cowboy with lightning-fast gun skills travels the land. The Sundown Kid. After his home was raided by a gang of outlaws, the guilt drove him to place a bounty on his own head so that he may find a place to die. Stopping off in Success Town, he takes on the burden of protecting it and its villagers from a bandit gang named the Crazy Bunch. The player has to collect resources that can be used as traps for when the bandits arrive, with the player selecting which NPC sets up which trap. Several character names in this section possibly make reference to famous outlaws of the Old West, with the Sundown Kid being the Sundance Kid, and the young child Billy being a reference to Billy the Kid. The Wrestler Chapter, The Strongest, with Masaru. Taking place in modern day, Masaru of Japan dreams of becoming the strongest person on Earth. He enters a global fighting tournament so that he can learn more about combat styles from around the world, defeating each opponent to learn their skills and earning the title of the strongest person in the world. Unlike the other chapters of the game, this chapter has no overworld exploration. Instead, Masaru must compete in a series of fights, including a character clearly referencing Hulk Hogan, and with dialogue screens like those seen in Street Fighter II. The Mech Chapter, Flow, with Akira Tadakoro. Taking place in Japan in the near future, kidnappings are occurring thanks to a biker gang called the Crusaders. Their intentions are unknown, but an orphan with psychic powers, Akira, sets out to rescue a child from his orphanage who has been taken by the gang. Akira soon learns of a government conspiracy involving mechs. It's highly likely that this chapter has been inspired by the manga and influential anime series Akira, a story involving psychic powers and biker gangs in the near future. The Science Fiction Chapter, Mechanical Heart, with Cube. In the distant future, a robot on a transport ship headed to Earth with a behemoth in the cargo hold gets wrapped up in a crisis situation. The ship featured in this chapter is called Cogito Ergo Sum, a Latin phrase meaning I think, therefore I am, a famous philosophical statement that represents self-identity and awareness. The ship's pilot, Kirk, is named after James T. Kirk from Star Trek, and Corporal Darth is likewise named after Darth Vader from Star Wars. This chapter features almost no combat besides the final boss. An optional minigame can be played, however, in which the player must defeat 9 waves of enemies while taking on the role of Captain Square. Some chapters have multiple endings, and the player is able to replay them in order to achieve the results they desire. These endings can be decided by something as simple as dying, and each ending has an impact on the game's finale. A recurring dark comedic joke appears in the form of a father and son duo with the surname Watanabe. They appear in each chapter, and in most cases, the father will die, leaving the son distraught and worse off, providing nothing to the plot and only lending itself to humor. We're about to spoil the end of the game, so if you'd like to avoid any spoilers, skip to the time shown on screen. After completing all 7 of the original chapters, it should become apparent that the boss of each chapter is a variation of the same demon, Odio. An 8th story is unlocked at this point, the Medieval Chapter, King of Demons, with Orsted. Orsted, a hero in the land of Lucretia, and his friend Strabo compete in a tournament to win Princess Alicia's hand in marriage. The night after Orsted's victory, Alicia is kidnapped by the Demon King, and thus he and his friend embark to rescue her. Meeting the heroes of old who previously defeated the Demon King, Hash and Uranus, they are convinced to fight him once again. The team battles and defeats the Demon King, but not without the loss of Hash, who passes from the plague. Unable to find Alicia, and after Strabo is seemingly crushed by falling rocks, Orsted and Uranus return home defeated. The night of their return, Orsted is tricked into killing the King of Lucretia by the Demon King, causing others to accuse him of being the Demon King himself. After escaping imprisonment, Orsted returns to the mountain to find Strabo alive and well. Out of jealousy, Strabo sold his soul so that he may become the next Demon King, and thus he was the one who tricked Orsted into the act of murder.
After defeating Strabo and rescuing Princess Alicia, she professes her love for Strabo, blaming Orsted for Strabo's descent into madness. She then commits suicide. Unable to handle the events surrounding him, Orsted makes the decision to become the next Demon King himself, donning the name Odio. Seeking out revenge, he kills everybody in the land. The final chapter. For the game's final chapter, the player can decide which character to take control of. After the events in the previous chapter, Orsted summons the heroes of the game for a final showdown. The player must recruit the 6 other characters and defeat Orsted in his final demon form. After being defeated, Orsted returns to his original form and requests the player kill him. After refusing, Orsted attacks again, forcing each protagonist to defeat the incarnation of Odio from their respective chapter. After taking each one down, the heroes all explain their reasons for fighting. Moved by their words, Orsted returns them back to their time periods, warning them that anybody is capable of becoming a demon if they are filled with enough hatred. He passes away, and Lucretia is returned to normal. With the final chapter of the game, if the player chooses Orsted as the lead role, he will take on the form of each boss in their time periods, defeating the heroes in each one. Orsted is then left to a world empty of human life while the credits roll. Live Alive is directed by Takashi Tokita after he had just completed work as a lead designer on Final Fantasy IV. After the game's release, he would then go on to direct Chrono Trigger, Parasite Eve, and Chocobo Racing. Tokita stated that by splitting the game into several different chapters, it was easier to create 7 shorter stories at once with different teams, rather than a single story playing throughout a long game. Each chapter in the game has its own unique style, designed by different popular manga artists, including Ryoji Minagawa, Gosho Aoyama, and Kazuhiko Shimamoto. The game's soundtrack was solely composed by Yoko Shimomura, renowned for her work on Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy XV, and a variety of Mario RPGs. References were included in the Final Fantasy Legends mobile series for Live Alive's 20th anniversary. Orsted appeared as a boss, and everyone that participated in the quest received a phantom of pure Odio. The Nintendo DS game, Theatrhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call, also has 2 downloadable songs from the game, Birds in the Sky, Fish in the River, and Megalomania. During Megalomania's stage, Orsted and Strabo can be seen fighting on the Demon King's mountain. This would be the only time that a Western market would be exposed to any content from Live Alive. Live Alive received a re-release in Japan through Nintendo's Virtual Console on both Wii U in 2015 and for the new Nintendo 3DS in 2016. Because the 7 artists that were used to create the game were working for Shogakukan Publishing at the time of the game's original release, Shogakukan holds partial rights over the game. This made an official re-release a challenge for Square, but it also helps to determine a factor for why the game never saw localization. No official reason was provided by Square as a company, but the variety of tweets from Takashi Tokita regarding the game's Virtual Console release explain how the game's rights are still handled, as well as how instrumental community interest was in the game's revival. However, it is also possible that the game didn't manage to gain notoriety due to being released mere months after Square's smash hit game, Final Fantasy VI, resulting in Square as a company having little interest in working through the legal process. In 2011, Spencer of Silicon Era asked Takashi Tokita if he would ever consider a remake of the title. Tokita responded, "Definitely. If the fans request it, I'd love to do that. In my experience, Live Alive's omnibus style of multiple chapters was a learning experience and an element I brought over to Final Fantasy IV, The After Years. That's why that game has multiple chapters as well." The game received a fan translation in 2001 from Gideon Z of translation group Aeon Genesis as a project that he had undertaken for a business class. The resulting patch was widely considered to be usable, allowing the game to be played through in a largely unpolished state. In 2008, a new translation was made after Gideon took on help regarding the technical portion of the patch so that he could instead concentrate on writing. Considered to be the definitive work of the translation group, the 2.0 deluxe release of the translation doesn't just fix a large number of bugs present in the original fan translation, but also introduces a unique font for each chapter, as well as some other cosmetic flair.
Hello, and welcome to Region Locked. The life simulation genre requires players to raise a character they don't directly control. In the 90s, the genre was popularized with digital pet toys like Tamagotchi and Digimon, but even before then, it had its place in the gaming world. Life simulations, where the player raises a specific character, were coined raising sims, and have been popular in Japan for some time. The long-running Princess Maker series is a good example of a raising sim, and requires the character to raise a daughter to become a princess. Enix took this raising sim concept and created a Super Famicom game, built around a story of peace called Wonder Project J. Wonder Project J, Machine Boy Pino, was published by Enix in 1994 for the Super Famicom. It was developed by Evo Search for Eden developers, who left Technos and formed a studio called Almanac. Graphically, the art style can be compared to the works of Studio Ghibli, or early Japanese anime. It pushes the Super Famicom to its limits, and features a huge array of animations and actions that can be performed by the mechanical boy. The game has you watch over this mechanical child, whose default name is Pino, accompanied by a fairy/interface robot named Tinker. In the game's world, robots known as Gaijin have lived amongst humans for the last 50 years. Contempt has been steadily increasing among the two groups, and the few human sympathizers of Gaijin are often arrested. Our young boy's creator, Geppetto Lamarck, is one of these human sympathizers. Dreaming of a perfect Gaijin that can live as a human, Lamarck created a young robot. He had only one task left: to fill all the boy's heart circuits. This would teach the boy what it is to be a human, and awaken the fabled J circuit. Before Geppetto finishes his task, however, the government intervenes and takes him away, leaving the boy to fend for himself. The player is tasked to help raise the boy as a human and fulfill the old inventor's dream. As the young Gaijin is almost indistinguishable from a real human, many of the people on the island mistake him for one of their own. Early on, we're also introduced to the Gaijin of the island, who face discrimination from the humans. The player uses Tinker to instruct the boy on how to use objects correctly, as well as helping him grow his abilities and understanding of the world. In many cases, he won't understand what's being instructed, and will attempt to eat live chickens whole or worship objects for no good reason. To combat his naturally boisterous actions, the player can praise him for using items correctly. If he acts in a manner that the player doesn't like, they can scold him, teaching him not to do it again. By teaching with care and tough love, the player and Pino develop a shared bond. Encounters throughout the island challenge the boy's understanding of the world by testing if he's capable of solving basic problems and performing tasks for the other residents. These tasks encompass a number of skills and personality traits, including picking locks on chests and even fighting. The player must adjust their mentality when dealing with each situation, having the child's kindness stats be high when dealing with animals, but less so when entering competitions. While the game's pacing is quite slow due to continuously training the child, there are a few segments with more action. The title has dungeons that the player must help Pino navigate, instructing him to attack where needed or preventing him from walking into traps. The player can purchase equipment from an item shop in town to assist with training, such as weapons and books of increasing difficulty. Items can also be fed to the boy to restore his health, grant him with temporary buffs, or completely alter his abilities. The player's overall goal is to ease hostility between humans and Gaijin, forming personal connections between yourself, the child, and the co-inhabitants of Corlo Island. With multiple endings, Wonder Project J provides many options for how the player can work to solve this problem. We've decided to keep some of the game's key plot points out of this video, as we're sure many will want to seek this game out for themselves. Whilst Wonder Project J never saw a release in the West, it was covered in Superplay magazine in the UK. The game's story is often compared to Pinocchio and Peter Pan, with similarities between Tinker and Tinkerbell, the child and Pinocchio, and of course between Geppetto from the game and Pinocchio. However, the Superplay magazine refers to Dr. Geppetto as Dr. Geppetto Lamarck. The Geppetto name comes from the fan translation team Whacked Hacks. The lack of localization outside of Japan possibly comes from Wonder Project J's themes, requiring the player to sometimes smack the boy to teach him wrong from right. Corporal punishment was falling out of fashion in the US at the time, partly due to research indicating it was more harmful to child development than previously thought. The game is also dialogue heavy and could be costly to translate. Any additional costs would reduce the game's chances at financial success. Aside from these possibilities, we couldn't find sources for why Wonder Project J never came to the West. However, as the game received a sequel that also remained a Japan exclusive, we can only assume the decision wasn't influenced by lack of sales or interest. Hello and welcome to Region Locked. Games from Japan will often reference magical weapons, generally divine in nature, used to conquer evil while bringing justice to a world in distress. These weapons range from spears sent to the earth from the heavens to swords obtained with holy magic. A bizarre game for the Super Nintendo opted to move away from these classic blades, however, and utilize something more multi-purpose. That game is Holy Umbrella. Holy Umbrella was released in 1995. The game was developed by Earthly Soft, an offshoot of Tecmo, and published by Naxat Soft. Holy Umbrella features a combination of two different perspectives, top-down overworlds and side-on battles. Whilst in a town, the player walks around under an overhead view. While in this perspective, they can talk with residents, explore villages, purchase restorative items, and loot people's possessions. This top-down angle changes during combat segments, and the game turns into a side-scrolling style instead. Like any action platformer, it's possible to jump or attack. The umbrella can be used for basic attacks, but can also be used to swing from hooks. It's also possible to use the shoulder buttons to switch between characters, and play with an entirely different set of skills. While the protagonist wields an umbrella, the small bird Bonto is capable of fitting into smaller spaces and can double jump at the expense of their attacking capabilities. And the character Saki is able to wall jump and perform sliding kicks. Each character has their own strengths and weaknesses, and switching between them during levels is pivotal. New skills are unlocked as the player progresses, such as the ability to run and cover larger gaps with jumps, as well as being able to use the umbrella to hover. New umbrellas are also unlocked, each featuring their own special skills. This includes the Ice Umbrella, which can turn enemies into ice blocks, and the Fire Umbrella, which can create a homing projectile which can be picked up with the umbrella and thrown at any time. The game's story is perhaps the title's biggest selling point. One day, a young Japanese boy is walking home from school when suddenly it begins to rain exceptionally hard. The boy discovers what he presumes to be an ordinary umbrella on the ground, which he could use to shield himself from the storm. But, to his surprise, upon grabbing the umbrella, the boy is sent into another world. When he arrives in this world, the boy is attacked by Dondera Tank, an antagonist who appears throughout the boy's journey. The boy is saved by a man named Kilorn, who informs him he is in the magical world of Margins, specifically the country of Thurgical. The princess of this land holds magic power which could be used to send the boy home. However, after a seal which had been kept safe for centuries was broken by the evil Emperor Dondera, she has fallen into a weakened state. After the seal was broken, Emperor Dondera obtained magical powers which he used to summon hordes of monsters to attack town after town. In order to return home, the boy must seal the Dondera army and restore the princess's power. Kilorn then tells the boy the legend of the Holy Umbrella, the weapon that he now wields. Long ago, gods and goblins lived in the world. The umbrella was created from the life force of a god and granted to a human in order to destroy a powerful goblin. Once the goblin was defeated, the umbrella was divided into 7 holy umbrellas, which were each sealed away for their protection. To learn more, the boy must travel the world defeating the Dondera army, accompanied by Bonto, a pet bird raised by Kilorn, and Saki, a young girl looking to seek out adventure. Games which feature strong Japanese themes struggle to find their way overseas. This isn't simply because the publishers feel that the game's themes are too outlandish, it's also because popular culture differs across different regions. Humor which is built around the understanding of this culture doesn't always translate well, and when video games were less established, this was a major concern for the publishers. Holy Umbrella's references to anime and Japanese pop culture, as well as the game's outlandish plot, didn't help make the game easy to localize. With extensive amounts of text for what is essentially a standard action platformer, the translation process would have needed more time and resources than normal, and may not have been worth the effort. Naxat Soft also had no games published internationally at the time of Holy Umbrella's release, with the only exception being Serpent on the Game Boy, and even then they didn't publish this game by themselves. This meant that the company were probably never considering the idea in the first place, and it was purely created for the Japanese market. You can still play Holy Umbrella in English, however. This is thanks once again to Aeon Genesis, who made the game a full English fan translation patch back in 2009. Hello and welcome to Region Locked. Quintet are a company renowned for their RPGs published on the Super Nintendo, such as ActRaiser, Soul Blazer, and Illusion of Gaia. The president of Quintet was Tomoyoshi Miyazaki, who was also scenario writer for the first three in the Ys series. The company's main director, Masaya Hashimoto, was the programmer for those Ys titles. Their games were known for addressing darker themes, in particular the balance between life and death. These titles all had two worlds that were not only the opposite of one another, but complementary, both needing to exist for either to operate on their own. One game that follows these ideas most closely is the Japan and PAL exclusive game Terranigma. Quintet's Terranigma was published in Japan in 1995 and was released in the European and Australian markets 14 months later. The game follows the same gameplay style as previous games in what many call the Soul Blazer trilogy. The game is played from a top-down perspective and attacks are performed in real time. These moves change depending on whether the hero is running or jumping while attacking, and the player is also capable of blocking projectile attacks with the shoulder buttons. However, the player is not capable of defending against melee attacks. Throughout the game, the player obtains new equipment such as armor and weapons, as well as items that can be used to improve the player's stats. As with most RPGs, experience is gained by defeating enemies, eventually resulting in a level up which improves the player's stats. The game also uses a shop system with money dropped by enemies. Rather than the standard use of magic attacks with an MP meter, the game opts to use magical rings that can be purchased from stores. These rings can be bought with not just the money obtained from enemies, but also collected Magirocks. These are rocks found throughout the game and serve only as a tradable item. These rings are depleted after use, but will return the Magirocks to the player so that they can repurchase the rings. Additional rings also become available as the game progresses. The story of Terranigma takes place on a fictional version of Earth. However, unlike our planet, this Earth is hollow and features two distinct landscapes. On the surface, or light side, intelligent new life is born, resulting in rapid progress and development. In the underworld, or dark side, there is little besides fear and anger. These two sides came to be known as God and Devil. After billions of years of conflict between the two factions, a last stand took place on the continent of Antarctica, revealing no true victor. After the Great Battle, the continents of the surface world sank beneath the ocean, and the entrance to the underworld was sealed. The story follows Ark, a young man who grew up in the lone village of the underworld, Krista. Ark's brash nature leads him to opening a forbidden door. Within, he discovers a mysterious box from which a demon named Yomi emerges. Their meeting causes time to stand still within the village, leaving the citizens frozen in place. The only person left unaffected is the village's elder, who guides Ark to lift the curse that has befallen the other villagers. Ark then leaves his home, a first for the people of Krista, and must conquer a trial set across 5 towers, each representing a different continent of the planet. After he succeeds and life is brought back to the village, he is instructed by the village elder to travel to the light side and restore it to its former self. Ark sets off on his journey, leaving all that he knows behind. The reason behind the game's localization, and lack thereof, comes from the way in which Enix operated its business at the time of the game's publication. As the game was published by Enix in all territories, it would have been up to them to publish the game on the American market too. However, around the time of Terranigma's release, Enix made the business decision to close its American branch of the company and halt all future game releases in the region. Enix made this decision due to poor sales figures in America. Meanwhile, the game was given a full official release in Europe and Australia after Nintendo made the decision to localize and publish the game in those areas. Beyond this, the game was also given official translations for German, French, and Spanish languages as well. The translation team even featured Daniel Olsen, a translator for Nintendo of America who worked on many AAA first-party titles. Olsen was also one of the first voices heard on a Nintendo console, providing his voice for not only Star Fox, but for the introduction to Super Metroid as well.
The last Metroid is in captivity.
In many ways, people consider the game's lack of official US release to be a positive. American releases of SNES or SNES titles from the previous two games in the Soul Blazer trilogy were known to have instances of censorship, while Terranigma remained the same in all of its releases. While it's a shame that the US audience weren't able to play the game at the time of its release, it does mean that if the game is ever published through digital distribution in the future, it's possible that the game will feature the full European uncensored release.
DC Comics superheroes have a long lineage in the medium of video games, with some adaptations like the Batman Arkham series proving hugely popular. For some members of the DC library, on the other hand, success has eluded them. In the case of Green Lantern, it wasn't until 2011 that the character finally received their own video game. This came in the form of Green Lantern Rise of the Manhunters, a tie-in to the Green Lantern movie starring Ryan Reynolds. This beat 'em up by Double Helix Entertainment, which was built from the remnants of a cancelled Justice League fighting game, underperformed much like the movie that inspired it. That was by no means the first attempt to translate the character into video game form, however. That honour belonged to the once prominent UK developer Ocean Software, who was producing a Green Lantern game for the SNES in the early 1990s. For decades, the unreleased project has remained largely shrouded in mystery, with memories of it being kept alive by archived magazine scans and enthusiast websites picking up the pieces. Thanks to the tireless efforts of game historians, namely Frank Gasking, the creator of Games That Weren't, much of the game's history has at last been demystified. In 2019, Frank's search to preserve Ocean's Lost project bore fruit as he recovered a prototype cartridge from the project. As a result of this discovery, in partnership with Games That Weren't, we can now exclusively bring you the world's first glimpse of the game in motion. In this installment of Game History Secrets, I'll be exploring the history of Ocean Software's Green Lantern and why the game never came to be. Ocean Software was a studio based in Manchester, England, founded in 1983. The company initially made its name developing clones and conversions of popular arcade games for home computers, such as Donkey Kong. It was a bit later into the decade that Ocean Star would truly rise, however, as they entered the business of license games. One of their breakout hits using this approach arrived in 1987. They took a chance on a little-known Hollywood script about a cybernetically altered police officer, purchasing the rights to adapt it into a video game prior to its release. RoboCop would go on to become one of the biggest movies of the year, and Ocean's gamble paid off for them hugely. They were able to get their adaptation of the movie out within the same year, allowing them to quickly recoup the relatively small amount paid for the license. The game was very well received, and the studio had a monster hit on its hands, as it dominated UK sales charts for over a year. Ocean's success opened the door to bigger, more established names. The studio partnered with Warner Bros. To produce a tie-in game to the 1989 Batman movie for home computers. Capitalizing upon hype around the film once again, the game sold well, further solidifying their strong working relationship with WB. Ocean's numerous Batman games paved the way to them gaining greater access to DC's back catalogue in the early 1990s. The company took an interest in a number of properties around this time, first Watchmen, followed by Lobo, and Green Lantern. The latter would end up becoming their focus, and by 1991, a Green Lantern game entered the preliminary stages of development at Ocean Software. At this point, it was being planned for the Commodore Amiga and Atari ST. Ideas were fluid, but cast Hal Jordan as the playable Green Lantern of choice. This sketch of the character, drawn by artist Mike Marshall, was one of the earliest examples of pen being put to paper on the project. It was created as part of an internship that Marshall had arranged at Ocean's Manchester offices. The project was worked on for no more than a few months before being put on ice. By all indications, the developers were struggling to come up with a solid design plan for the Amiga and ST platforms. It was shelved accordingly, with the intention of one day revisiting it. That day eventually arrived a couple of years later. By 1993, Ocean had pivoted to home console development and had a number of titles in the works for the SNES. Among them was a tie-in game inspired by the live-action Dennis the Menace movie, which launched just in time for the holiday season. Programmer Andrew Deacon and artist Ivan Horn were frequent collaborators at Ocean who had worked together on the game, and now found themselves in search of their next project. They would soon be paired up again, this time for a revived Green Lantern project being overseen by Gary Bracey, Ocean's VP of Development and resident comic book enthusiast. The company's management had made the decision to bring it back on the Super Nintendo. Its improved graphical capabilities over older hardware allowed for more creative freedom, and they had already developed technology that could be used for Green Lantern. Recycling platforming code from Dennis the Menace, Green Lantern was predominantly a side-scrolling platformer with puzzle elements. Pulling right from the comics, Green Lantern's ring could project all manner of different shapes and objects to battle enemies and aid in progression, such as a giant green anvil. Their Green Lantern of choice was again Hal Jordan, the main Green Lantern in the comics at this time. The game's plot pulled from an obscure area of the source material that had only been briefly touched upon in a 1963 story called The Green Lantern Disasters. In it, Hal Jordan travels to the distant world of Zeos, a planet of intelligent insects which is home to a grasshopper-like Green Lantern named Zax. Hal finds Zeos under the thumb of a gang of bugs which has seized the planet's food supply of sugar and helps Zax defeat them. While Zax would go on to very occasionally appear in other Green Lantern media, this was, prior to 1993, the only instance in which his homeworld Zeos was shown. Regardless, it was this little known corner of the DC universe around which Ocean decided to base their game's story. In the Green Lantern game, the Queen of Zeos threatens the fate of the universe when she sends her army of insectoid creatures to obtain a series of mythical crystals. If she is successful, the artifacts will grant them invincibility, allowing them to rule over existence unchallenged. The Green Lantern sets out to stop her, traversing various alien worlds on his way to Zeos itself to defeat her. The Zeos Queen is said to have been a fully original character that was inspired by the Queen from the 1986 sci-fi movie Aliens. The game was planned to transition between different genres of gameplay, mixing platforming levels with vertical and horizontal shoot-'em-up stages, in addition to sections which leveraged the system's Mode 7 capabilities. In these parts, players would maneuver the hero as he flies over a moonscape environment, evading and returning fire in forward-facing aerial combat. Its variety was a result of the disjointed manner in which the game was built. Separate small groups of people throughout Ocean's offices made each section individually before connecting them later in development. This slapdash approach was typical for the company at the time. Their games often followed only a loose outline, being formed in different groups and pieced together later on. It was this approach that some commentators believe was to the project's detriment and contributed to it never seeing the light of day.
The reason why it fell apart, I mean, it was because of the mismanagement. There was no clear plan, I'd say, from the start. I think in the old days of Ocean, they kind of had that winging it mentality where they chuck stuff together. They used to put games together in like 2 or 3 weeks sometimes if there was a Christmas deadline. But on the smaller platforms, you could get away with that. But I think as you got onto platforms, 16-bit platforms, it was much harder to do. And Green Lantern didn't really have a clear game design document. There wasn't a clear plan they were following. They were making it up, and I think that caused problems because they were chucking stuff in which didn't really fit.
For the time being, the game chugged along regardless into 1994, when, early into the year, it was disrupted by some big changes being made to the property at DC. The comic book giant had observed a slump in sales of Green Lantern and began plotting out a significant shake-up in order to renew interest in the series. These plans came into play when Hal Jordan's home Coast City was eviscerated by the supervillain duo of Mongol and Cyborg Superman. Overcome by grief, Hal later attempts in vain to recreate his lost home by using his power ring, but surmises that a larger energy source will be required in order to accomplish his goal. His grief twists into madness, sending him on a rampage across the universe, slaughtering his fellow Green Lanterns along the way. He eventually arrives at the Green Lantern Corps HQ, where he wipes out all but one of the Guardians of the Universe and steals their main source of power. He emerges from the experience as the villain Parallax. Ganthert, the last surviving Guardian, travels to Earth and entrusts a ring of power to an unassuming freelance artist named Kyle Rayner. This controversial storyline, named Emerald Twilight, ran throughout the first months of 1994. It turned the star of Ocean's game from hero to villain and was plotted out entirely without their knowledge. This meant that the team had to suddenly replace Hal Jordan with Kyle Rayner as the protagonist mid-development, a mandate handed down to them by DC with no prior warning. Parallax would later become reworked into a boss character that Kyle would have fought partway through the story. Following these changes, the title was reported to have had a small presence at the Winter Consumer Electronics Show of 1994. It also appeared in game magazines shortly thereafter. It was expected to be released in late 1994, according to the information supplied to these outlets. For this brief space of time, development was seemingly going smoothly, but as the year went on, the game's fate was cast into uncertainty. In mid-1994, Gary Bracey, Ocean's VP of Development, resigned from the company amid rumours of a possible takeover. Fearing a change in Ocean's workplace culture, he left before Green Lantern was completed. Over the years, many have given credit to Bracey's leadership as a key factor in Ocean's success. His departure set the stage for some of the difficulties that would follow. Green Lantern's SNES game was, according to former Ocean staff, finished on schedule by late 1994. A soundtrack had been recorded in full by Dean Evans, the studio's resident composer, and a bombastic conclusion to the story had been mapped out. Players would have infiltrated the outer rim of Zeos in an R-Type-esque horizontal shooting section before descending beneath the planet's surface to eventually confront the Queen in a final boss sequence. The game was awaiting testing when it was rocked once more by external forces. In September of that year, DC kicked off another world-altering event that was heavily based around the Green Lantern characters. 0 Hour Crisis in Time was a massive crossover storyline which had major implications for the entire DC universe. Hal Jordan, aka Parallax, used his newfound powers to reset the universe from scratch in the hopes of restoring Coast City and those who had perished. DC used this premise to wipe the slate clean, undoing certain past events and laying the groundwork for the future. This was another major development in the comic books that licensees Ocean Software had no prior knowledge of, but one which they would have to quickly adapt to in order for their game to see the light of day. DC instructed them that the game would need to be reworked to be set after the events of 0 Hour. This meant removing and/or changing characters from the previous version of the DC universe, such as Parallax. The changes needed to get it up to code were apparently significant, and Ocean Software's remaining management weren't keen to implement them. Despite it being very close to the finish line, a decent investment was still required to give it the refresh it needed. By late 1994, Ocean had concerns that the Super Nintendo's expiration date was drawing near. Weighing this up with the costs of revamping the game led them to shelving the project. Within a short space of time, the Green Lantern video game had gone from briefly being considered content complete to outright cancelled. The decision was made as part of a shift in priorities for Ocean Software, whose management was intending to phase out the development of 2D games and focus on 3D ones. This was met with some dissent from two key employees, programmer Andrew Deacon and artist Ivan Horn. As Frank Gasking explains, this creative disagreement quickly escalated with severe consequences.
Ivan and Andrew weren't particularly happy about that. They kind of voiced their concerns about it. It wasn't a great idea. And then the next thing they know, they're basically let go. They no longer have jobs, so they're gone, essentially. And that they were completely shocked by that. So by the sounds of it, they took their code with them. They didn't actually leave any remains of it at Ocean.
For a few weeks, the fate of Ocean's Green Lantern appeared to be resolved, when, against the odds, the company chose to revive it. Bobby Earl, a programmer at the studio, had requested additional work hours in order to fund a mortgage deposit on a new house. After weighing up their options, Ocean went back on their previous call and placed him in charge of revamping their Green Lantern SNES game. Earl spent his usual hours at Ocean developing Silver, an RPG for PC. When the working day ended for most other employees, he switched over to Green Lantern. As the lone programmer on the project, and Andrew Deacon's code effectively gone, Earl had to rebuild much of the game himself. But there were still plenty of assets from the previous iteration he had access to. Large swaths of the art were reused, such as backgrounds, and the musical score from Dean Evans was brought back too. This new version of the project, seen here in motion for the first time, was built using the engine from Ocean's Jurassic Park 2 game. This side-scrolling shooter was a fresh take on the property that endeavoured to be more faithful to the comic books in the hopes of appeasing DC's higher-ups. The game's planned opening is particularly indicative of this approach. The team constructed a highly detailed cutscene which painstakingly recreated a sequence from the comics in which Kyle Rayner first gained possession of his ring. The dialogue is lifted off the page almost verbatim, a sign of their renewed commitment to the source material. Gone was the original story of Zeos and its power-hungry queen, replaced with an attempt to more directly adapt Rayner's origins into video game form. The first level would have seen him navigating a particularly dangerous Los Angeles street, blasting gun-toting thugs with his ring. As opposed to generating a series of different shapes with the ring, as you did in the previous version, the game simplified its functionality to a projectile weapon. It could be upgraded into a series of increasingly more devastating green firearms, such as a rocket launcher via power-ups. After making his way through the mean streets, the Green Lantern was intended to come up against a first boss. This was based around the first villain Kyle encounters in the comics, an unnamed man in a mech suit who is wreaking havoc and attempting to siphon off the city's power supply. The boss battle was seemingly never finished. This third iteration of the project dispensed with the shoot-'em-up levels and Mode 7 stages and chose to focus on making a side-scrolling shooter with elements of platforming. Some other variety sections were planned, but the specifics of them were yet to be determined. For a few months, a skeleton team tinkered away on the project in around late 1994 through into 95. This consisted primarily of Bobby Earl and a few artists including John Ritzer and Ray Coffey. This small group allowed Ocean to redo Green Lantern according to DC specifications with less of a financial commitment, and having Bobby Earl develop it outside of work hours meant that resources were less impacted. These positives, however, couldn't ultimately offset the concerns that Ocean's higher-ups had held previously. The Super Nintendo was well into its twilight years by this point, and the company's trepidations about releasing new games on it were only growing. With the PlayStation set to arrive in the West later that year, and Nintendo's home console also looming, time was running out for Ocean's Green Lantern on the SNES. Realizing the potential for diminished sales, Ocean finally pulled the plug on the project for good. John Lomax, an artist who briefly worked on Green Lantern, put it thusly. Ocean decided it wouldn't make enough additional revenue above their marketing and development costs to continue any further. The reboot of the project just compounded the problem. Former employees indicate that the game still had a decent amount of development time ahead of it. A few different levels were mapped out, but remained largely incomplete. The game would have eventually portrayed different worlds beyond Earth, including one crawling with alien mercenaries. Some of the music written for the game was re-implemented in another ocean game, Waterworld, for the SNES. In 2011, Dean Evans posted his Green Lantern soundtrack on YouTube. The project's demise represented the beginning of the end for Ocean's relationship with DC Comics. A year after its cancellation, the company axed a fighting game based around Lobo, which was being made for the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo. Years later, the Green Lantern game slipped into relative obscurity, before Frank Gasking's research finally uncovered the truth about its development, which was first published in his book, The Games That Weren't. Frank's efforts also brought to light a prototype cartridge from the end of development, recovered from former Ocean staffer Roy Fielding in 2019. You can learn more about the Green Lantern game in the Games That Weren't book and at gamesthatweren't.com. It's been called one of the worst and most offensive games ever made. Originally released to little fanfare in 1995, Hong Kong 97 later found new life on the internet amid the rise of video game emulation software. Its cult status was elevated further as it received coverage from the games media and a certain popular internet video series. It was an unlicensed shoot-'em-up game made for the Super Famicom by a writer going under the name Kowloon Kurosawa. It took aim at the Chinese government in a deliberately crude and provocative send-up of the game industry. Despite its online infamy, the circumstances surrounding its development have remained fairly obscure, save for people like Chris Shimon, aka the ultra-healthy video game nerd, who has developed a fascination with chronicling its history and has even gotten to know the game's reclusive creator. That's why he'll be lending his input throughout this video. Who were the people behind Hong Kong 97, and what of the culture that gave birth to it? This is just some of what we'll be exploring as we delve into the dark underground world of piracy in Japan and the creation of this twisted cult legend. Kowloon Kurosawa is the pseudonym adopted by a Japanese author, game developer, and businessman. Kurosawa grew up as an eager gamer in the 1980s, avidly playing through anything he could get his hands on at the dawn of the home computing industry. Money was tight, leading him to seek alternative means to feed his hobby.
He grew up as hardcore a gamer as you could be, having limited amount of money and being in, Japan in the late 70s, early 80s. A lot of the information and stuff was more in the West. It was more outside of Japan. So he was kind of like focused on looking for games outside of Japan from a young age. Where that led him to was, because we're in Japan, he could go to Southeast Asia and buy copied Amiga games and copied like DOS games. And that was where he found this Magicom thing.
The Super Magicom was a device produced by a small Taiwanese company named Front Far East. It was an unlicensed add-on for the Super Famicom that circumvented Nintendo's piracy protections, allowing users to copy their games to floppy disks and conversely enabling them to play games stored on floppies using their consoles. These gadgets helped to open the door for a whole market of pirated Super Nintendo games and unlicensed original titles. The Super Magicom became so ubiquitous in some parts of Asia that the name Magicom became an accepted blanket term for any game copying device, regardless of brand. For Kurosawa, this would be just the first of many forays into the illicit. In the mid-90s, he gained notoriety on the early internet when he founded his own bulletin board system, a server for exchanging files and messages. The BBS, known as Tokyo Isonet, was a virtual Wild West brimming with illegal activity. Kurosawa would bolster his cred in this underground world of piracy further through his regular contributions to an infamous Japanese gaming magazine named Game Urara. This short-lived publication ran for just 6 issues and was a monument to all things taboo. Each issue was packed with tips and guides on pirating and hacking games, among other much seedier and less safe for work topics. For one, the outlet maintained a fascination with the doomsday cult Arm Shinrikyo, which was responsible for the 1995 Tokyo subway sarin gas attack that claimed the lives of 13 people and injured thousands more. The magazine commonly wrote about the cult in a derisive manner, but undoubtedly served to bring more publicity to their operations regardless. One edition of the magazine featured electronic stores owned and operated by Arm in Japan, which sold pirated and hacked video games at low prices. It was able to do this because its staff were essentially slaves, devotees of the cult working without pay. Another issue of Gamerara contained an investigation of the cult's BBS server and the free software and games available on it. Furthermore, the magazine discussed a PC-98 video game based around Arm named The Story of Kamakushiki Village. This highly controversial release was falsely rumoured for many years to have been made as propaganda by the cults, with some even believing it was developed as an attempt at mind control. In actuality, it was a satirical cult management simulator that was created by associates of Kowloon Kurosawa. Speaking to Vice News in 2019, Kurosawa claimed that the experience of seeing Arm members run for public office in Japan left him and his friends shocked. The experience inspired them to create their own video games in an act of defiance and mockery against the cult as their influence continued to spread. The story of Kamakushiki Village became the most well-known of these, following its launch in summer 1995, just a few months after the cult's attacks in Tokyo. Its development was attributed to Happy Soft Limited, the company owned and operated by Kowloon Kurosawa that also created Hong Kong 97 that same year. And so we begin to understand the environment in which Hong Kong 97 was made. It came from the mind of someone who was deeply entrenched in a world of degeneracy and had no qualms with pushing the boundaries of taste. On an early unregulated Japanese internet, his BBS, made when he was still just a child in junior high school, facilitated untold levels of criminal activity. His writing explored Japan's darkest recesses and was remorseless in its promotion of piracy. On top of that, Kurosawa was coming of age in a climate of political hysteria, as paranoia about Arm and other threats loomed large in the media. But there was something more personal that played a role in motivating the creation of Hong Kong 97 too. As of early 1995, Kurosawa had begun to harbour resentment towards the video game industry. His ambitions of entering legitimate game development were failing to materialise, and worse yet, his business of selling Magicoms was effectively stamped out by Nintendo. The tech giant's lawyers tracked Kurosawa down in the mid-90s and put a stop to his activities with a cease and desist letter. In addition to this, any hope he had of independently developing for the Super Famicom through official channels was extinguished as he learned of Nintendo's rigorous content policies and licensing fees. Rejected by an industry that had once inspired him and swatted down by one of its biggest names, Kurosawa channeled his dissatisfaction into a new bootleg game project. He leveraged a recently acquired contact in the games industry to make it a reality. A programmer with an interest in the underground world of game piracy had taken notice of Kurosawa's work and wrote to him, offering his praise and services. The individual in question, who prefers to remain anonymous, was a developer who had worked with companies such as Square.
So this person contacted Kurosawa and was like, let's make a game together. I want to make something with your mad genius. And that was the beginning of Hong Kong 97, basically. So Kurosawa just came up with just, the most ravenous, just offensive thing he could possibly think of.
While Nintendo's licensing terms prohibited them from developing for the Super Famicom officially, the Magicom presented a path forward. Their game would be burnt to floppy disks and sold to Magicom users, allowing it to ultimately be played on the Super Famicom. In early 1995, the project's very brief production was carried out. Even during this era, some games required months upon months of planning before any code could be written. For Hong Kong 97, on the other hand, it was drafted out and cobbled together within just a few hours. Kurosawa lifted stolen assets from almost anything he had to hand. A movie poster, second-hand laserdiscs, an old CD, anything even vaguely suitable found in his apartment would be combined in this cacophony of copyright infringement. While Kurosawa effectively directed the game, dictating its content, his new industry friend was responsible for programming it. As the game boots up, players are greeted with an appeal from the developers to join their business of illegally copying and reselling Super Nintendo games. Players are encouraged to submit their Magicom copy titles with the incentive that they will receive a third of the profits from any units sold. The game even presents Happysoft's business address for any interested parties to contact them. Immediately following this is the game's opening cinematic told by still digitized images and blocks of text. The story portrays a bleak near-future 1997, in which China assumes control of Hong Kong and crime rates subsequently skyrocket. The player controls Chin, a fictional relative of martial arts legend Bruce Lee, who is tasked by Hong Kong's government with wiping out the population of mainland China in retaliation. However, China is in the process of transforming its dead former leader, Tong Xiaoping, a parody of Deng Xiaoping, into the ultimate weapon, the title scene warns. That, in a nutshell, is the narrative of Hong Kong 97. It was a satirical forecast from 1995 of what would result from the transfer of sovereignty over Hong Kong from the British to the Chinese, which was set to occur in 1997. In some ways, it reflected widespread concerns that the anticipated handover would be to the detriment of Hong Kong, but a pointed political message this was not. According to those familiar with Kurosawa, this twisted vision of his, filled with overt racism against the Chinese, was never intended as propaganda.
There is absolutely no manifesto to it at all. I think he is just looking at things and then just becomes a mirror for them, in his writing, in his videos, his documentaries. He just lets those things just be what they are. I don't think that he's thinking deeply about communism is the evil that we, the good people in the democratic nations, need to fight against and take down to save humanity. I don't think that he's thinking anything on that level. He loves Asia. He spends at least half his life there. His life is spent bouncing back and forth just between Japan and Southeast Asia.
Hong Kong 97 took the form of a basic vertical shoot-'em-up. The player must guide Chin out of the way of oncoming enemies, of which there are many, and can destroy them by firing bullets. The game uses a one-hit kill system, and any time Chin dies, the player is booted back to the title screen and forced to sit through the entire opening sequence once again. Another wrinkle worthy of note is that every time the player dies, the game displays an uncensored, digitized photograph of a dead body used to represent Chin. A smaller version of the same picture also appears when any standard enemy is defeated after a brief graphic of a mushroom cloud. The origin of this image has long been the subject of debate online. One prominent theory alleged that the body belonged to a Polish boxer whose death matched the date stamp seen in the picture. However, evidence has since emerged to suggest otherwise. In truth, the image originates from Death File, an obscure series of snuff films that contained graphic images of dead bodies. The third edition of Death File shows the gruesome aftermath of a battle that took place within the first months of the Bosnian War. It was from this tape that Kowloon Kurosawa lifted the infamous dead body image. The corpse belonged to a Bosniak civilian who was killed in the conflict.
It really was just something captured from a VHS he had. Like he had said, that's all it is. It's sorry to, break all of these fun theories that people have made. And kind of one ironic thing about it is that particular video is probably the rarest edition of the Death File series. It's not been put on DVD. It only exists on VHS, like some of the others. I've never seen one for sale anywhere.
This was just one of many unauthorized digitized photos Hong Kong 97 made use of. Others included shots of the Chinese Communist Party leadership and an ad for Coca-Cola. The game uses these as backgrounds during gameplay and switches between them each time the player dies. Furthermore, images of the actor Jackie Chan from the 1984 movie Wheels on Meals were used to represent the main character Chin. Equally as infamous as these is the game's one and only piece of music, I Love Beijing Tiananmen, a communist anthem written by the Chinese government. Due to the Super Nintendo's storage restrictions, a mere 6 seconds of the song was sampled by Kurosawa for Hong Kong 97. With a healthy dose of irony, it is played on a constant, unceasing loop throughout the game from its title screen onwards. It is the only audio that can be heard during it, no other music or sound effects were used.
The song is originally a sort of children's song that the Chinese Communist government wrote to get people to forget about the Tiananmen Square massacre. The lyrics just say, I love Tiananmen Square, the sun rises over Tiananmen. And that version of it, it's a pop song version of that song. And he had it on a Laserdisc for some reason. And he just sampled up to however much data he could squeeze into that game.
The game lasts only several minutes for those who are able to make it through its bombardment of hazards and enemy fire. After a few minutes of regular shoot-'em-up gameplay, its first and only boss appears, the aforementioned ultimate weapon, which is the disembodied head of deceased communist leader Deng Xiaoping. The head floats about the screen attempting to slam down on the player, and after sustaining a certain level of damage it is defeated and standard gameplay resumes. The game runs on an infinite loop and lacks an ending of any kind. According to Kurosawa, he put together the materials for the game, including graphics and music, over the course of only a couple of hours. It was then sent off to his programmer, who did their part separately. It is said that this individual used technology stolen from a major game publisher to bring it to life.
That person, the mystery programmer, he used the base engine of another game that he had worked on at a major company.
Are you able to say which major company that was?
Almost certainly Enix.
Okay. Do you have any hunch, like, which game the engine might have been made for originally?
Unfortunately, I can't say that publicly. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay, but you know.
I know.
Okay.
You will know, because you'd be able to find out immediately who it is.
Hong Kong 97 was unleashed upon the world in April 1995. Paid downloads of the game were available via Kurosawa's BBS server, and a very limited run of physical copies was sold in Game Urara. In the first edition of the magazine, the only known advertisement for the title can be found. Fewer than 100 copies were produced according to Kurosawa, but only around 30 or 40 were actually sold. The remainder were later destroyed. It was an unceremonious release that garnered little buzz outside of the director's immediate circles. Only a very small amount of money was made off the game, and for many years the project was largely forgotten about by those responsible for it. In the years that followed, Kurosawa continued to pursue his fascination with the depraved and explicit, travelling to Cambodia to document the illicit activities of his fellow tourists. Anything scandalous, sensationalist or illegal, he would write up in his various columns and books. His time working on video games was not over, however. In 2002, he privately developed another unlicensed title in a manner similar to how Hong Kong 97 was made, and much like that game, it was inspired by another sensitive political topic. The player controlled a boat manned by North Korean spies, tasked with approaching the shores of Japan and kidnapping civilians with the intention of ferrying them to North Korea for intelligence purposes. This was based upon the very real phenomenon of North Korean agents abducting Japanese citizens, which occurred throughout the 1970s and 80s. In typical Kurosawa fashion, the subject was treated with little sensitivity, and the game was practically designed to offend, so much so that he shied away from releasing it, anticipating a backlash.
I think after making it, he was just like, and this is going to get me so much flack. So he just never showed anyone.
So that was more offensive, in his opinion, than Hong Kong 97?
Yes, apparently.
In the mid-2000s, he returned to the field again, this time in a more official capacity than ever before. Kurosawa partnered with the very same programmer he had made Hong Kong 97 with to create a new game for the PlayStation 2. D3 was a Japanese game publisher responsible for the Simple series, a line of low-budget titles made in a matter of months. D3 had been searching for someone to helm an ongoing project in the Simple series, and Kurosawa's name was put forward by his contact. The project was named Miniskirt Police, or The Miniskirt Police, a game about policewomen whose clothes gradually degrade and fall off as they take damage. While this sleazy premise was on brand for Kurosawa's work, he has since insisted that the core idea was already in place when he joined the project. His contributions to its creative direction included, in his own words, ripping off the gameplay from Rockstar's Manhunt, a popular title from that generation. It became a 3D beat-em-up where players assumed the role of a female Special Forces member fighting a criminal organization about to flood the market with a potent new drug. A decade on from Hong Kong 97, he at last received some slither of recognition from the industry as he was able to release his first ever officially licensed video game. But it wouldn't be the last time his contributions to the medium would garner attention. Although Hong Kong 97 was far from a commercial success, the game began to be traded among enthusiasts at the dawn of emulation software. The ROM began circulating online throughout the 2000s, thanks in no small part to the way it was originally distributed, via internet downloads and floppy disks. Its notoriety would reach a crescendo, however, in 2015 as this obscure gaming legend was featured on the popular internet series The Angry Video Game Nerd. Worldwide interest in the game soared, as millions of people watched the nerd lampoon Kurosawa's magnum opus. There were more eyes on Hong Kong 97 than ever before, and this led to a new generation of people curiously digging into its history. This included Chris Shimon, who discovered the game via the AVGN, inspiring him to hunt down one of the only remaining physical copies in existence via Yahoo auctions. This copy was later verified by Kurosawa himself, as Chris became familiar with the enigmatic creator and even met him in person. For years, people have wondered what drove him to make Hong Kong 97. Was it spite, a political agenda, prejudices? The motivations behind its creation are something even Kurosawa himself struggles to express, according to Chris.
I mean, isn't that, it's very interesting. So I've met him a few times and we've developed, almost you could say a friendship. And I really understand that after a while, it's like, he's not so capable of verbalizing that. It's just, he's fascinated by the macabre, just anything that just seems out of the ordinary or daring or on the edge of legality. He was just fascinated by anything shocking, basically. Just anything, that was illegal or, just nasty or daring. It's what you would kind of call an edgelord. Yes, it's a shitpost, but its existence is a miracle. It's a Super Famicom game. You know what I mean? It is. It's a Super Nintendo game. It didn't come on a cart, but it runs on Super Nintendo hardware. And in that context, I think just what was the worst thing he could possibly do? Make a video game that has no respect whatsoever for any kind of copyright, any people's images, any kind of political correctness. Use digitized images of dead bodies from the Holocaust, right? It's just anything he could possibly get away with within that small span.
There are some motives that we can ascertain as to why this game was made, but its nature as an inexplicable oddity is a big part of why people have curiously held onto it for so long, and why it transcended its obscure roots in the Japanese bootleg market. On top of that, its implementation of an English language option, unusual for games of its ilk, allowed it to travel the world and find a second life in the West. Like so many of Kurosawa's works, it was made to do little other than provoke and grab the attention of audiences, and for better or worse, that is undoubtedly something it succeeded in doing decades on from release.